Where's the phone? Oh, there it is. Duh. A little bit of Judy in our life.
Audible is the best place to listen for everyone. For story people, comedy people. I walk this road, I walk the line, I walk this wire within my mind, and it's me I choose to find my own freedom. I see the signs, they are divine. Wake me up from this hell that I'm in. Wake me up from the loneliness inside. Wake me up from the dream that lives within my mind. I create my thoughts, they are divine. They say that it is the key to our own destiny. We can live each other.
But who are they? But you and me.
In the all of me, I am, you are, we are one for eternity.
Mm.
Wake me up from this hell that I'm in. Wake me up from the loneliness inside. Wake me up from the dream that lives within my mind. I create my thoughts, they are divine. Wake me up from the hell that I'm in. Wake me up from the loneliness inside. Wake me up. I am the dreamer that lives within my mind.
Create my thoughts. They are divine. Okay, that's enough. Sharon Judy's channel. If you guys don't have Mountain Rain. Oh my god, it says 9 in the chat. You guys are gonna make me nervous. That's a lot of you guys. What the heck? Happy Sunday, dudes. Hang on. I know I should do this first, but right? Hey, let's have a drink and talk about it. What's up, girl? Not so much. I don't have a drink, but let's talk about it anyways. Right? I don't.
Wait, you have a coffee.
Oh, yeah, I have a coffee. Does that count? Let's have a coffee and talk about it. Ooh, Missy C's art. Raw, girl. Me loves the graphic, the way that you did your name. Oh my gosh. I don't even know how to change my fucking profile picture or anything. You're amazing.
I do.
That's so pretty. I love it, sweetie. Welcome, welcome. How's your week? Hi, Crystal Clear. Hey, Yuji. I'm taking a break from packing. I want to stop in and say hello to everyone. Ooh, pack it up, Buttercup. Where are you heading? Where are you heading? Oh, man, I'm going to go make some golden milk now. Okay, okay. Have fun. Thanks for stopping in. Hi, why not 8? Tonya. Hey there, G, and everyone in chat. Hi, my lovely. How are you, sweetie? Happy Sunday. And I say that, but the sun has gone away. Oh my God, Lubbock, Texas. Of course, crystal clear. Of course. If you go back to last week, Canada Day, the first song that the singer played at the bandstand. I call it a bandstand, even if that's not what it's called. I don't care. Was the ZZ Top song about Texas. I forget what it's called. Lagrange. I say Lagrange because Lagrange is weird to me. Lagrange. And I swear, if I have any more Texas sinks, I'm going to end up there somehow, which please, God, don't make me do that. I will melt in Texas weather. Oh my gosh. I can barely sustain a Canada heat wave. I'm not even joking. And yeah, super sync. We saw a Texas license plate yesterday. Throughout the last 2 years with the, pandemic, seeing American license plates is not a common thing compared to before. So before, it's not like it was every single day, right? But tourists, right? Or people from working across Canada. So yeah, we saw Texas plates yesterday. Rawr, good for you. Nice. I swear, 3/4 of the people that I love are either in Texas or from Texas. No joke. It's shocking. It's shockingly amazing. I know. Did you see it? A why not 8? I like the smiley face at the bottom. Yay! I'm glad you see it. Oh. Okay, let's have a drink and talk about it. It says I can't stick around. My phone is about to die anytime. Okay. That way. Shake it up, baby. Twist and shout. Rawr. Go for it. Oh, Amber Lachelle, it's just us. Hi, sweetie. Hey, Amber. Yeah. I don't really get nervous to live stream, to be honest. I started live streaming so on the fly, Amber, that it's like surreal. Because if you go back to my 2019 videos, there's like a lot of videos that say, I'm never going to live stream. You're never going to see me do that. And then one day in February of 2020, one of my friends, one of my girls, one of my ladies, Melissa, we were having a Skype conversation through text, and she was loading an app because she didn't have 1,000 subs to try to live stream. And I was like, oh, what kind of app? I wonder if it's available in Canada, just for shits and giggles. And then she told me, and so whatever, I went and I loaded it on my iPad, and I put my, my email in, and then I looked at the app a little bit, couldn't understand a fucking thing, pressed on like live stream, and all of a sudden I was live streaming. This is the history of how did you start live streaming, Genevieve? Well, I pressed on an app, I got into the app, and then I pressed fucking record or whatever, live stream, and there I was live streaming. There was a big green line across my fucking screen. I'm not even joking. There was a big green line across the fucking screen. I don't know how did it got there. I didn't know how to take it off. And I just started yapping. And people started showing up. I think my first live stream, it's probably loaded, but I've never really gone back to it. I think I will if I think about it. That would be funny for me. Because it was so not planned. It was so random. And it was so just, I'm just going to go see if it works. And it did. It never really worked for Melissa, by the way, right away. It worked for me, though. And yeah, so I did the first live stream, and I realized, like, whoa, this is happening for a reason, because I'm kind of sick of doing videos. And now, instead of, like, just talking to myself, I'm talking to other people. Like, whoa, right? And I just kept going. I never really stopped. The fluidity of it. I stream whenever I'm guided, whenever I feel like it, whenever I'm pushed to do it, you know what I mean? Because it's an inner push. Just like the same way that day when I loaded the app, it was an inner push because myself, my mind didn't want that, right? But my heart and my soul was guiding my fingers to do all this stuff. and then press play, and then my heart was open and I was talking and people were coming in, and I've been doing it ever since. And that was February 2020, right? So, sometimes the divine timing, we don't know exactly what's next. And then when we really open our heart and just like, oh, I'm just going to go do this randomly without questioning, without feeling anxiety or nervous, or like I never had the time to go from doing vids and then doing live streams and then ever thinking about being anxious about being on the screen, because I was already like so full frontal from January 2019 to February 2020. And when I say full frontal, is that when I started doing my videos, I never hid my face, I never hid my name, and I always just spoke to the camera. So live streaming comes naturally because I trained myself for a year to not care, what people think, what I even think of myself when I talk, right? So my training, without even meaning to, kind of thing. Anyways, might as well. I don't know if everybody kind of knows that you know what I mean, because I've talked about it before, and people who were there know I just kind of eased into it without even planning it, right? And I believe that a lot of the ascension, awakening journey, when we're coming into our newer self and not the self that we think we are, that is just how simple things are. You don't even plan it or mean to. Sometimes it's things you, like I said, I'm never going to do that. I'm never going to do that. And then here I am still doing it years later, right? How much tribe vibe we have manifested together through the live streams where, okay, it's me talking, but it's all of us, right? Like just how solid of foundations of tribe. Like people have met through these live streams and my channel, and they've met in person, right? Or they have connected and they text each other and they're best friends now, right? And that's why I don't mean to sound pushy when I tell people, like, show up, guys, show up. You don't have to know what you're doing, because I've lived the path. I have no fucking clue, right? No clue what I'm doing. I have no attachment to being seen, and I have no attachment to being right or wrong, right? So the letting go and complete surrender is what is asked of us from our higher self. And that's why when I I don't mean to be pushy, but it's part of my purpose and my role to say it, show up, show up, show up, because I was guided and asked to do it too, right? I didn't know when I made my first video, that I was going to keep going and there was going to be more. I was just pushed and guided, like, for days, weeks, and months, to be honest, to put that video out. And then that laid the foundation for just do it again, do it more, keep going. Anyways, I've rambled on a lot, but hey, that's what I'm here for. Why not 8? The sun is out. The sky is clear for you today. Cool beans. Yeah, it's been a weird kind of weather day here where it's like, it's kind of, I don't know what's going to happen next at this point, because there's gusts of wind, the clouds have come. I don't know. Hey, we are the Conscious Evolution. How's it going, honey? How's everything? I see you're popping up vids and certain things once in a while. I am not participating, not because I don't love you like to kibbles and bits, but at some point I let my I let my tribe fly, and I can't be everywhere. And I just kind of like am anchoring and supporting in the background, because I can't be everywhere. I'm not really spending a lot of time on my devices at all, right? It's summer. It's a different state of mind for me and for a lot of others, right? Let's have a drink and talk about it. Where I said earlier that most of the people that I know or love are either in Texas or from Texas, and where you say that's only because Indiana is a small state. Yeah, Indiana wants me, but I can't go back there. That's the one thing that always comes up for me. And I know it's a song, but it's like, Indiana wants me or loves me, but I can't go back there. That's my biggest sink with Indiana, is like, I'm not meant to be there. That's for fucking sure. And I don't say that I'm not supposed to be in America as far as I know. If I am, then I'll fucking be there. But you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you're right too, because the amplitude, the landmass. Yeah, one day it was about 2 or 3 months ago where somebody said Texas is so big, and I was like, oh my god, you guys have think Texas is so big. Let's compare to Ontario, right? Because Canada has big provinces, and Ontario's freaking huge. And so I did it while I was doing a live stream, and Texas fits into half of Ontario. So yeah, Texas is big, and that's why you guys, consider it like your biggest. But if you look at the land masses in Canada, anyways, you know what I'm saying. Amber Lachelle, I get nervous just talking in a chat of a live stream. Wow, still here even? Like always, or just sometimes when you're new, Amber? I'm just wondering. Personally, I also paved the way through comments. Like, I didn't want to use the internet, right? Like years ago, I didn't want to use the internet. I even got gifted a computer and had, Wi-Fi service, all that shit. And I didn't even use it for a long time because I didn't want to. And then when my guidance and when just life made it that I started going on the internet, I was going to use it for the greater good. And I'm going to be really honest. You guys missed the Indigo Warrior fucking ranting part of me because I have toned down and learned to maybe rant a little bit less hardcore. And people are like, what? Like you were more? Yeah, I was way more. So I did my learning curve through my Facebook days and stuff, but I always have jumped into comments to like elevate, and I've always been known to be very like cheesy and very just wee all in the comments, to the point where I've cried before, like not now, right? But before I've cried for how like authentic and how much of a flow that I will pour into comments. It's been years now where people say like that's beautiful poetry that you wrote, and it's like, okay, well, it's not really poetry, it's just what I was exactly thinking and wrote out at the time, which is poetic because I'm not thinking about it. My flow is just my flow, it just naturally flows. But there are times where I used to cry because of how, not because I felt bad about myself because I was mean or wanted to take it back because I said something bad, but because of the opposite. Because I'm so fucking kind and cheesy that, sometimes it actually hurts people because they're not ready for it. Or sometimes it just makes people think, like, who the fuck is that, right? So throughout, like, the consistency of how I've been on YouTube, like, I can step into a new live stream now, even if, because the tribe vibes are so connected, I can step into a new live stream and usually somebody will know who I am already and kind of say, well, that's Genevieve. She just talks like that all the time. Right? Instead of me having to kind of be like proving self, somebody will actually say, like, this is how she is. Like, go find her channel. This is how she is. Right? But it was hard, to be so open, so vulnerable all the time. And now it's just second nature. You know what I mean? Like, I don't take it personally if somebody thinks I'm cheesy or whatever. I don't analyze it anymore. I just let it all flow. Right? I just don't. Crystal Clear says, oh, that's cool. I'll melt in Texas too. It's supposed to be dry in Lubbock, and I'm originally from Southeast Texas, and I hate humidity. I want to go back to Colorado. Right on. Yeah, I get it. I have a love of Colorado, even though I've never been there, because the Rocky Mountains in Canada are just an extension of Colorado. Like in real life, there's no actual, well, in real reality of this universe, there's no actual lines and borders. So, you know what I mean? The love of the Rockies is embedded in me since childhood. And yeah, I can understand you're wanting to go to being back in Colorado. It'll happen. If that's what you want, it will happen. How's it going, Annie D, my lovely? Whoop whoop. Happy solar day for sure, sweetie. Ooh, Annie's my baby. I love you. Amber Lachelle, it's awesome that you can do that. Yeah, I do call it training though. I come from a background, Amber, that before my 30s, I really hardly ever let people take an image of me unless I wanted them to. right? My childhood pictures, like in photo albums that my parents have, like, okay, yeah, there's the shots where there's a naturalness, or there's the shots where I look and I want to be seen, but most of my face, is like looking dirty at the camera. Like, what the fuck are you looking at me for? Like, I don't want you to do this. I don't consent to this. And then my family did it anyways, right? I didn't want to be seen. So I didn't even have a photographer at my wedding, guys, because I didn't, I didn't care about that part. My sister made me. I can still see myself. And she's like, let's go. We're going to do a photo shoot. And I'm like, what? And she's like, let's go. We're going to take pictures. You're getting married. It's only happened. And I was like, oh, fuck. And my face in half of those fucking marriage pictures is just like, are we done yet? Can we go party? Like, what the fuck, right? I am not impressed. And I love my dude at the time, my husband, but it was like that it so wasn't a part of what I believed in for my wedding that I didn't even, hire a photographer per se. Yeah. So it's been Amber, like, for real, if you could picture like the exact opposite of what you think you are is what this embodiment of the last years have been in my life, right? Not, you know how some people grow up and they would want to be on a camera and they want to be seen. Maybe I had that desire when I was really little or something, but I haven't in my adulthood. So it's like been a training. I have cried, I have binge deleted videos from being seen. Like, I've been through like the ringer of what my source highest guidance asks of me versus what I actually would want to do or feel like I can do, and then just doing it anyways because that's what the download is from my higher self, and that's it, right? We are the conscious evolution. I was the shy kid growing up, but live streaming has become so easy. It's just like having a face-to-face phone call with a shitload of people, and it's all good. Live people in a crowd, different story. I feel exactly like what you just said. It's like having a FaceTime kind of call with a shitload of people, and just there, you guys aren't visible to me. You guys don't have the option to press on me seeing you, because ultimately I still see you anyways. I still see the energy frequency anyways. So I don't need the visual. I got the frequency energy that I see and feel all the time, right? And where you say, it's all good now, live people in a crowd, different story. Dude, if I could bounce from this to being in front of 1,000,000 people tomorrow, I would. And the only thing I would have to think about that would be different for me is the fact that people would, either would have a reaction that I can see, like the retraining of me actually feeling their reaction visually or with my ears, right? That's the only thing I'm gonna have to retrain myself of, it's silent, right? So although the comments are there and they can be very loud, like I know somebody's fucking screaming at me or pissed, or I know somebody's in the background and thinking weird ass shit, right? So I'd love to be in a crowd and in front of a crowd and like call out a motherfucker, hey, I can see your fucking thoughts, right? That would be awesome. We can't hardly wait. Yeah, for myself, I would bounce to being in front of people like this and be very happy. I feel it's what I've worked towards for like many, 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 many years now. So like, let's go, buttercups. Like, what's next, source, right? Because, right, let's get more momentum going. Why not 8? I was nervous the first time until people came in, and then it was just all natural. Yeah. And you see how when I explained how it happened for me, I skipped the nervous part because I didn't know what I was doing and I didn't have the intention that it was even going to work. Like, I was shocked when it worked, and then there was people talking, commenting, and then I just went with it. I didn't have the buffer of being nervous. But that feeling, like you just said, that it is all natural. And like for me, I've been doing videos for a year already, getting comments, answering back, but then being able to answer in real time was like, whoa, right? And then feeling the energy is like, it's so different. Hey, Creatrix Inc., I do whatever I love. Hey, y'all, how's it going? Happy Sunday. I'm catching up to the chat. Andrea knows best. Rawr, I love the way that you added best. Yes. Andrea knows best. Yes, she does. I see you down there. I'm just catching up with the chat. That way, it wasn't long, G, after you got your wings that you started live streaming. Yeah. Yeah, you were there for that part. You came in my Milky Way wave in like October, November of 2019, so you got to see the evolution before. Were you there in my first live stream that way? I remember that SS was there. I think that Alex was there and you, but you'd have to refresh, right? Because I'd never gone back. Like I didn't even watch it the first time. I need to find it. I'm gonna find it for myself just so I can giggle at myself. And when I do watch myself, guys, the thing that I do, and I did say do, I just want to say do a million more times, but the things that I do when I do rewatch myself, whether it's a video or a live stream, is I look at me as if I was looking at you. Meaning, if I was watching Andrea do a live stream, I would not be analyzing what she looks like. If I was watching anybody in the whole planet do a live stream, I wouldn't be analyzing their mannerisms. I would be accepting them for what they are, right? So when I look at myself with that same neutral detachment. So sometimes I crack myself up so bad I gotta stop and I piss my pants almost, and it's like I'm just shaking my head going like, who the fuck says this shit out loud? Who the fuck talks like this? Oh my god, it's me, right? And like I will literally watch myself and think like, who the fucking chick is like fucking like what the fuck, right? But it's me. I can't get over what a dipshit or like the expressions and words that come out of me sometimes. It's like, what the fuck? That's me. I can't even. Right? And not feeling like there's no vanity, there's no judgment of my own self, right? And it's just like, even if I feel like what I said in a certain moment was like, oh my god, I think that's it. I did. It came out of me. Right? Gotta run for a bit, AY? Okay, honey. Hi, the Fanatic Card Guru. Hello, everyone. Hello, you. How's everything going? What does Fanatic Card Guru mean? How many card decks do you got? Just wondering. Some people have like so many card decks. Like it's just like, oh my gosh. Like I don't even have 12, I don't think. And sometimes it's just not even enough because it's like, okay, this is not the messages I would need. Like, I need some more colors, some more numbers, like, please, right? I'm doing good that way. How's everything for you? Squirrel Sniper, greetings, beautiful souls from across the flat pond. Boom, boom, boom. Greetings, dude. How's everything going? Get on the bus, guys. Whoop, whoop. UK in the house. Yes. Good. Andrea knows best. I took everything down. I was feeling vulnerable, and I will contribute in other ways in the meantime. Roar. Good for you. And please never mistake me saying showing up, or anybody saying showing up, for having to show up on a screen, Andrea. It's not about that. Right? Even if you decided like this part of my journey is on hold or just not existent right now, that's not the point. That's not what that means, right? And where you say I was feeling vulnerable, it's in your best interest to take down what makes you feel that way. Like there's certain streams in the last days and weeks and all the time where it's like, okay, I showed up, 100 and something people pressed on me. That's it, right? Whoever was meant to get what they got, right? That's it. It's done. And then other streams, I don't even think about it, right? It's just, it's there. But yeah, we shouldn't feel like vulnerable or exposed in certain ways. And playing with what feels good, right, Andrea? Completely. Exactly. I love it. It does not have to be physical. It's intent. It's the heart space. Exactly. Yes. I was wondering what day was the concert, Angelfish. Thanks for confirming. It's almost time to go to the concert. Pray Merlin has a headache and I feel every inch Love you. I love you too. And just so you know, if you're still here, Angel Fishy, he's not the only one with a headache today. I've only, had contact with a few people today, but the headache, either on waking up or that starts just after, is, if I find 2 or 3 people that say the same thing, it's in the air. That's it. Right? So yeah. Yeah, I hope it soothes, right? Hey, Tom Purcell. Aloha, I'm flying by. I'm not sure how close in chat we are. Thinking of you in flight. I do go north. See my thought. Chat now. Squirrel Sniper. When real souls, non-NPCs meet, they are able to share in personal thought or feelings. Yes, yes, I really resonate with that. But I'm going to be really honest. I can feel it's easier, to be honest, to feel non-player characters, NPCs. It's easier to feel their thoughts than it is to feel other people's, because they have no idea that their thoughts are things and they're all up in the air, right? Like, I wish that they knew, could I block a little bit? Because then they wouldn't be like everywhere. So yeah, but through the flow, when we have the open heart and the telepathy is just like, all it takes is the two that decide, right? No blockages, because it don't matter how like wee elevated I am or how telepathic I am. If I have somebody that that is if they're just hiding a little bit, this much of themselves, their heart's not open enough for me to have that contact, right? Doesn't matter if they've even consented and they would want that. Doesn't matter if they think of me all day long in the bestest ways. It's not getting to me the same way as if their heart was open. Because at some point, what happens as well is, guess what? The telepathy is there, but you don't get to skip the steps of opening your heart, using your words, and showing up in a different way, right? You can't just go from one embodiment to full telepathy. You got to do the in-between steps of certain things, right? You can't expect that all of a sudden you're going to be able, if you don't trust yourself and your heart's not open enough, it don't matter how telepathic everybody else is, you are blocking the open full connection. And I stand by that. I know I've been playing this puppet show for 3 fucking years of people saying that they're at a certain embodiment, but it's like, if you had a clue of what I can feel of your energy, what I know that you're blocking, right? I can see the inner child or the wounded toxic masculine or the wounded toxic feminine, right? Holding on to the heart space because they got their beefs still. They're not like liberated of those like beefs yet, if that makes any sense at all. Annie D, has anyone else ever had people say to them, do you even listen to yourself? Oh yeah. Yeah. Honestly, usually those people that say that to me are kind of gaslighting little motherfuckers who don't listen to their own selves. So then they don't actually listen to somebody else when they talk, and they kind of belittle and want to, you know what I mean? But that thing, you know what I mean? It's like a projection almost, the way that I've had that said to me before, right? And the way that it's said to me is like, what the fuck, Michelle? Do you even hear what you're saying? That's how it comes, what the fuck, Michelle? Do you even hear what you're saying? Right? That's how, like, what I'm used to of that expression being said to me. And it's like, well, fuck. Like, how do you answer that, right? Yeah, I've watched myself talk back now for 3.5 years. So I kind of do realize like that I'm accountable for my words. I might not be perfect and whatever, but I do realize my accountability for what comes out of my mouth. And I do realize that, it's from being in my YouTube world and my YouTube journey with people who actually shut the fuck up and listen to me for real, and then validate that they've heard what I say, that makes me realize that, holy shit, I've spent years flowing energy to people who are not ready to hear anything I gotta say, even if I said it in like a million fucking 500, 7,072 different ways, right? So That way I stink, Soji, so I don't think I've missed a thing. I'm reading your words verbatim this way, or that way. This way. It's funny. That way. Because the other day I read like a different word, thought you made a spell check error. So I'm keeping that I stink, Soji. I don't think I've missed a thing. Because I don't want to, mess with your words. And oh my gosh, it's okay that way. Everybody stinks sometimes. And no, you have not missed a thing, because from the day you found me, you went back to the beginning and you've watched everything and you've always been there all the time, right? The BFF thing is real, dude. Oh, cool. I haven't checked the channel yet. I love you. Andrea knows best. Fanatic is talking about baseball cards, not tarot cards, I think. Of course. Look what I have. I don't know where it is. Give me a second. So I have my first. I saw you down there, eh, Mr. No Fly Zone. I'm just catching up to the chat. I have my first official Mary Joanna card. Yeah. Check this out. It's got stats in the back and everything, guys. Whoop, whoop. I don't know. Just came with a delivery. And it's only the one time. So I don't know why only one time. Why it doesn't come with every one. But I got my first, maybe only, Mary Joanna card from the dispensary. Mary Joanna. Yeah, Andrea, I know what you mean by showing up. It does not have to be physical. Exactly. And some people right now, it's so through the sinks and through the flow that there's no words for it, to be honest, because it's just happening naturally. Hi, Stony Faith. Whoop whoop. Happy Sunday. All aboard. My coffee's getting cold. It's probably actually one more drink maybe. Crystal clear. Sometimes it's hard to share because of the neurological damage from the Lyme and mold. And my heart is still open though. That's beautiful. Yeah. And the thing about, as well is sometimes, although we have found people that resonate with us, we just haven't found the ultimate of, the being able to be as vulnerable or as open as we need or would want. And that's coming, right? It's like baby steps of something, right? Everybody has their different ways, but it's the open heart, like you said, that's the most important. It really is. And yeah, it really is. The rest falls into place. Annie G, I had a migraine that started last night. I woke up and it was still there this morning. It was a neck, jaw, sinus, stress, headache. I took over-the-counter migraine pills and they worked great. Good, me's glad for you. Ooh, Squirrel Sniper, exactly. I was meaning opening 2 hearts. Roar, good, yes, let's go. Mr. No Fly Zone. I didn't even know you were in Canada, dude. I don't know if you're even still here. I thought you was American. Where even are you? Like, damn, are you like fucking 2 hours away or like 2 minutes away across the block from me or something? And I say that Canada's really big, but hey, it's a small world. Annie D, mold is one thing that makes me want to stay right here. The arid desert has no mold, and I never get sick. Yeah, exactly, eh? Tom, telepathically, I sent an email. I'm not tech. Oh, I got your email, Tom. I just don't really know how to respond, to be honest. I don't know how to respond, so I just kind of haven't. But I got the virtual real email. I just don't know how to respond, dude. Annie D, yeah, my mom would say, "Do you listen to yourself?" And it was pretty awful though, to be fair, and I can say that honestly. Yeah, I get it. Annie D, Bruno said it, and that was when I was having major, almost violent freakouts. Yeah, I can see myself saying that to my daughter. Now that you write that, I'm trying to think, have I ever said that to somebody? But because I read what you said about the major, almost violent freakouts, I can see myself in a certain timeline of, 2 to 3, maybe even 4 years, but definitely 3, looking at my daughter, Amy, and saying, like, do you even hear what you're saying? Like, oh my God, right? Because she was very violent with her words, like her teenager years, right? Like, this is just part of the course on some level. But I used to say, like, you know what I mean? Like, at some point, if you don't think you have some sort of responsibility, the fact that there's a little girl here and she's hearing you say all these things, like, I don't know what to do. I need you to just stop shouting, stop yelling, stop, like, write it down. If you want to tell me I'm a bad mother, could you write it on a piece of paper? If you want to tell me I'm not even a real mom, could you write it on a piece of paper? Like, the anger that would spew out of her, and just so loud, and then she wouldn't stop, and it was like, how much longer are you going to yell at me? And like, can you hear yourself? And I had recorded her a few times, and she was so mad and so insulted, and she wouldn't even watch herself. And I was telling her, like, this isn't even about us, me and you, as a mother and a daughter, and our relationship, and the fact that you're a teenager and milking it. It's about the fact of, like, this is like, whoa, for Lily Rose. There's no little sister or little brother or big brother or a dad or a friend to take her out of the room or to go take care of her so that we could, you can yell at me alone. She's always hearing this. Always, always, always. Like, whoa, right? But the evolution of her, this is where she was at in that time of her life, and this is not where she's at anymore, right? She didn't know how to express herself any better. And back then, I can honestly say that although I thought I was listening to her, I wasn't. I thought I was, but I wasn't. So she was so frustrated that, just everything would spew from her. But, like, on some level, she was right, because although I thought I was listening, I wasn't. I wasn't. Not enough, right? I learned, like, a lot from the knowing that I was overwhelmed as a single mom, and just having to do the providing and blah blah blah, right? Having to be the masculine and the feminine. I was so overwhelmed that I didn't even realize that I was not listening to her attentively. I was, like, half blowing off what she felt because I was too stressed out about what I was feeling. If that makes any sense. For sure. Yes, definitely you could. Oh, yes, Annie. I wonder if you could use baseball cards as oracles. I'm sure someone could if they knew baseball and tarot. I would use them without even knowing anything about baseball. Why? The numbers, the names, and the symbols right there, the synchronicities of the flow and certain things. It's all right there, right? So that just the numbers, how they speak, right? So just this one little card and the specific numbers and certain things that are on it, I got messages already from it, right? So yeah, there's syncs in there just from this side. There's syncs in there for me, right? So yeah, I think we could use anything as a certain card or for the symbolism of certain things, right? Oh yeah, for real. Creatrix Inc. agrees. Yeah, says Annie. Yes, you can use any kind of cards or objects, etc. Yeah, that's what I think too. Exactly, Creatrix Inc. There is a message in everything. Yeah. Crystal Clear, says Annie D. I got it when living in the desert part of Colorado, and I couldn't see it in my house. The invisible mycotoxins. What area are you in? I'm going to assume she answered, but she's in Arizona. And I'm not sure exactly. I forget, like, because I don't know the geography enough. I forget the words of where she said she is. Stony Faith. I tend to be really nasty with my words when I feel someone has done me dirty. Yep. And it's like a survival mechanism, right? That we needed to have. If we didn't know how to be, like, I'm going to say the word, how it just, if we didn't know how to be badass with our words, you know, we didn't make it through. We had to, right? That's it. I can see myself like in high school and certain eras of my life where it's like I cut a motherfucker down right to their fucking knees with my words. Why? Because that's the only thing I knew at the time. And that was my survival mechanism. You want to fuck with me? Okay, well then, boom, there you are, you grown ass fucking boy, crying. Right? There you are, fucking cry. Because I'm not fucking playing with you. You know what I mean? Like my words. Because when you, as well as I've always felt the energy and the stuff of people. So I know what somebody's weak spot is that they might not even know. So I can go right to it and fucking like boom, like annihilate somebody. Like, and I worked in bars, right? I worked in like the public. So, and I was alone a lot of the time. I didn't have, you know, a bodyguard type of bouncer person. I was in the middle of fucking nowhere working by myself. And, you know, when somebody came in and the energy was a certain thing, I knew exactly how to treat them so that they would have one glass and fuck the fuck off without actually being super rude or not kicking them out. Right? I did. And imagine, I'm really little. I look how I look. I looked almost exactly the same before, but with younger and less experience. So I learned to use like words in ways that like boom, like the whole fucking room. There's 50 people and I'm the boss at the moment, right? Nobody fucks around on my watch. Like seriously, guys. Nobody ever had a fight in any bar or any place I ever worked. And no, you know, nobody ever really, that's it. I kept my people safe and I kept the crowd flowing always in ways to have harmony, always. But I do no harm, take no shit. You know, if somebody came in and already had a little bit to drink and I just, no, I'm not serving you. So imagine you're really little and you're like in your early, you know, 20, 21, 22, and you tell a grown ass fucking man who's already half fucking plowed that you're not going to serve him. You really gotta have the that it takes, because otherwise, holy shit, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Creatrix Inc. Today is National Pina Colada Day. Well, damn, we gonna binge me some Garth Brooks later. That Pina Colada song. I love that song. I don't think I've ever drank a pina colada in my life, and I really don't think I ever will. Way says Stony, there's no one actually doing you dirty. They're doing their self dirty. But I know the feeling what you mean. Yeah. Angel Fishy, I read Pokemon cards. I have my own deck. Whoa, yeah. Pokemon cards for sure, sweetie. The Hokey Pokemon. No way. The Hokey Pokemon. Stony face. So it's being projected toward me and I just turn that projection back toward them. It's more about realizing, Stony, that when somebody's projecting something at you, it's not even personal. It's not personal. No matter how it hurts, no matter what they're saying, it's not personal. Anyone who projects anger, rage, jealousy, whatever the fuck of, you know, the yucky stuff into you, like right now in this time we're on collectively, it's because they're not happy in themselves, because they don't love themselves, and 3/4 of what they're saying to you that they say is about you is actually their mirror of what they feel about themselves. Like it's so not personal, right? So I've had people in the last whatever amount of timelines will say certain things or text me certain things or email me certain things, and it's like, this is your stuff, not mine. And really, it's non-reaction at this point, non-engagement. And then that depends, right? Because if you're living under the same roof as certain people, there has to be some sort of dialogue. And this is where we're at collectively of, if we're living with people who project upon us, why are we still living there? Right? Because there's a difference between, a teenager, masculine or feminine, boy or girl, growing into themselves that are going to project into you a bunch of shit because they're growing up, they're confused. The last 2 years have been like, whatever, what I'm saying. But people who love themselves do not project into others. People who love themselves and have any kind of integrity or self-respect will go to you and say, like, I feel this. Can I talk to you? Right? I feel this. They won't tell you what you are. They will assume responsibility for what they are, and they will want you to see your role in something. But not everybody's ready to see their role in something either, right? You can have people blatantly lying, stealing, cheating right now, and they still don't have an accountability for it because they don't see what they're doing. They don't, right? They don't conceive that that it's not pure, good, or wholesome, or of integrity, right? It's really non-reaction at this point, and the knowing when and how, and the forgiveness of self. At some point, when we're trying to figure shit out and if stuff doesn't come out pretty and it sounds mean, okay, well, there's a reason for that as well, right? Forgive ourselves. Hey, Wolf Dude 1. Hey, Mama Bear. I'm so happy to see you. I'm happy to see you too, dude. How's New Brunswick energy today? That way. Yes, honey. Smile and walk away. Smile and wave. Yeah. Smile and walk away. Unless there's a reason at this point, like where things come to a head and you have to say words, somebody can be in mid-sentence of like blah, 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 whatever they're saying to you, and you just either click hang up, or if it's a text, click block, or if it's in real life, boom, walk away. You don't even have to explain to anybody that you just decided you're cutting them out of your phone. You don't have to, right? You don't. And this is where we're at of, we always want to be kind. We always want to explain to somebody, no, if somebody is projecting things onto you through text, email, or anything social media, block. If it's in real life, walk away. Just leave. And somebody's like, run, run, run. And the first thing they're going to say is, where are you going? Keep walking. You don't owe somebody an explanation who's being fucking mean to you. You don't. You don't need to validate to anybody in the whole wide fucking planet that you just blocked them on your phone. I don't care if it's your mama, your sister, your brother, your cousin, and even like whoever. That's it. The only people that we are accountable for is if we are a caregiver and we have children under a certain age. Because under a certain age, yes, they still have their free will, but they are under our care. We are the adults that are there to provide the, safety and comfort and certain things. Because otherwise, anybody else on the planet, you don't owe anybody nothing. And that's where we're at, is that we're so busy as empaths. We want to explain how we feel. We want to explain certain things. And it's like all those fucking wasted words, cut it off, right? Cut it out. I spent so many years trying to explain or trying to be ready to listen that it's like, oh my gosh, I've been fucking talking to certain people and they never heard a fucking thing I said. They don't even know who I am anymore in this embodiment of who I am now. They want me to be who I was, and I wasn't even that person. They want me to be what they want them to feel from me. Right? And I can't do that. I can't. Hey, Super Dave 44. Welcome in, dude. I've been on for 5445 when I saw the Super Dave 44. There was a 44 on my screen. How's your day going, dude? Crystal clear. You all have a beautiful day. Have fun packing, sweetie. That way. That way says, I want to know, why don't I see any D in the chat? I have no clue. Is this a common thing that way? Is it common for you? Like, is this, or is it the first time today? Sometimes exiting and coming back. I may not know anything about that. I know that sometimes I'm in certain places and the person that's talking sees somebody and talks to them, and I'm like, oh, I don't see that person. It's rare, but it does happen to me too. Hey, Pearl Jones. Happy Sunday, sweetie. How's everything going for you? Boom. There you are, honey. Anita. Hey, sweet souls. Hey, sweetie. I want to say happy Sunday, but it's already Monday for you there, eh? That's the last drink of that. That Stony Faith, I need to learn to shut my mouth and not try to work it out when it's a clutterfuck of a situation. I'm going to work on that, the smiling and walking away. Yeah. It's so, it changes everything, Stony. As soon as you don't exert an energy into something, it changes everything. It does, right? And at first it can feel like it's liberating. Like, as soon as you realize, like you said, that word is that cluster. As soon as you feel that clusterfuck feeling of, you know, these words are not being heard. I stopped in mid-sentence when people are talking to me before, and you know what? If you're in with a bunch of people, some people won't even notice you were talking and you stopped talking because they weren't even listening anyways, right? Yeah, it is Monday for you, eh? Right on. How's Monday in the future so far, Anita? Catherine saying, I don't know, but I'm tired of people's input on what I need to do. Exactly. And did you notice that when people suggest or bombard into you what you need to do, that it's what they actually usually need to do, or it's what they've done before, so they know, right? So, you know, just this is what they do for themselves, so they're going to bombard you with, this is what you should be doing, but it's like, it doesn't help me. It doesn't help anybody to be told what they should be doing. What actually helps people is, could you listen? Witness what actually somebody's saying, feeling, so that they can figure out what they need to do because they felt heard, right? If you are in like fight or flight and scared, and somebody tells you, don't be scared, just breathe, and certain things, that is not helping me, motherfucker. But if I'm in fucking fight or flight and somebody asks me, what's wrong? Tell me what you're feeling. And then I can actually say like the stuff, and it comes out of me, then I'm done. It doesn't feel the same because I said it, it's actually being heard, and then I start to open my perception and I start to realize what I can do, right? Or the thing of when you speak to people, when somebody's telling you something, ask them before they start talking, do you want me to help you to find a solution, or would you like me to just hold space? And just that is the game changer as well. If you put yourself in somebody's reality to talk to them, and you've already said, I just want to be heard, or yes, I'd like to be heard, and then maybe you can help me figure this out. But there's a difference between, like, I'm going to figure my shit out on my own, but could you just listen to me so I feel safe enough to make choices, right? So I can feel, if you feel safe, you're going to make better choices. And the whole projection thing, especially right now, if somebody's making you feel and your tummy feels yucky and you feel like degraded or gaslighted or not whole because you're listening to somebody talk, then it's not pure, right? Because even if somebody's mad at you, like super angry, there's ways of saying what they're angry about. Because like, let's just say I'm mad at somebody, that doesn't make them a bad person. I still love you even if I'm mad. But like what I say is it's not about certain things about me, it's about other things, right? I don't know. I can't explain it because I don't want to find a concrete example, but you know what I'm saying? Hurt people hurt people. It's the truest test of seeing somebody for where they're at right now, Stony, is hurt people hurt people. Because people who are working on their inner self try really hard not to hurt others, even if they still feel wounded, even if they're feeling, you know, anger or certain things, right? You doing awesome, Super Dave? Good. Annie D, I'm here. I'm just getting a lunch snack. Right on. Lily's grabbing herself some stuff right now, too, at the same time as you. Anita, that's always happened to me. It's the best morning. I feel like I'm going through something huge at the moment. Not the best, just a lot of connected dots I've finally seen and crying. I'm tired of proper people saying, don't cry, it will be okay, and then walk away. Ugh, no shit. Like, fuck you. If you can't hold me and be kind, get the fuck out. Ugh. Don't tell me not to cry. Tell me to cry more. Tell me to let it out. Ugh. I hate that. It's just with Annie that's happening that way? I don't know how to get you guys to check. Maybe, you know, that there's blockages somewhere, but I don't even know how that would work, right? Like, I'm... What exactly are you manifesting in there?
Huh?
What you making?
Pasta.
Oh,
With sauce.
with sauce? You're the best. Turn it down so that it's at half. And if you feel like you need to add just a little bit of water to make it not too dry and come together, go for it. And with maybe a tablespoon or so, right? Not a lot. You okay? Thanks for caring, guys. Good, Anita. Yes, I am now okay. It's just been a long morning. Yeah. It's crazy how the certain things are just like so fast, eh, Anita? Like the... Creatrix, yes. How about just get out of my space? Your info is irrelevant to me. No disrespect. Get off my dick. I never heard that. Okay. I'm a long way from your dick, baby, but hey, I get it. Oh my god, I can't believe I said that. Anita, a lot of releasing, a lot of big realizations. It's all for the best. Yeah. Chakra Bunny said it, eh? Did you go back and watch all of her video that day, the live stream? She said it, eh? There's still going to be some tower moment feelings and some like raw stuff coming up, but it's going to release faster and it's going to feel like it's all for the best. It's not going to bring us into like a dark night of the soul per se. It's just going to do what it needs to do. Wolf Dude 1, I'm always hurt, and I don't ever lash out. It's just who I am. The wounded healer represents. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of us who, you know, like I call myself a whipping post, and like, that's it, right? I've been the whipping post, but I've never given back to somebody who's whipped me, like boom, 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 what they put out to me. And in my timeline with my family months ago, you know, I did everything that I could to try to solidify certain things of, okay, just because I don't want to speak to one person doesn't mean I can't speak to the others. But then realized, you know, at some point, people come in a pack. They're not ready to see that. They're not ready to just see me as an individual, and they're going to talk the way that they talk in, you know, in groups of 2, 3 or more. Then I can't, you know, help anybody to be a part of mine and Lily's life if they're always going to be like this pack analyzing, judging, critiquing everything that I do as a mother. You know what I mean? But I had tried to speak to my mother. And I say I tried. We spoke for a long time, and, you know, one of the things I said to her is, you know, you allow for my sister. There's only two of us, me and my sister. And it is like I lived my whole life a certain way with certain expectations, and her, you know, her as well. If I had done the stuff she's done in the last 4 years, I'd be fucking crucified. But because she has money, she's financially so stable that every fucking thing she does to fuck up doesn't matter. She reboots herself with her money. Right? She's fine. She doesn't need to ask for help. She doesn't need to be saved. She doesn't need for people to support her financially. So she's getting away with doing things that if I had done a lot of things she's done in the last 5 years, I would have zero respect. Already, I have zero respect already from my family because I'm a mom by myself, not putting my child in school, not acting like how everybody else does. So I got like big balls of zero respect. Right? I don't have support. I don't have anybody saying, okay, I don't agree with how you're living. I'd rather your daughter was in school. But it's like, guess what? She's my daughter. She's not yours. Right? She's not your fucking daughter. A grandmother's role has nothing to do with how telling her daughter or her son how to raise her child. A grandmother's role is to love a fucking child unconditionally, to see them as bread and butter, marmalade and jam, and to love her grandchildren. That's it. Any fucking opinion from a mother or my sister or anybody else, okay, so you've helped me with money. Thanks for always, you know, having to fucking like, remind me every fucking time, right? I've got stuff from the last 15 years that gets scooped into me, and it's like, okay, I can understand, like, in the last timeline of reality, but how the fuck does everything I did 15 years ago, 8 years ago, 5 years ago still get rehashed every fucking time that you feel something, right? And considering I've raised 4 fully functioning fucking adults, and they all made it through, what the fuck, right? Because when I was raising my other children, they were in school, and I still was told I was doing everything wrong. I was told I was working too much. I was told I was this. I was told I was that. So I was living more of a matrix life with my other children and working my fucking nuts off. You know what I mean? Working hours and hours and hours, not even having the full, true, really pay for what I was doing. Because as a feminine, I never got the equal or more, you know, the salary. So it's like, okay, for 20 fucking years, these other children, now they're grown, and I did every fucking thing wrong at the time, and now it's a whole other timeline, another child, and raised a whole different way, and I'm still doing everything fucking wrong. So at some point, what hoops am I jumping through to prove? Because I'm going on 25 plus years of being told that I fucking have never done anything right. And it's like, how the fuck, if all of a sudden I'm accountable for like all these fucking children and everything that whatever the fuck, why ain't my mama accountable for me? Right? Like, if I turned out so fucking fucked up, then whose fucking fault is it? It's my mom's. Because if it's my fault for every fucking thing that ever happened on the planet for everybody else, then who's going to take accountability for the fact that I'm a fucking dipshit? Right? Like, what the fuck? At some point, the projections, people want you to do things because that's what would be easier. My parents are ashamed of me because they can't say I have a job the way that my sister does. Okay, well, you know, like, holy fuck, right? Holy fuck, that, you know, I ain't cheating, I ain't lying, I certainly am not, like, shacking up with anybody, so what do you got to be ashamed of? I haven't stolen nothing in the last 3 years to get by, right? I have refused every offer to be, like, you know, that woman, but that's what they would want. I've been told I should go on Tinder. Go on Tinder and find yourself a man. You'll be fine after. Right? What the fuck? This is stuff that gets projected into me, sweetie. It's like, what? Nita, I know the blessings are on the way, and I know that for sure. I worked for this for a long time. Yes, sweetie. You did watch the rest? Cool. Right on. I'm gonna be honest, the only thing I don't really resonate with is like just there are things that I prefer to do on my own, that opening up to do certain clearings or certain things and going into the cash with other people. I don't believe in that for myself, right? I don't believe I need intermediaries to bring me into my own cash. I do that for myself, but not everybody has that. And I can understand the merging, but personally for that part, like it's like there's things that I'm guided to do alone, and discover through layers, and not just go like right. Beautiful that way. If someone can't say what they mean and mean what they say, deal with them not. Exactly. Eliminate. And that's it. It's not personal, it's not bad, but guess what? If you can't give me the 144% at all times, it's like that thing, of, guess what? If you are pouring energy into anybody through texting and, you barely ever get a response, well, guess what? It doesn't take long to send a text back. That means at some point that you're not a priority, right? You're not a fucking priority. Stop pouring your energy into somebody. And if they actually like want to make you into their, this person is important to me, they will. But otherwise, like pouring energy into people that don't say what they mean or mean what they say, and that you want to hold their hand and make them feel better, right? There's people right now who have been so isolated in the last 2 years, and they need to fucking expand, but unless they're ready to, you can't make anybody, right? Free will. Some people just are gonna want to not say what they mean and mean what they say, because it's so simple. If just right now, today, within just the people who pop through here and hear me say this with my voice, or see what that way wrote down, if just you who sees that elevates yourself to always be accountable, I mean what I say and I say what I mean, just that is enough to like amplify a frequency for us all. Because what hurts one hurts all. We're all in this together. Nobody's going to get to the top of the mountain, and you know what I mean? We are building the mountain. We are breaking the systems and then rebuilding together. It's not just gonna, you know what I mean? There is no one savior. There's a bunch of people who need to come together by saying what they mean, meaning what they say, trusting each other all the time. That you don't all of a sudden, like tomorrow, like feel like, holy shit, my whole life's just been pulled from under my feet because I trusted this person, and then all of a sudden they're not consistent, they're gone, right? Consistency. Anita, I can see why.
Sour Skittles?
I can see why what's happening for me is happening. I just gotta keep seeing the bigger picture. Yeah.
Yes? No?
No, honey.
I'm asking Red, not you.
Okay, well. Amber Lachelle, I've read Uno Minecraft cards before for fun. I'm way behind in the video, but I'm enjoying. Yeehaw! I love it. Creatrix Inc. Minecraft is super tapped into esoterica. I don't even know what that means. I don't play any type of video games. Lily enjoys Minecraft. Anita, I know, eh? The games these days include all types of crystals, portals, all the esoteric stuff. It blows me away. Exactly, and it has all the keywords and all the, like, Lily says words sometimes from Minecraft. Like, she's taught me about how to pronounce certain words. What's the tree that Annie has that I don't know how to... What? Okay, I can't understand if you got candy in your mouth. Are you saying one sec? Okay. But she knows how to pronounce a certain tree that Annie has in Arizona that I don't even know how to say out loud because I never heard of the tree, but she knows of it. So yeah, that... I didn't know what you guys meant by what you meant by that, but yeah, there's so many clues. That's why I don't limit or think that what she's doing is not for her greater good ultimately, because she's getting all these words and all these the sinks of the stuff. Like, it's awakening inside of her, right? Stony Faith, yeah, I have brothers that are no longer living. And when I had my son, my mother took over and I couldn't mother my own. Loves you, sweetie. Yeah, I know in my family that happened. That's happened to people. You know what I mean? Like, not in right now in this generation, but like, I was a love child, and within my family dynamic, there was other love childs. I wasn't the only one, but I'm the only one that actually became a part of the family, and that's fucked up, right? So my dad's cousins, or my dad's cousins or people in the family, other people had love children too, but they were either aborted or given away. And so there was a time frame in my life where I was like, I knew that there was one of my dad's cousins who always looked at me a certain way, but I never understood why. I never understood why she looked at me a certain way. And then the knowledge came out, like I was in my 30s or something, and then the truth of, yeah, when she was, I think it was 15 or 16, she got pregnant, and then she got whisked away, then her baby got taken, and she never got to see her baby, and she was never able to have her own children again. So that's a whole other, paradigm of, not only did she have her baby taken from her, she wasn't able to have another one. So all my life, when we would see each other at family reunions, from the time I was little till the time I was older, she would have this look on her face that I never knew what it meant. And it was the look of, I was the child that got to stay. It was the look.
Sorry, now I'm done chewing. The tree is acacia.
The tree is acacia. Am I saying it right? Acacia. Thank you, honey. I was the one that my mom and dad got to live the experience of having a child, where she didn't consent. She was too young, and she didn't get the choice, and nobody offered like, oh, we'll take care of the baby while you're too young, and we'll help you. They just took the baby away from her. So imagine how it felt for her to see me, and then I didn't even know all those years, right? I had no clue, because how would I know, right? But yeah, like that. Ugh, yeah. Loves you, Stony. Thanks for sharing. Thank you, Creatrix Inc. I'd have to say the gamers are actually a little ahead. Yeah, I wouldn't maybe say ahead, but it really, like, sometimes, like, is yucky when people put down certain gamers in general, or the fact that our children's generation is never going to be like ours, right? You got generations of, like, my parents and above, and then us, from 30 and up, thinking that our children should be doing this and our children should be doing that, and back in my day. But it's like, but we're not back in our day. We're not back in your day. We're not in the 50s, 60s, 70s, or 80s, or even 90s. We are in a whole other paradigm of a world. You cannot expect children to grow up the same way as they did before, unless you put the elements of safety in society, right? It's not even safe to say to, like, 2 7-year-olds, go to the park by yourself, stay there all day, and don't come back till supper, the way that we grew up. You can't tell that to your children now. Like, fuck that, you can't. Even if they got a fucking phone, you cannot expect your children to go fucking off and just go fucking anywhere, in any area, anytime. Are there areas in Canada and other places that you can? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But, like, glory be to those places, because it's not everywhere. We can't just send our children out anymore and say, come back when it's dark. It's not feasible. It's not the same. We don't live in a society where that is okay. It's not safe, right? Like, fuck, grown-ass fucking women aren't even safe. Why would we do that to our kids? So expecting that our kids are going to grow up the same way that we did, if we don't even provide the same habitat, like, what the fuck? The fact that, we're never going to go back to, like, writing cursive and doing a bunch of stuff over and over. The technology is there. It needs to be learned, right? And, the gamer mind is imaginative. That's it. Whether people can play video games or not, if people who can't conceive that it's important, that it actually means something, and that you're actually doing something productive, right? People who read will judge people who are gamers, and then it's like, well, you just spent 4 hours fucking reading a book. Why would you think that somebody playing a game for 4 hours, it's not equal? Why would you think you're superior because you read a fucking book when all the knowledge of certain things through the games that comes up is like it's there's so much stuff that comes up, right? Oh my gosh. Boom, Anita. Yeah, my son in his games is way ahead of me. Yeah, personally, I play nothing, Anita. Like zip, zero, nothing. I can't. I can't even play like simple little fucking things. I'm not. I don't play games, right? Like, will I play card games here? Yeah. Are there some dice games that I like? Yeah. It's very rare that I can understand a board game, but sometimes. But it's very fucking rare. I'm not that kind of person, right? I prefer to be sitting in a corner drawing for hours at a time while other people play games around me, right? And where you say, my son in his games is way ahead of me, Lily was doing stuff on her iPad that even Amy coming downstairs like years ago would be like, how does she know how to do this? Right? How does she know how to multi-screen all these things? I don't even know how to do that. Did you teach her? I was like, I didn't know how to do that. She learned it on her own. Right? How she teaches herself every fucking game, Anita, because I don't know how to play. She's taught herself how to make Minecraft worlds and all these things, and all that I ever did to help was read a word that she couldn't understand or that she didn't know how to say, how to find or something, because I can't help her do squat. So everything she's ever done and every gaming that she's ever done, she's learned for herself, right? There's no, that's huge. Okay, that's loud, honey. Sorry, I don't want to get. Yes, Anita. He literally says things that synchronize with my now moment all the time. Whoa. Boom. Yes, you just nailed it too. When Lily's playing games or doing certain things and the words that will come up or the things that she will say match my reality. So I could be watching a vid or grabbing something and the word or the thing that she'll say or the thing that will pop up from her live stream is exactly what's going on in my reality. Like, you know what I mean? So I have been like, this is, everything's a sync for us. Like, that's it. We live by the syncs and everything's a sync. But I've been texting Kelly before where I'm texting Kelly and talking about a certain thing, and then like 3 of the words that I'm writing on the screen of a text is being said out loud in a live stream, or Lily is saying the same thing back to me from something that she's seeing on her stuff. Like, so the flow, right? The flow's always there, always there. The confirmation that this is what Lily does, this is what I do, but there's a blend of words and numbers and certain things that flow all the time. Hi, conscientious angels. Gosh, this is so true on earth, very level. We're not meant to know or feel. We're doing things right. Yes. We're not here to prove anything, or like, even if we must know certain things, not everybody needs to know the same things. We're not here to prove anything. We're just here to be and feel. And we are doing everything right. And the more we get told we're not, the more we get told we should be eating this to ascend, or we should be doing that, or you got to stop doing this, or you got to stop doing that. That's all part of the hijacking of the fucking programs, because nobody gets to tell another. And it's not because you eat vegan organic food and don't drink that you actually have a pure heart, right? It's not, you don't actually have a pure heart just because you eat organic vegan food and you don't drink or something. It doesn't change anything. If anything, your judgment of people who drink, don't eat vegan food, it's a block. It's a judgment, you know? Amber Lachelle, the skips and the wilds and the reverses make for a good reading. Roar, yes. Yeah. Exactly, Creatrix. Yes, no one ever told me how good I am. They'll give kudos to all around me, but little did they know that my hands and everything they did. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. If I hadn't have been the one that like loved my baby sister and like protected her all her fucking life, she would have never got to the place that she's at now on some level, because she wouldn't have had a certain feeling of love inside her from birth. And there's that teenager time for 2 or 3 years where I couldn't stand her fucking ass, but that didn't last very long, right? So when you're, yeah, you know, the consistency of my unconditional love for my sister still gave her wings to be able to do what she does, compared to the conditional love that I always receive, right? If I'm not doing something a certain way, then I'm horrible, right? Yeah. Exactly. We need new imprinting. That's why, as well, when when I talk about spiritual stuff, it's like, okay, it's beautiful to go within, but once you've gone within, you need other people to imprint you with beautiful things about yourself. You need mirrors who say like beautiful things about you. That's it. I stand by that. And I know, because for the last years, which I thought were my best years, which I thought I'm already there, I've been imprinted with stuff like from certain masculine in my timelines, not in my reality, but within my YouTube world, with masculines and feminines, but mostly masculine on a certain level of what the projections were, right? I can go from being like, oh, you're so amazing, you're sunshine and you're an angel, to like, eesh, other stuff, just because I don't, didn't, yeah. Anyways, and from my family. So the realization of like, whoa, like it doesn't matter, like I need imprint of beautiful things, of positive things, or of the truth. Of, it may not be easy to hear sometimes, but like, okay, that's, this is the truth of right now. But the imprinting, and that's why kindness matters. Every smile, every compliment, everything that comes from our heart that we can do for anyone without attachment or wanting validation back, is the very thing that helps other people pivot, right? So if you're the only one to smile at somebody today and they didn't want to live, but you gave that smile, and so they chose to live another day, like that's real. It's, you know what I mean? That is real. That happens all the time. We might not have the validation, but it's still real. Ignited Beats Anita. I've had a soul sister from my origination, and we were best friends. Soul of mine for me. I also go to her in the Akashic in my dreams, and her and I had a soul contract for her to help me heal. So I found the right person. I meant she's done all my Akashic work with me. That's beautiful. And maybe someday there's there's going to be that timeline for me, you know what I mean? But it's never presented itself where the knowing that this is safe, this is where I'm meant to be, and that we have this contract together, because I believe that's it. This isn't about businesses and clearings and services that people offer each other. This is about the soul contracts that were there, right? That's a whole other level. Annie D, my older sisters still work, and I retired 11 years ago, and I'm the youngest. I need me time, I guess. Plus, I've been lucky and blessed. Yeah, maybe a part of it too is that the lucky and blessed, definitely, but the also that your mentality is not is not the same to want to escape certain things. Some people actually work because they don't have a home life and they don't know how to be happy at home, so they don't want to stop working, right? All of that. Teatrix Inc. Actually, when I was at one of my many rock bottom times, I cried. I just wanted someone to know my worth before I die. They could really know I'm always best interest for all. I'm talented in skills, and I'm gonna get what I want. Love you, sweetie. I had an intern boss tell me once that I didn't need to know all that what's happening in the company, and that some things are better left to the bosses, and that I would be scared. And then why the fuck would I want to work then if all above is scary and bad? Like, fuck. Yeah, no shitty. Anita, yes, drop to the floor. I suppose it's surrendering down there. Yeah. It is, Anita. It's a whole new era of kids. And the only way that we can have kids grow up the way that we did is if we actually provide them the setting, the community, the safety, right? For real. We cannot expect our children to be doing certain things. Like, I cannot, I can't expect Lily to be doing certain things outside the way that I was. I don't even go outside the way that, you know what I mean? Certain things and certain times and certain places around here, right? Amber, yeah, same. I used to ride my bike all over town at 8, and it would be so weird and scary to let an 8-year-old doing that now. Exactly. Personally, I can see us when we moved to Alberta. When I was 6 years old, we moved to Alberta. We lived in a small town called Whitecourt, Alberta, and there was a siren that rang at 7 for a certain age of kids, and I think the other one rang at 9 or 10 for another range of kids. And the sirens rang, they gave you the one warning that the other siren was going to ring, and then so you knew when it was time to start walking home or biking home, and then you knew that that was the siren. That's 8 o'clock. You're late. You're late. You're late. You're late. And I was 6 years old, and I would go out. I didn't even know people, right? I was 6 years old, and I would just walk off into the fucking Whitecourt, Alberta, and go look for kids, and then finally found some kids and hanging out. And I can see myself the one time where it's like, oh damn, the siren just rang, but I don't have a Hot Wheel, a Big Wheels, those big wheels, plastic fucking big wheels with 3 wheels. I don't have one of those, and damn, I know the first bell just rang, and I know how far home is, but it's almost my turn. So I'm just gonna wait, and I'm just gonna do my turn, because I don't have my own big wheels, and I don't always get a turn. And so I waited and I did my turn, and then as I was doing my turn, the other siren rang, and I was like so excited and so happy, because I'm on the fucking 3-wheel, big wheel, I'm so fucking cool. And then I'm done my turn, and I'm like, okay, I gotta go, thank you so much, and I gotta go, and I'm running, and I get home, and I'm like, and my mom is standing there like a fucking beast in the door. Where have you been? I've been so fucking worried. And it's like, but if you were worried, why are you so mad, right? Like, holy shit. And the feeling of like, oh my God, I don't care what the fuck ever is gonna happen and what big wheels or fucking anything. I'm gonna be home before the fucking first siren ever fucking stops again. Holy shit. That thing, of a parent who's mad or scared, and so they scare the shit out of their kids. Because when you got a grown-ass adult saying, where the fuck were you? I was so scared. Do you think, I don't think you look very scared. I think you look very mad. And if you really love me and you're happy I'm back, then why do you want to fucking kill me? Right? If you really love me and you're glad I'm here, then why the fuck do you want to kill me? You know what I mean? Like, whoa. I swear. ASS, I see you down there. And Shannon? I'm going to need to take a break soon. I've been on for 93 minutes solid. I haven't taken a break. You gotta go, and thanks for being here. Boom! Stony Faith, you just nailed it. In the 90s, we put Game Boys in our children's hands, and now they know how to run NASA. Or now they are the ones who actually invented the other games and the other stuff that exists now. I love the way that that's it exactly. So looking back, right? The benefit of all these things and how our world is today is because of all those 70s and 80s and 90s children that got certain equipment, used it, and then, whoa, went on from there. Yeah, I'm really not into like games and shit. Like sometimes or once in a while, but if I'm with a bunch of people and everybody wants to play games, and this has happened to me like even in the last year where everybody wants to play, so you have to play too, or it's like, no, why can't I just sit on the side and enjoy you guys? Why can't I just be the fucking cheerleader, right? Why do I have to be sitting at the table just because you guys like a game? Okay, so I'm at somebody's house, so now I have to participate in something even though I have zero interest, right? Like, why? It doesn't make sense to me when people like want everybody to do something. It's like, Holy fuck, right? I've been told I'm not invested enough. I'm there, but I'm not really there. But it's like, okay, I'm there, but I am there. I just don't like doing certain things, right? Oh my gosh. Hey, 217 Rebel Outdoors, welcome in. How's everything going? I don't find that way. He said, you can tell someone a fact and they will still say that's your belief. And I find this very strange. But why though? Why is anyone attached? So what if somebody doesn't believe your fact? Like, so what? Why are people still attached to wanting other people to, you know what I mean? If your fact doesn't resonate with somebody, like, so what? And we're all in such different paradigms. It's like for me that way when people like talk about like NPCs and AI, it's like, okay, I get it. I believe that that's a fact. I believe that that's happening in our reality. But guess what? I'm 50 fucking years old. I've been across Canada front to back, and it's not a part of my timelines or my reality. So why do I have to focus any fucking attention on that? Because I'm not a part of it. It's not a part of me. It's not a part of my life. You know, so because other people are in a paradigm in like whatever state or whatever country and living something, then everybody else has to fucking like focus on it. No, you focus on your country and your community and what's happening there, because if that, you know what I mean. Ugh. My truth is not your truth doesn't mean that both truths aren't real, right? SS, I pooped in as soon as you said that about facts. Popped in, pooped in. You had a big wheel, Saturnian son? Oh, dude, you're so cool. Never ever had one. I'd love to have an adult one. You had a green machine? Roar, those were the best. Right on. It was hard to steer, though. Oh man, I love those fucking things so much. I never had my own, and I I hardly even lived vicariously anybody else's, but
What are you talking about?
it's a sort of like, you'd have to look it up to see what it really was, but it's like big wheels back in the 70s and 80s. They were these like low down little three-wheeled things. I don't know how to explain it more, and there's knockoffs around sometimes.
Like those little
Yeah, yeah, you've seen some, but they're not the same as the cool ones we had back in the day.
little cars.
Yeah, basic. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know how to.
Earlier when I was growing up, so like
Yeah,
I'm trying to just pull it up.
how's it going, Shannon 222? Meeps, Eamon, how's it going, Meeps? I'm lurking again. Lurker, lurker, lurker. Oh, here we go. Meep says, son, I'm a lurker because I don't want to type. I'm just watching the wheels go by. The big wheels. You're eating, Shannon 222? Let me know what you're eating when you're not when your hands aren't busy. Amber, that's what I've been told, Jen, because I don't want to play. Yeah. Yeah. And it's that thing of like, why? It's the same as if you go somewhere and you tell somebody, I don't like olives, or I don't like mushrooms. Oh, try this, try this. Or, you know, I don't like scallops. Oh, try these, try these. Why? 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 Why do I gotta fucking try if I already told you I don't like it? Right? Or going to somebody's house and then you want ketchup on something, but then somebody's insulted because you want ketchup, but okay, if I have like, I don't know, shepherd's pie, it's like one of the only goddamn motherfucking things I have ketchup on, and that's the way I like it. I'm not insulting you because your shepherd's pie don't taste good. You know what I mean? I like it with ketchup. Or, you know, it's like as if we were all around a fire. I hope y'all don't think that I'm going to be the one talking all the time, because I'm the one that's probably going to be the most quiet and just sitting there and just kind of observing, and then you know, people are going to be like, but Genevieve, we watched you on a screen and you talked for fucking hours. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? Well, what's wrong is I was on a screen doing a live stream, which is basically my purpose and my job, and now I'm sitting by the fire and I don't got nothing to say. I'm not here to entertain everybody. I got nothing to say, right? Why can't I sit here quietly? There's nothing wrong. You want me to leave because I feel like being quiet, right? All of that. To accept people where they're at, and you know, I don't know. It's so simple to accept people where they're at and just, okay, you don't want to eat this, or okay, you don't feel like doing that. It's fine, right? And I think sometimes is that, some people don't mean what they say and say what they mean, so they want to be pulled up, right? They want to be like, oh, right? They want to be pulled up. And it's like, no, it's either a yes or no. It's a duck or it's not a duck. Hey, anonymity. How's everything going? You gonna talk today? You gonna just quiet? I listened to that song, the other night. I almost had it down pat. Yes, SS. All truths are real. Yeah. And they can constantly evolve, and one truth one day becomes like, whoa, that's not the truth anymore to me. There are things that just change, evolve, and contradict. Meeb's that way. I developed a mic phobia. You don't need to touch the mic to chat. Wonderful. Meep says that way. My last 4 songs are vintage, unplugged. Shannon, I did not sleep good last night. I'm feeling kind of depressed today. For no reason. Went to McDonald's and I got a double quarter pounder with cheese, and I'm lazy and I didn't want to cook tonight. And I went to the store and I got a lemon cake this time instead of a chocolate cake. Right on. Yeah. Just a lot of energy's coming through, right? Sometimes when we have that bliss feeling, to not have the bliss feeling and just be like, blah, it just is like, I want to go back, but it's like, no, you gotta rest a little bit, right? You gotta rest a little bit. And then when we can't sleep, oh my gosh, right, Shannon? Okay, it's like, I got barbecue, but I took 2 bites. Stony, y'all are making me hungry. Exactly, SS. Everyone's taste is different. Yeah. Why not, everybody's tastes are different, so why not elevate people to have their tastes without trying to, convince of anything that's, right? Because that's the thing, is that if you're at somebody's house and you don't like something, but it's there, and then, you can be offered it and you could try it, because sometimes what you didn't like before, somebody else makes it and you're going to love it. But just the fact that it's there and it's been offered to you, that's the beauty part. There's no, right? It's nothing personal if we don't like something. Jeez. Meeps, there's nothing that I want to eat right now. Yeah, I haven't eaten much today. I've been rolling on, I actually had 2 coffees today, which is rare. And rolling on water and strawberries, grapes, and cherries. I love key lime pie with graham cracker crust, SS. Saturnian says, truth is unchangeable. That's my definition. I think truth will, depending on what it is, sometimes will contradict itself and definitely changes. The truth that I knew when I was a child is different than the truth that I know now at 50. The truth that I knew when I was, young and married and thinking that this was always going to be my life, no, it wasn't, right? That wasn't my truth forever. Like, things change, they evolve, they contradict each other. They do. No way, Stony. I can make a damn good tiramisu that actually will get you a little buzzed. Right on. Yes, Shannon. The blah helps us appreciate the up days. Yeah. Anonymity dryer repair today. Drive belt broke. Right on. Did you use nylons to fix it or did you get like a professional belt? Is there a buckle on the belt? Ooh, I got my Jeep buckle. I know. It don't even make any sense. Just because nylons and fixing straps is, you know, I've done that with cars back in the day. Shannon, ever since I heard you say strawberries yesterday, I've been craving strawberries and I completely forgot I would have got strawberry cake. SS, I don't like cornbread, but this one dude made the best cornbread I've ever had. Boom. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? It is that thing of like, it's possible that something that you don't like will taste completely different, right? That's cool. Thanks for sharing that example. Creatrix Inc. I had a strawberry milkshake last night, but it was shitty. Hi, Nova. How's it going? Creatrix, yeah, I hate shitty cornbread. Dudes, cornbread is funny because in my, you know, I'm Canadian, so it's not a Canadian thing. And so when I finally was able to find like whatever it is, like cornmeal or whatever you use for cornbread, I was so proud and I bought that shit and I made my own cornbread and I was like, I don't even like this. I waited like, I don't know, 30 some years to have cornbread. I made it myself and I was like, you don't even like this shit. And so I've totally decided I will never taste grits by making them by myself because, yeah, no. And I will be open to tasting other people's cornbread because I know I probably did something wrong because I was just faking, right? I'm just a Canadian wanting to try cornbread, got the first cornmeal I could find, and it was not good. Okay, Mama Bear needs a freaking break because I can't keep yapping without a break. Right? Just a little. I'm gonna leave you with some tunage. Fix my hair a bit. Fix my hair. I'm just gonna wave it around till it like looks the way that I want it to. Oh. Thanks for staying, guys. Just gonna catch up to the... Doing good, Nova? You gonna go? Okay, thanks for being in here. Meeps, I'm not hungry or thirsty, not happy, not sad, not wanting to speak on a mic, not wanting to type, not wanting to laugh or cry. What am I, folks? Don't panic, I'm not dead. Ghost of Meeps. You're in the limbo part, honey. You're in the limbo part. Declan is one of my little dudes. Declan is actually a real life person in our reality, and he's one of our little dudes. So Declan is actually a child, right? He's Lily's age. So welcome him with like kindness and love because he's a little dude. All right? You don't feel like you're in limbo, Meeps? I am. I'm in a holding pattern. I'm in the waiting. I'm at the precipice. So that's why I say that, because otherwise everybody's different, but that's where I'm at. That way, some people say I don't like cornbread and have never even tried it. Exactly. And I tried the one that I made and I did not like it. Right? And I know someday I'm going to taste cornbread from somebody who's Southern, for real, authentic, and I'm going to love it probably. Right? Just because my experience with what I can have here in Canada, that's not, you know what I mean? Right? So. Some people are so fucking picky about what they eat. They eat the same goddamn thing all the time, right? And then they don't have an open mind for other things for sure. Their taste buds just don't even know how to experiment anymore. We're doing really good, Declan. Thanks for asking. How you doing, dude? Creatrix Inc. says, I don't know if I need the blah to appreciate the good days. Don't expect everything to be all shiz and giggles, but then I kind of do. Yeah, I believe it's completely possible for everything to be pretty much shiz and giggles, because even if you feel sad or mad, you can turn it to shiz and giggles all the time. But I do believe that when we have the bliss state, we do need to come down, and the way that it happens, it just feels yucky to not be in the bliss state. But that there's integration. Like the more downloads and the more energies that's coming through, we need time to integrate it. We can't just blast through without the integration of certain knowings, of certain emotions and certain things. It's just, so there needs the downtime. And essentially, it's yeah. It's just the way that it is right now, because I believe in the perpetual bliss state for real. I just, right? I don't know. Annie D, warm cornbread with honey butter, yum. Boom, honey butter. You just reminded me when one of my restaurants that I worked at, we made maple butter, and it was one of our trademark things that we would do. We would make a maple butter and bannock bread. The place was named La Bannick, Bannik. You can go Google it right now in Ville Marie, Quebec. Go check out Bannik, Bannik, Quebec. And, you know, that's where I got my biggest base of learning experience on, like, in that big compound of a place. It's huge. Right? There's cottages, there's campground. It's huge. It's changed a lot since I've been there, but it's always been like the biggest building, the biggest restaurant in the region that I'm from. And so we would make bannock bread in muffin tins so that it was all individual portions, and we served it with maple butter. Thanks for reminding me of that. You just gave me like a beautiful flashback of making the maple butter and how people just came because they love that taste so much. And it was like, oh, you know, when you're a chef and some of your most precious dishes or precious sauces or certain things are like, they're so simple, right? It's so simple. But to other people, it's like the awe and wonder of going to the restaurant, tasting something, but it's like, it's so simple, right? I had a caramel sugar cream, sucre à crème, 3 ingredients. And the only thing that was really important was the love we put into it and the stirring, the energy flow, the energy exchange of actually taking the time to stir as the butter and the sugar was integrating, and then add cream. Like 3 ingredients. But to master it, the only thing you had to do was spend the time and exchange the love, and it was like raw, right? I believe in simplicity with cooking, less ingredients, bang the flavor, boom. Anonymity, yeah, it's the same type of material as the belt on a car engine. Yeah. Annie, no dry cornbread. Annie D, I need advice on something that I'm writing. Cool beans. Write what you feel, sweetie. Amber, yeah, I'm going to call my brother and see if he'll come and look at my car. Fingers crossed. Yes, I wish it for you. And if it's not him, may it be somebody better. And by better, I mean, somebody who's really close and, not better than your brother, but just, there's a different timeline and it gets fixed fast, sweetie. Does the yucky thingy about, sorry, gonna say it, being a woman in this society, just to trust to bring your car to a garage these days, and how, like, what you're gonna come out of there as, when we don't have a masculine that can look at our car first and just bring a car to the garage, right? Like, let's say the masculine can't fix it, but that exactly what you're talking about when you go to the garage. There's a whole other level of when you have no fucking clue. Me knows. We even experimented with this back in the day, in the year 2005 till 2004 to 9. So back in that day when I had my restaurant, one of my friends who was a feminine came in and her car needed parts. So she had called like the parts place, blah, 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 and they quoted her a price. And she was like, okay, if that's the price, then order it for me. And then, she came and sat back down and she told the price at the table where we were all sitting. And one of the guys was like, are you kidding me? And she was like, well, no, that's, I just got off the phone over there and this is what he quoted me. And he's like, really? He's like, do you mind? I'm going to call. And she's like, why? She's like, because this is not the price. So he grabs the phone, and he, starts asking about the part. He gets quoted his price for the part, and then he says, just so you know, I'm in the same room as the woman who just called you, and you quoted her this price, and now you're quoting me this price, because I know what you're talking about, Willis. And he's like, who the fuck do you think you are to screw with women? Right? You gonna give her that price, or are we going to look somewhere else for a better price? And the dude on the phone, because it's small, rural area, local, right? Like, he knew what the fuck he was doing. He thought he could get $30 more because it was a chick. But because she was in the same room as other people, somebody else was able to go grab the phone and call him out on it. And it was so funny because, first of all, both of them called from the restaurant. There was mechanics sitting at the table and truckers like everywhere in the fucking restaurant, and it was like the biggest joke of like people laughing, and that the person on the phone knew that they had been totally busted at what they were doing. It was hilarious. But that's just not always the scenario, right? I've come out of garages with bills this big and had a masculine look at it, or somebody come in whatever and be like, holy fuck, and I was like, I know, but what the fuck, what do you want me to do? Well, what the fuck am I supposed to do, right? Like, I can't fix it. I don't have any nothing to do that. Okay, Stony. Yeah, Creatrix G took a much needed hiatus. Yeah. After that 1 hour mark, if I haven't moved, like, I know it's me that chooses to keep going, but you know what I mean? Like, oof. Thanks, Creatrix. Declan is G's little friend. Yeah. Yes, attorney, and Annie seems to have something to say. Yep, she'll write it out when she's ready, or she's writing it out now, right? We'll see what pops up. You had to resub to everyone again today, Shannon222? Okay, warning, guys, for, you know what I mean? Maybe check out your sub list, and especially your favorite peeps. Make sure they're still there. Yeah, Saturnian Sun, I love little dudes. Me too. You add honey and butter to your cornbread, Shannon222? Honey butter biscuits, rawr. Random Declan, tomorrow, can we meet at the park? Depends on the temperature, dude. I think tomorrow might be better than the other day. And depends on the temperature. I'll know by 11. By 11, Declan, if it's a good day for it or not. Meeps says, someone once said to me, Meeps, grow up. And I said, what? And ended up like you? Yeah. Oh no, honey, where did you get stung? I got stung by a bee today? Oh, darn. Oh, SS, thanks for telling me. Code is live. I'm going to jump in there for a few. Cool. Depending on how my energy goes, knowing that he's live, maybe I'll go there too sooner than later. I don't know. Click says Declan, are you okay? Sorry for the explicit cursing rant. Don't repeat it. On the bottom of your foot, the sting? Oh my gosh, that's what happened to Lily too a couple years ago. Does it still hurt? Did you get the stinger out, Declan? Yeah, I do know Declan, and I do know his parents, and they are well aware of how I speak, and they have always, you know what I mean? They get how I speak. They do. That being said, my stream is for us all. I don't mean to swear, just sometimes I pop off, right? It does hurt, eh, Declan? Ouch. Put some ice on it. Meep says, Jen, you've been live for 2 hours. Go eat and know the code is in the building. Yeah. I just have to finish my flow and what's guided of me. I haven't pulled any cards today, which I might not, but Shannon222, last year at the camping, I got stuck on the middle toe of each foot within about 2 weeks of each other. Ouch, honey. I got stuck, not stuck, stung. Excuse me for reading it wrong. Yeah. And about the swearing, yeah, Declan is very well aware that I might swear like a trucker and a race car driver, but that I don't say mean things, right? I don't say mean things, and I don't swear at people. We've had the conversation. Hey, Dec, we've had the conversation, eh? We stay in our authenticity no matter where we are, right? There's some parents or caregivers who feel very offended if swearing happens in front of their children, but then they'll let other people speak ill about other people. They will let other people say really bad things about other people in the presence of their children. So on some level, although I might seem like, oh my gosh, how I talk, but when I'm in the presence of children, the ripple effect of hearing me swear, because it's like, it's just a part of how I am, and there's just other, right? Versus knowing that nobody will get picked on or bullied, and I'm not all of a sudden going to be popping off saying, things that are cruel or mean or not accountable for my words, right? Aw, thanks, Random Declan. I love all you guys that are watching. Yeah, these are my people, sweetie. They're all over the world in different places. There's only a certain amount here right now, right? But these are my peeps. Catholics Inc. I was pointing at a plane for my dad when I was like 3. Yes, Meeps. Swearing is fine. Swearing with the intention to hurt others is not fine. Exactly, Meeps. There was a time, do you remember? Are you still here, Declan? I think you were here that day. I think maybe it could have been just Sawyer, but like a couple years ago, we were at the beach and a man and a dog and a woman came, and the man started swearing at the dog at one point. And I don't think you were there. I think it was just you know, the 4 of us, me, Sawyer's mummy, and you know, Lily. You could have been there. I just don't remember. But if you were there, Larry would have been there, and he what I can't remember. But anyways, so we were there, and then the man started swearing at the dog, and the dog didn't have a chain or a leash, because the man felt that it should be against the law to leash our dogs. But the dog was uncontrollable. Like, he hurt me by running up to me on the beach towel and just like boom, right? Happy dog, but big happy dogs hurt people. And this man just kept on swearing and swearing, and it was so violent, and it hurt us to our core, and we left. We just kind of looked at each other and we left. And then when we were gone from the area, that was the first thing us 2 adults said to the kids, is like, do you see the difference between somebody who swears and somebody who swears at something? How the violence of swearing at a dog can make us shake and want to walk away, and we're not staying in this. And the man was like, believe me, I just want to go, those guys you don't fuck with, right? He was not happy. And it was just like, but the difference, the violent tone, how it felt scary versus hearing somebody pop off and say certain swear words all the time that, wee, who cares, right? Right on. Hop on over to Dean's, guys, for sure. You back, Stony? Catrix Inc. That's good. I always hung out with older cussing-free people. Yeah. Okay, so I am not going to read the book because I'm going to just state out loud. This is the first card that came out yesterday. Is the first card again today. And like I'm going to say, like I said, like and I've been saying a lot, the message is not going to stop till the people who need the messages or have actually, you know, are an embodiment of it. Right? And full confirmation yesterday, I chatted with Anita on Instagram, and I saw cards that she had pulled, and guess what? She's pulling the reflection of the same cards. We're all pulling the same reflections of the same cards. We're on the same timeline, and those of us who are sharing certain things are going to be sharing the same things. Same thing's going to flip out of the decks all the time, said different ways, maybe different animals, different words, until the embodiment is there. Right? Honeybee, divine feminine, you are being called on to rise. This is for masculines and feminine. But you are being called on to rise. That call is not going to just all of a sudden go away, guys. The call is not just going to go away. Lily's in her room. Lily's in her room, Declan. Yeah, Declan has a dog. Declan, your dog, I've already confirmed with your mom and dad, when I'm going to be someday on the cover of the Rolling Stone, your dog is going to be on it with me. I asked your dad a 1.5 years ago, and I said, I know this makes no sense, but if ever I get on the cover of the Rolling Stones, can I use your dog? And your daddy said yes, and so did your mommy. And I stand by that, right? If I get on the cover of the Rolling Stones, it's going to be with a beautiful dog that's head is bigger than my butt, right? What kind of dog is your dog again? I forget, Declan. His dog is so big that when I met his dog, I sat in awe and wonder with my jaw dropped and saying, I feel like I'm in Harry Potter. And, you know, but not a yucky version of something, but this is like, I've never seen a dog so big in my reality. I've never seen a head so big in my reality. An English Mastiff. Thank you, sweetie. Like, I've never been in the presence of an English Mastiff like this. And the energy of this dog, the feeling, the bigness is just like, whoa. Shannon 222, please pull a card. I need to ask a question about Matt. He texted me again today and he wants to come see me for the weekend and I'm not sure. Well, damn, he's reaching out and wants to see you. That's already really big for a masculine. A lot of them are just hiding right now and not reaching out at all, even if they would want to see somebody, right? I'm going to pull 3 cards and whatever flows for you, Shannon. I'm going to pull them really fast, rapidly from 3 separate decks, and then I'll show them. You're welcome, honey. Thanks for asking. This is for Shannon because she's specifically asking for something for her with a masculine. But whoever's listening, if something resonates for you, it is going to be like the same message for your timeline. Okay, if that makes sense the way that I'm saying it. So if there's other people watching that kind of are wondering, you know, should I take a chance or should I not? Where am I at with, you know, this person that I'm really interested in this person, but I have no clue how to move forward, right? So I'm gonna shock you maybe a little, Shannon, with the fact that it's the same card that I pulled last time for you. One of them on your birthday. Hidden depths. Something hidden is about to come to light. Perhaps a secret or memory at the back of your mind. When we expose what's hidden, we can become free. And I'm not going to read the whole book because I know you know where you're at and the things that are coming up for you and what you need to deal with your own inner work. But I'm going to read the last, right, the part that stands out for me and is glowing. Dark black letters. It's not changed anywhere, but for me it's glowing. Another meaning for this card might be that someone you know is keeping a secret from you. Secrets are fine, but not when they hurt another being. And it's time for you to be honest with yourself and ask that others do the same for you. Be gentle with everyone concerned, including yourself, during this process, right? So the secret is that this man, Matt, really likes you on some level, because guess what? Once you like shove a masculine and tell them to fuck off, when they don't care, they do. They fuck right off. Unless he's like completely, you know what I mean, wants to play and use you, but that's your red flags. All I know is that the synchronicities of certain things with the names and certain things is too big for me to ignore, and all that I can feel is that mostly the secret that, you know, needs to come up is exactly how he feels. But in order for him to be able to feel safe in exactly how he feels, you really need to look at how you feel. Because guess what, Shannon? We've been screwed, chewed, and barbecued, so we're scared of keeping our heart open. So when a masculine actually that has the potential, to be a part of our life, those hidden depths of the things that everybody else said and everybody else did has to be dealt with. It has to be gone, right? Those men aren't him, right? Those men aren't him. That past is not him. And although he's a walking, talking meat suit of a masculine, he doesn't need all your baggage, right? He needs your open heart. And your open heart, you want somebody in your life, but damn, right? Like, the first thing that we do when we actually have somebody is push them away because we're not used to that, right? Or then when we want to pull them in, that's when they run away, right? They need to go hide for a bit. But at some point, it takes two people, takes two vulnerable hearts in order to make a connection. And whether this is a connection of intimacy, sexuality, or not, Shannon, the potential for this man to be like one of your best friends from the community and the outlying community that you live, that is there all the time, right? For you guys to surpass your bodies and just be friends, that potential is there all the time, right? Or to want the intimacy because that's what actually feels good. Only you guys can know. That's what comes up from the first card. And I'm sorry if I'm going to be behind a little bit in the chat. Mostly everybody went off to Dean's anyway, so it's the perfect time if anybody wants a card, right? I'm in flow. That's it. I'm here already, right? I wouldn't have been guided here if there wasn't a reason. The second card up is my lady Artemis. I pull on Artemis, right? For me, Artemis is one of my girls. Focus. Focus, focus, focus. Number 4. Artemis, in order to fully embrace the intentions you have set in motion and your current conditions, it's important to seize the moment. Now's the time you could truly make your mark. As the Greek goddess of the hunt, Artemis will help you guide your arrow. And not only is Artemis the goddess of the hunt, but Artemis is the goddess of small children and animals, right? So she's not a huntress per se, she's a protector of the small children and animals. And that gives me shivers head to toe because you are an embodiment of being a protector of animals, right, Shannon? You're already an embodiment of that. Surrender yourself to the process of whatever is calling for your attention. Immerse yourself fully in whatever needs your focus and allow for yourself the experience of deep, abiding trust, right? You have to immerse yourself in deep, abiding trust. You can't play games with him and like, yes, I want him. No, I don't. Yes, I trust him. No, I don't. Right? Otherwise, even if he, knows you're his future wife, potentially, how can he ever express it? How can he ever let himself into your heart if you don't trust him? Because ultimately, it's not about trusting him, Shannon. It's about trusting yourself. Right? You know what you want and the potential for him to give it to you without games or, bullshit in between is right there. It's like on the table, right? Because I know the background, because you speak openly here, but you've also spoken to me in the background, right? He's not going away. And just that, like, oh my gosh, a masculine that's trying and actually reaching out to you, and you're not the one, like, reaching out all the fucking time, that's huge right now, right? I know masculines who are like fucking fully in fucking love. They probably even know who their divine partner is, but they have zero ability to act on it. Like zero. Like the potential for certain people right now to be in like a super divine union, like the beginnings of a divine union is there all over the world for so many masculine and feminine that, I could, right? But you got to step up. You got to step up. I forget I want to see what you just wrote there. I love being chased. Yeah, the chase. The chase. Whose role is it to chase? unknown at some point. But at some point, for the divine feminine, we've lived a life of being, like I said, screwed, chewed, and barbecued. We have made our life happen. We have survived our life. And so therefore, like, I'm going to speak for myself. I've never been I've never had somebody put a consistent effort. I had to put in the effort to have my marriage come into fruition. My husband was so scared fucking shitless, you know what I mean? He thought I was too much for him, right? He would have never tried to be with me. I had to be the one, right? So I've lived already a reality where if I didn't fucking step up, yes, we would have still had the children, we had the soul contract, but it would have happened in a totally different way, right? Whereas, like, I knew he was my husband. I could see our fucking children. I saw the soul contracts. I knew. So I made it happen. But that didn't make it that it manifested a relationship where he was never able to, I didn't make him fucking, I don't like the word chase, but I made it so fucking easy for him. I laid down the path because it was meant to be, that he didn't go through certain steps of having to prove he knew how to speak or communicate, because I already had the soul contract and knew it was there. So I was willing to accept every single thing and anything because it was already, like, but you know what I mean? It was already real. I already knew. My body knew, right? My body knew. But the steps of him having to, this was 25, 20, 30 years ago, and he still is not there yet, right? If you aim true and your heart is open and pure, grateful for all the bounty that surrounds you, your deepest desires will manifest before you like magic. And then there's a third card. Third card is 16. 1 and 6 is 7. You ready? The royal you. Sovereignty, responsibility, self-confidence, self-rule, ownership of your feelings and actions, quiet sense of empowerment, being self-aware, not allowing outside influences outside of alignment with your truth. Do you know what it means to express personal sovereignty in your life? It's about knowing. It's about how you hold your inner sense of worth and integrity, secure in your belief that you have a unique purpose. It's about feeling comfortable in your own skin, knowing who you are and that nothing outside of you can challenge your actual authentic self, your hard-won seat of awareness that you have earned. You are the ruler of your mind. You're being invited now to consider what discipline you need to apply to your thoughts. Are they consistent with the values and the beauty that you intend for your life? It's important now to keep your focus. Boom, 2 different decks. And that word again, the focus. Keep your focus on what is right and good for you as well as for others, right? So it's good for you, but it has a ripple effect for a greater good, right? Challenges in your life at this time, no matter how large or small, must be met with measured response. If life sends you a challenge, can you speak up, set boundaries with grace and surety? Calm, intelligent leadership is called for now. Sovereigns know when to plan their battles, to stay out of unnecessary skirmishes, and strategically wield your personal power. Boom, guns down, right? That expression that we're using now, Shannon, guns down. Strategically wield your personal power. Now's the time to lead from your heart, your authenticity, and your integrity. Hold your head high, know your worth, and that is the mark of a true sovereign. And I can't help it, but the mark was mentioned twice, both the last cards, right? Yeah, you're gonna hit the mark if you're focused, and The mark of a true sovereign. Like double marks. That's big. Whew. Hope something resonates for you. And listen to your heart, baby. Shannon, I like him a lot, but I'm not good at relationships, and I'm trying to sabotage it before it can start. Or am I just being true to myself and asking for what I want? I'm not, girl, you're in sabotage, right? Because if you were asking for what you want is softness. You want to feel wanted. I don't like the word chase, but I can't find another word, so it's fully appropriate. But if anybody can think of another word, because it's not chase, there's another word. It's consistency that you want, right? It's not a chase. It's a consistent effort that sustains itself of you feeling that you are wanted. But no one can give that to you if you're not giving it back, right? So your lack of consistency makes it that he cannot have a consistency, right? So Shannon 222, I've not been in one single good relationship yet. Not with a man, anyway. Stony faith, pursue, yes. And part of the masculine, what's been emancipated and taken away from the masculine for a long time now in our society is the pursuing, the courting, that's the word, the courting phase. Boom. Squirrel Sniper said it months ago. When he met his wife back in the day, when they were young, they met at this random party. They were the only two straight people at a party that they were both gone to because they were invited and their friends were who they were and they went with their friends. So the only two straight people at a party who met. And then, like he said, he courted her. He rode his bike for miles and miles and miles to hang out with her, to knock on the door, look the daddy in the eye and hang out with her. And then when he had to go and it was time to go, to respectfully fucking leave and bike all the way fucking home. You know how much fucking effort that was? Right? Courting, showing consistent, being able to look a father in the eye, not playing games, not just, I know this is another generation, but people are not accountable now for anything. It's all like texting and bullshit. Nothing, you know what I mean? To have actual eye contact and any voice intimacy, they takes like so fucking much, right? Holy shitballs. Courting, that's the word. And how the masculine, when they do that, it makes them feel strong and powerful. It makes them feel worthy to court, to put the consistent effort. Obviously getting it back, right? You know what I'm saying? But still. And yeah, it's a big deal. And we're all on the same playing field, because even if your Matt had relationships that started off as amazing, or that he's lived beautiful love stories, they don't always finish well. So from the perspective of a feminine who's been screwed, chewed, and barbecued and whatever, blah blah blah, so has the masculine, right? There's masculine that when they were married, Shannon, they never had the right to do anything. So the breaking away of them learning how to be themselves, that's a lot of work, because when you've been with somebody for like 2, 5, 10, 20 years and you were never allowed to speak up, you were never allowed to say anything, you were told what to wear, told what to eat, certain things. Like, this is real, guys, right? marriages, relationships are not all pretty in the background. It's not just women that get told. More men get physically abused than women, sometimes on average, but women can cry out. Women have shelters, right? You ever met a man whose wife fucking beats, knocks the shit out of him whenever she fucking feels like it, and he never, you know what I mean? It's not funny what masculine have been through, and that they can't share, or that when they do share, can you imagine a guy going with his guy friends somewhere and saying like, my wife beats me? What do you think the biggest fucking joke would be in the room, right? Masculine are not, unless they have friends that are embodiment. Whoa, if a man says that, you ever met a man who's been raped? Because I have. But when men tell their story of being raped, men don't react well, and other women usually will laugh as well. But I've held space for masculine, and it's like, when a masculine of a certain age says, like, no one ever believes me, I was raped. And it's like, I believe you. I know it's possible. Your penis can be, like, worked on and done stuff, and yeah, you don't consent, but it's still hard enough to do what the person is doing to it, guys, right? Or just imagine, right? So yeah, what masculine has been through, we assume that, no, everybody's walking wounded. Nobody that's on this planet right now had everything, the ultimate relationship, because if they did, they'd still be in it, and we wouldn't even be a part of their timelines, because they're not a part of our frequency, or they're the people that come in to kind of be those mentors of like, whoa, there's an actual example of love, right? There's an actual example of love. Real, true love, not like, codependency and puppets and all that shit, right? And that's why the divine unions that need to come into fruition are the new examples of what true unconditional love is, to be portrayed, to be shown for the world. Some people are going to be in a divine union and they're going to perform together. They're going to create, certain, they're going to co-create. Other people are not going to be on stage singing for other people, but the ripple effect of seeing them in love, in the community, in the family, is going to ripple effect for others. Whoa. I've never seen a man and a woman who are not like codependent, or who don't play games, or, she leaves and then he's not acting a certain way, that he feels safe in himself, even if she went, off to do something for work, or, right? Or, you ever seen those couples that don't text each other all day long? And you're like, some people are, what do you mean you don't text your husband all day? Well, why would I text my husband all day? If I need him, I'll let him know. If I want to just, but why would I bother my husband at work for 8 hours? Right? My dude, my ex, he was a heavy equipment operator, in and out of service. And it was, I text him if I need something, or if there's a reason. Or that thing of like, oh, I know it's lunchtime and maybe he'll be in a service area, or maybe he won't. And hey, baby, I love you. And like, oh, here's a boob shot for you. Just the cracks, right? But still, you know what I mean? I respected that he went to work. He was operating heavy equipment. And it wasn't supposed to be that he looked at his fucking phone all the time, or that he felt, right? Anything. Like, wow. People don't even realize to what point they're codependent, and they don't even let somebody go off to work and have their work day normal without, blah, 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 like spamming. I saw a girl not long ago, her partner is being dropped off from work. He's not even out of the vehicle, and she's screaming at him from afar, "Why are you wearing a sweater today? It's hot." And she screamed it like 4 or 5 times. He wasn't even out of the fucking vehicle. He was talking to his coworker, figuring out what's for tomorrow. And meanwhile, this, blah, 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 why are you wearing a sweater? It's so fucking hot. Why are you wearing a sweater? It's so fucking hot. Why are you wearing a sweater? It's so fucking hot. What the fuck? Shut the fuck up. Right? Shut the fuck up. He's not even dropped off. He's not even out of the fucking vehicle. Right? I'm surprised she wasn't fucking texting him. Why are you, what the fuck? Get out of the car faster. I need to tell you have a sweater on. I think he knew he had a sweater on. I think that when men go to work construction, they put layers on sometimes for safety that has nothing to do with what the fucking actual temperature is outside, right? Oh my God. But just that example the other day was so shocking to me. Like, she couldn't even let him get out of the fucking car and the truck and was expecting a fucking answer. Like, wow. Blows my mind. Personally, I've had amazing, beautiful experiences. I've lived love stories. Right? I've lived amazing, beautiful love. I would have never got married if I didn't. I would have never stayed if I didn't. When I realized that it wasn't beautiful in the way that I thought it was anymore, it was done. I never had like narcissistic, gaslighting, true behavior in my 40s and late 30s because I needed to experience those things, but I had never experienced it before. Right? So yeah, and one of the reasons I had beautiful love stories is because I left when it went, or I stopped the relationship when it felt toxic. I stopped it, right? Once it started to feel toxic or not good or not pure, that I was completely unheard, or, I'm saying that, and it's like I didn't even see it coming. I had been with my husband for 11 years, and I didn't even see it coming that we weren't happy, even if we weren't really sleeping together, and we were just both busy with work. And then when the kids, and then with work, like of course we never see each other. We never really have intimate moments. This is normal, right? Until I realized, like, no, this isn't normal. We could find out there's plenty of time. Instead of watching movies, watching TV, we could be like giving each other massages and talking about our day. We got plenty of fucking time. Just the time is like focused on like the bullshit everywhere. All right? But yeah. And the soul contract was over. That's it. The soul contract was over. You get it, eh? What I said, Creatrix Inc. earlier? That's how I know to pick at cards. They glow brighter than what's for me. Yeah, same. Um, and for a lot of things, or like how the syncs in a word and just everything, there's a glow. It's different. Shannon 222, I've pushed him away and pissed him away and pissed him away. Pushed and pushed and pushed him away, and he keeps coming back. And I really think he's the one because the universe keeps showing me his name everywhere. Matt, Matt, Matt. I know. Believe me. Yeah, Shannon, it is. I gotta get rid of the baggage. Whoa, Shannon. The last time I talked to him, I was told him it was love or nothing. And that was 2 weeks ago. I'm falling for him really bad, but I just don't want to mess things up. Just be yourself. And just saying that, I'm falling for you, I don't want to mess this up. Just that is the beginning of something. Like open a gate, right? I don't think we cannot fuck up what's meant for us. We can delay it, we can make it hurt, right? Been there, done that, bought the fucking t-shirts. We can make it hurt. We can't bypass if it's for you, right? But you can pour. It's like we are gifted the opportunity. We can manifest a love story from A to Z, or we can have certain things all the way in between everywhere, right? It's all ego, it's all the past, it's all the wounding, and it's all about just opening up, letting it all flow. That's it, right? I mean, it sounds so simple, but it's not, because it takes two people with a consistent effort. It doesn't matter if one person is ready and talking, if the other person is not, right? It doesn't matter if one person's ready to open their heart if the other is not. It takes two. It takes two. Stony, just close up your baggage. Put it in the closet for now, Shannon. As the relationship happens, then You open up that baggage a little. I don't resonate with that part, Stony. I think it's more about transmuting the baggage, that the baggage is empty. It doesn't exist anymore. And that allowing to see this person for who he is without bringing out the baggage every time, the baggage is empty. So if there needs to be something that goes in, all that's going to do is recreate the matrix programming, right? So if tomorrow she gets mad or, puts more baggage in a different box, that's not the way through anymore. It really is the open heart and the not allowing for any baggage to accumulate, right? We must transmute and not allow for the baggage to be there, right? It's, you know what I mean. And seeing it, anybody remember Jerry Maguire? The line where she and him, I forget her name, but Jerry Maguire and her, the character, Renee Zellweger's character, when they go for supper and they're talking, and then she just looks at him and she says, how about we don't do this? How about we don't rehash our past? How about I don't tell you my bad stuff and you don't tell me your bad stuff and we just go from here? And I got shivers everywhere because that's it. Even now within, okay, an awakened collective community, everybody still wants to rehash and tell their new person that they want to be with, well, the reason that I might be like wounded or the reason I might act up is because this and this and this happened. But what about seeing somebody for who they are and not telling ourselves that what happened to us is going to rehappen again, or that we have to explain, right? Why or what? Like, is there a reason to say the past? Yeah. But no, on some level, right? You're not hiding anything if you decide you're not going to talk about all the yucky shit that ever happened. It will come up in the wash when you're having regular conversations, but just because it's facts, right? There's a difference between, okay, this and this happened in my life. It's just a fact. I can eat popcorn when I talk about it, or I'm going to lay down the stuff that happened so that you know not to do this to me. Because here, I'm going to say this. Every masculine that I've ever had in my life where I said, like in the last 15 years, where I said, like, these certain things, every certain thing was clicked off and happened again, right? I hand served what my demons were for the person to do it again on a certain level. Would an embodied masculine do that? Well, no, but you know what I mean? How do you keep a masculine in his full embodiment, and a feminine is by seeing each other for who you are instead of everything else. Hey, E-Greens, how's everything going? Sorry I'm super late in the chat. I was completely focused on like 1 3-card reading here. And the reading, like I said, Shannon asked. That's why I chose the cards that I did. But, this is for more than one person. It really is. Yeah, it does. It looks like a crown with a flower below it. Yes, Annie. The bee again, and the bee again, the first card out. Hi, Creatrix. Shannon says 2 weeks ago he said he only wanted to be a fair, and I told him I only wanted love and goodbye. And then he texted me today again. I think he wants love, but he's like me and afraid. We will go slow and enjoy it. Exactly. Exactly, honey. There's no, you know what I mean? Yeah. You're welcome, Shannon. I love chocolate too. You keep buying double chocolate gelato, Creatrix? Right on. I'm not craving chocolate so much, and I don't know, since even before Christmas. When I was with my family at Christmas, my sister was shocked. She's like, there's chocolate everywhere. I put chocolate as bait everywhere, and it's not even getting eaten.
Yeah,
None of us were craving chocolate.
There was literally chocolate everywhere.
Creatrix, I was at my parents' house and I devoured the chocolate chips. Chocolate love. To a certain point, Stony.
Does it smell bad?
Nope.
Okay.
Stony says, but another person coming into your life, they need to know what's going on in their life. Like about the past ones, I would want to know. I don't know, Stony. It's like, yes, but no. Because if we keep rehashing, okay, this is all the stuff that happened to me and exchanging all these stories, like, yeah, like, I haven't been through certain things yet, so I don't know. Or you could put it right directly in that dirty water. I say dirty, it's not dirty. Yeah. I don't know how to like respond to that in a way, Stony, because for myself, I have two examples in like movies of what I believe love to be. I just named one, Jerry Maguire, where she says like, do we have to rehash all our past? They decide not to. They still have their stuff they gotta live, you know, and then they get through it. And then my only example of a movie that I believe to be romantic is the old Quentin Tarantino movie, True Romance. Right? You got two people, they met, and they were in love, and they never had, throughout that whole movie, the he said, she said, and the her going to girlfriends and him going to guy friends. They met, they decided they were in love, and they were all in. That's it. True romance. That's my idea of true romance. You meet, you know that's your divine other or your partner to be, and you just do it. That's what I believe. The whole bullshit, shit show, and all that stuff is all just fucking games to me. I believe a king knows his queen, and I believe a queen knows her king, and you just get on with it. Especially now, right? Especially now. If I am in my integrity and my honor of who I am, nobody can just dangle stuff in front of me or try to woo me or flirt. Like, none of that fucking works. None. Zip. Fucking zero. But I have gene keys inside of me that are meant to be awakened, and no one else can fuck with them. Only my divine other will be able to, like, boom, 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 make me feel things. That's it. That's it. Right? That's where I'm at. But my divine other has to want to do the boom, boom, boom. He has to be ready for his boom, 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 right? Otherwise, even if I, you know what I mean? Even if I knew and have known for years, guys, who my divine other is, if he's not ready to put in the effort and be ready to go, okay, that's it. I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. Why? Because I don't want to live of, you know, all the bullshit. I've been there, done that. I'm 51 years old. You know when you know. And then we're here to co-create, manifest heaven on earth. I'm ready to go, right? That's it. I'm ready to go. We're manifesting heaven on earth. How are we going to co-create and make things that are for a greater good? That's where I'm at, right? So all of the stuff, you know what I mean? I have done the work for what I needed to say out loud for the last 3.5 years through my YouTube journey, and how my masculine chooses to get his baggage out of his way is his journey, not mine. Right? You want me to come help unpack your baggage, baby? Okay, then get your butt over here, like within my reality, whatever it is, and let's, you know, you need me to hold space. I do it for everybody else. I can do it for you. Right? That kind of thing. You need to have witness. You need to get stories out. And if it has to be me, I can witness it all. But it's got to be move on after. Right? In the sense that it's time to go. The train is leaving the station. The games that humans play in a meat suit are done. They're done. It doesn't exist anymore. How do we know ourselves now? And simple. Only humans complicate shit with the past, because the past doesn't exist. The past is gone. The woman that I was who got married doesn't exist anymore. The woman that I was that, you know, lived this trauma or that trauma, she doesn't even exist anymore, like at all. Like zero part of her is inside of me. They are all like, it's me still, but all those fractals of myself that got broken, got hurt, realize why why every single thing had to happen. Every single one, even the most, right? I get it so much that I'm thankful for it. I mean it. I don't just say it because I read it in a spiritual book and then I'm going to say this out loud, but then I'm going to drag on other things, right? I don't know if that makes sense, but that's just what flows out. We are not who we thought we were. We're not who we have been our whole life. So, you know, there's certain things that if we keep on bringing them in to our new reality, we're not letting go of the old one. Shannon 222. I just now figured out who the new me is, and now I think he's going to go through the same thing. And it is. This is kind of fun. Yes, it is. Creatrix, I don't need all the details, but if we want to heal, we have to face it. Exactly. But I've healed myself. Right? I have done the work. I have done it. I'm there. So are there things that I still am scared of? Yeah. But if I had somebody who was ready to hold space and witness that, there's certain things that, yeah, right? But it's not me anymore, right? it's the 5D me that wants to be seen and wants to be part of this new world, right? This the newness of how do we write the scripts, right? Stony are bad, but our baggage is our past, hurts and secrets, right? That shouldn't be bad to tell a lover. No, I don't think it is at all. But is your past baggage and past hurts and the secrets and the stuff that happened, does it need to be carried over? Right? Because everybody's coming from a different place. Some masculines and feminines or partners, divine partners, will come together, and yes, they will finish. Although I'm speaking this way, like I have stuff too, but not in the way of a certain timeline, if that makes sense. I don't know how to say it, the words. Créatrix. I stopped telling people stuff about my life. They're on a need to know basis. Yes, I read what is needed to know, right? But if I, potentially, like, let's say if I meet somebody and I trust and I allow for the relationship to unroll the way that it could, if I'm not bringing up past stuff, isn't the potential of the sanctity of the newness of not bringing in the old all the time. And not because holding it in as a secret, but that it's just not a part of my timelines or my life. Like, it's done, been there, done that. You gonna go fishing, Dak? Right on. We'll see about tomorrow. It's really stormy here. Have fun. I hope you get some fish. Créatrix, I was so proud of my baby self once I knew about those hospitals. That way, I was born on the freeway between Visalia and Bakersfield, and I was raised on a mayonnaise farm. When I got to 8th grade, my brother ran me over with a backhoe. Sparks commenced my face, caught on fire. My daddy came off the porch and then pulled it out with a rake. I grew up and I joined the ROTC where I majored in towels. I don't know if I pulled that together good, but I did the best I could. Stony Phage, much love, kisses whoever wants, much love in your, oh, thank you. See y'all later. Later, alligator, for sure. Twix says, I know that area that way, or I used to. Is it close to Magic Mountain? I can't remember. I just got Bakersfield, the song coming up in my hey, you don't know me, but you don't like me. You don't care just how I feel. How many of you could sit and judge me, ever walk the streets of Bakersfield? Stony, Genevieve is a take no shit from a man, loves it. But Stony me has taken a lot of shit from a lot of men. That's why I am where I'm at, right? I have. I've played every role of, not putting myself first. A lot of things. I've played all the roles, right? Shannon 222, ain't love grand. I feel like this is a big chance to get rid of my baggage and to be that new person and to actually grow spiritually and learn what love is. Exactly. That's beautiful, Shannon, and that's it exactly. Roar, Créatrix. Boom, girl. You rock. Créatrix is like, somebody stole my baggage. Thank goodness. Good one, honey. Shannon, I'm going to stop running. Créatrix says, running from what? And then Créatrix Inc. says, running from the man. Shannon 222. I love strong alpha men. I've never really known a strong alpha man. And that's not really how I would describe the masculine or what I would need or want. You know what I mean? I pull on the masculine so much that I would probably need a masculine who is more in his feminine than masculine on some level, so that I could be balanced in some way by somebody who knows how to be soft and gentle, because that is hard for me, right? The softness and the gentleness is hard for me. So truly, what I believe that I would need is not like super strong alpha, is the more like the gentle, like a man who's so gentle that I've never had, because I've never had the gentleness, right? Even from the feminine in my life, it's very rare that I have had the gentleness. So the reflection of needing like gentler, softer, right, is probably what's going to balance me out and be the best for me. But me has no clue, right? Me has not lived any of this yet. Creatrix, running doesn't feel good in my bones. I like to walk and smell the roses. Oh, Creatrix, I hate running. You will only see me running if there's a very good reason, or if I just want to shock somebody, right? So yeah, I'm not joking. I don't run. I don't like the impact on my boobs, and I don't like the impact on my knees. I don't like running at all. So I'm a walker, a skipper, and a jumper, right? Sometimes a little leaper, but I'm not a runner. But yeah, sometimes I'll like run to shock a Lily, like, because I never run and race with her. So sometimes I will and just shock her. I can still see her, and she's like 5.5 or 6, and she wants to have like a contest of running, and I'm like, no, you know I don't run, but then I do. And she's like, her eyes get all big, and Mom, you know how to run? Yeah, I know how, I just don't like to, right? And I've done the thing where I run after a bus, and I run and I run and I run after a city bus, and when I get to the bus and I'm like, oh, I'm so glad you stopped. And he's like, well, of course I stopped. I'm at the terminal. I'm here for 15 minutes. And I'm like, what? And he's like, you just ran after the bus for no reason. And everybody in the bus is fucking laughing. He's like, I'm parked for 15 minutes. I was like, oh, fuck. Right? This is what happens when I run. Everybody fucking laughs at me. Not even joking. Oh. Creatrix Inc. I get it. The baggage is not me anymore. So you don't have to keep rehashing. We can begin again anew and do whatever based in past events that propel me forward to betterment. And Creatrix Inc. says, yeah, I've been marathoning since birth. Here's the baton. Good one. Here's the baton, bitches. Somebody grab it, because I ain't doing it no more. And I can't help it. I got Colin Baton Rouge, the song, up in my head now. I don't know. Creatrix Inc. says, what the fuck is a mayonnaise farm? And I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe I read all that shit out loud. That way, I'm just a goof who loves himself. You just said mayonnaise farm just to get to me, because you know mayonnaise is my jam. Creatrix, you know what I mean, eh? Yeah, gentler is something I've encountered a lot. Same. So it's like, you know, I would think that's what I hope is coming into my reality, because I've never had that, right? Yeah, I love swimming too. I like floating better than swimming, to be honest. Yes. Creatrix, the secret to swimming is in the hippie shake. The hips, yes. Be like the dolphin. Yeah. I like just turning and flipping and just going like this and turning my body in the water, like stuff like that. I know my arms aren't doing the right moves, but yeah. Oh my gosh, it's 8:30 in the real world here in Eastern time. Ooh, my little corrector says it's actually 8:26. Thank you. Same, Creatrix Inc. Yeah, I actually float more than I actually swim. Same. But I do swim, but yeah. 7:30 for you, Shannon 222. I am going to read the book of this because it's not something that comes up super often, but the swan does come up. But I think the card is really beautiful. I'll get some softer words and stuff rolling out of me, right? Swan, graceful transformation. I love how they say graceful transformation, and transformation is beautiful. And it's like, it's not so graceful and it's not always so beautiful. But hey, I'm going to read the card anyway. Swan, graceful transformation. Soften your heart and find your flow. A swan is a beautiful symbol of the divine feminine, asking that you pay more attention to your intuition and instinct. Swan has an angelic energy that brings grace, guiding and encourage you to soften your heart even further. Swan will help you to find your flow. She'll be your guide, connecting you to your higher self, where she can connect to the angelic realms above and bring down that higher guidance for you. Also, she asks as you stay true to yourself, shine your inner light, your inner beauty bright, so that the world can see it. Looking into the future, the swan will help you accept healing and transformation, where you might be guarding and protecting yourself. Are you ready for this part, Shannon? Her energy is a gentle healer, and the swan is a sacred to Aphrodite, goddess of love, and they together nurture true love. Boom. I'm a driver. I'm a winner. Things are going to change. I can feel it. It's 5:30 for you, Creatrix Inc. And I just got out of bed, the barbecue and the Chico cake. 46, gold, the future. This is my card for Trace B. Whenever I see this card, I think of Trace B. Gold, the future. Skuld, the future. As you set your intentions for the life you desire, the Norse goddess Skuld comes in to show you glimpses of your future. You experience these magical journey markers as a flash of insight and moments of inspiration, like an echo of something that exists in another dimension. It's fun when things turn out exactly as you predicted, but remember that the essence of your intention means more than the form. Goddess Skuld, who rules the destiny of gods and man, says that remaining true to the moment is your greatest power. Allowing the self to evolve as you go, discovering new things today sets the path for your destiny to unfold. The power of the present and how you respond to life's potential is the potent fertile seed for the future. In order to claim the future, you must attend to the now. And even then, nothing is guaranteed and everything is infused with magic. Love you too that way. Beatrix the ladybug. Did you see? I think you did, eh? See my community post with the floaty thing that we found for the water? Hey, Trace. Oh, he loves you. He was thinking about you, sweetie. My lady. Yeah, the floaty reminds me of a ladybug because it's red, black with a bit of white. I don't know how we're going to carry that thing to the beach without getting swept away if there's wind or whatever, but we'll figure it out.
I never thought of that.
We'll figure it out. Trace, I love you too. Been listening in. Aw, thank you, sweetie. I can't say that I could feel and know that you were there, but when the card came up, it's just like, that's my Trace B card. Oh my gosh. Thank you. My daughter went to the store with Lily and got Lily makeup. I know, she's only 10, but it's part of her interests. And, what? I was not, whatever. Anyways, and she found me nail polish remover that's not so yucky. So, Trace, I knew you didn't feel me today. Oh gosh, no, I feel you in general, maybe, but especially right now, I'm really making sure to focus on who's on the screen and not try to allow myself to think of who's in the background, Trace, because it's just too hard on me for right now. Meaning I got people that are not consistent in my life, but they're watching me on the screen, and if I think about it, it's gonna make me feel really bad, and I'm gonna take that personally, right? Okay, but it's hard, right? It's very hard to be here for 3.5 years consistently, and then some people would rather look at me here but not give me a sustained energy at all in the background. And I get it, it's not personal. I get it that they are not ready, or I get it that we're not meant to have, contact or intimacy or vulnerability or trust, but it hurts to be watched over and over again. And really, one thing that happened the other day after my live stream, and I went and I put my live stream private, is I said certain things. So I actually had somebody reach out and say, like, should I get in the car and start driving to you? And that scared the shit out of me, because it's like, wow, here I am speaking openly for tribe and speaking openly for gathering and speaking openly for certain things. And it's like, whoa, like, how the fuck is my magnet being crossed with other people? Like, it's enough to make me want to shut this down and never fucking look at YouTube again, because it's like it feels like it's not fair, right? I've manifested to have people think of me in certain ways for fucking years now, but the one divine other that I do this for and with the intent of I will be found, you know what I mean, that's not happening. But the other experiences that are happening in between, right? So it's getting hard sometimes, Trace. I just don't even believe anymore that anybody that I've ever had contact with could be a part of my timelines of being my divine masculine. Because if you've seen me and watched me, and you know how much it's fucking hurting me to be like seen in certain ways, and that you can't be, that there's no way that anybody here is actually a part of my divine timeline of, because otherwise a king knows his queen. He would not let his queen go through certain things, and I stand by that. Appoint me. Appoint me. I don't know how to translate exactly what appoint me means, but it basically means like the crossroads, the precipice, the edge of something. Okay, I don't, because the way sometimes French people will just translate word for word, it doesn't translate well, but it's like a precipice, crossroads, like right? We're at the crux point. That's what this card is. Creatrix, I put my messages out there in the universe, and all kinds of stuff comes back to me. It's not always I expect it, unfold, mysterious, and it makes me feel alive. Yeah, I'm at the opposite spectrum, where I feel like if Source, Creator, my higher self asked me to do something, but then instead of the thing that that my ultimate purpose is for, I don't want to be looked at and seen, and it's pissing me off, and it's just like, what the fuck, God? Like, why, right? Why all these other things gotta be, right? It's not only pissing me off, but it hurts. It hurts to be desired, by a lot of people that potentially, like, I can't give back to any of those people what they would want from me. I can't. There's nothing inside of me that would want. It's not that somebody is not worthy. It's not that somebody is not beautiful. It's not that somebody doesn't have an amazing soul. I couldn't be with them even if I tried. They're not, right? So the feeling of being wanted yet never having somebody to touch, look at in the eye, or actually have a sustained, consistency with is like, I don't know, it's like yucky to me. It doesn't excite me. It doesn't make me feel good. It's not mysterious. It's just plain old stupid to me, right? Why did you tell me to show up and do something if the other person is not showing up to do it as well? Like, what the fuck? That's where I'm at, right? Why you tell me to do this shit? Why you tell me to do this shit? And, if I'm playing my part, where's the one that plays his? That's it, right? To me, it's just that easy. That's just that simple. I showed up. I've been doing it for 3.5 years. It's not like I just showed up and expected it to fall into my fucking lap. I've been working, dedicated, consistently 3.5 fucking years. So yeah, I keep reading these cards where the magic and the divine timing and this and this and that. So it's like, okay, what more do you want from me, God? Right? What more do you want from me, my higher self? I've lost my, everybody in my family. I've lost everything of my life that had any kind of whatever. So where's the new life to show up? Where's the new stuff? Right? At some point. And I already know how my life path can be. I can be guided and redirected to something completely different in the next 24 hours or 2 days where, like, holy shit, I was on Facebook for years and thought I had found people in my tribe, real tribe, and now we're like 15 fucking years later, and here I am doing it again, completely differently, way more elevated. It's all about sinks and flow, so it's huge. But it's like, is this what's going to happen? I'm going to be pulled out of this timeline, and it's just going to have been to have meet the people that I met across the world, because I've made solid foundations of people. But right? Whoa. And I don't feel like reading in French right now. Yeah. Like, I really understand, Creatrix Inc., that we were meant to be stripped of what we thought our 3D world was, because it wasn't, our highest, best self, and blah, 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 blah. But at some point, right? At some point. Okay, I constantly feel like I got to the ballpark or to the train station, and I'm like, this is it, and then there's nobody there. Like, I mean, we're talking years of thinking this is it, and I'm at the ballpark waiting, and it's like, still the tournament's not started because there's nobody else here, right? That kind of thing. The changes roll through at snail's pace. Love you too, Shannon. Armadillo. Set healthy boundaries. I'm not going to read more than that. Set healthy boundaries. Number 3. I still can't believe, Shannon, that this, well, I still can't believe. I'm in awe of my own tools sometimes, of how, right? It's just, but the same card for your birthday that came up today. Like, if I, you know what I mean? If I ever doubted that I can't make this shit up and nothing's going to change of certain messages, because that's it. That's the message. Yeah, I know. That's exactly what I thought. Texas. Best part is the armadillo. That's exactly what I thought when I pulled the card. Source knows that my lifelong wish and bucket list is like to see an armadillo. That's for sure. Ooh, look in a book. Whoa, okay, ready? I've never seen this card, guys. Look in a book. Whatever your question is right now, you'll find the answer in a book. The words you seek will bring the insight that you seek. I read it wrong. I'm going to read it again. Look in a book. Whatever your question right now, you'll find the answer in a book. The words you find will bring the insight you seek. So I don't know who this is for specifically, but this means, you know what I mean, that if you're walking by somewhere, it could be a bookstore, it could be your own house. If there's a book that stands out to you, grab it. Sometimes it's about reading front to back. Other times it could be in the title, could be in the back, could be in the picture, could be that thing where you just open to the random page, but be ready. Go grab your message. The message is going to be in a book, right? Don't know who this is for. Don't know, you know, could be for all of us. We're all going to have a synchronicity, find a message in a book. Mina knows, right? Could be for one person who sees this tomorrow. I don't know. But the answer that you are seeking is in a book. And a little bit like we talked about earlier, things glow when they're for us. Feel the glow, right? When you're guided. If you walk by and you've been looking at a certain book already in your home, and that just that book stands out, you already know. Go look at it. Go grab it, right? Go, because you already know that there's a book that's glowing for you. Or if there's a book that you've been meaning to buy, if there's a book you want to order online but you keep putting it off, do it. Get it. Right? For me, this is not a sync at all right now, but keeping my awareness open just in case, right? Like, I mean, this could be for me that, I don't know. But if, especially right now, if there's a book you've been meaning to read and you put it off, get to it, right? Just everything in size, right? If you already know, grab it. Yes. I think I even shared that song the other day in a community post, and if I didn't, well, I sang it over and over on repeat. Creatrix, who wrote the book of love. Yeah, we are the ones rewriting the books of love, right? We really are right now, whether we know it or not, and whether we're, you know, we are. That way, I'm a billboard. Is your name William? Are you bored? Get it? No. Have you ever been to sea, Billy? Ten. Buffalo Spirit, the abundant universe will provide. Indeed. Thank you to those who share through PayPal with me and Lily Rose. You are so much appreciated. I tend to want to not name names, do not point anybody out or anything. You know who you are. Thank you so much. Buffalo. Buffalo is also my super sync with Witch Moon, Angie Witch Moon, who is in Texas, by the way. So boom, double syncs for the armadillo and the buffalo, because they're both cards that remind me of Angie. Hey, Heidi. Heidi, the very words I typed earlier is I've always looked at books from front back to front. Roar, really? I've always been a front to back, and I've never cheated to see the end of my most exciting books ever. No matter, like, I would stay awake all night or binge staying awake 2 nights in a row to finish the book without cheating, of knowing what was going to happen. And then it got to be in my life where I read so much that I always knew what was going to happen on some level. And whenever I had a book that actually moved me enough and I didn't know what was going to happen at the end, that was the best feeling, right? Thank you, Heidi. Nice to see you too. Lovely to see G in this time. Yeah, I know that Code is streaming. We had a couple people go that way, and I feel like at this point that me and Code, like Dean is doing his like masculine dude stuff, I'm doing the feminine my side stuff, and some people are just bouncing back and forth. I can see my numbers go up and down, right? So whoever's meant to be where they're meant to be, right? I think it's pretty cool. You know what I mean? Like we're both holding a different space, yet within, I can, like I said, I can see the numbers go from like 5 to 12 and 9, like, so, you know what I mean? The popping in and out, and I'm not saying everybody's going that way or this way, but I can feel some people are. Yes, Heidi. I'd also look at the Bible by reading whatever page it opened up to. Let the wind blow and turn the pages. Yes. Yes, same. I have read the Bible front to back in my life, but it's not something that I really believe people should be doing, to take word for word, and just getting the sections of it is more beneficial. Oh, damn. I wasn't aware of that, Heidi. I know that there's like the certain things and stuff, but I didn't know that. Sorry, sweetie. Organic code is not talking to me. I wasn't aware. I wasn't aware, and I'm seeing how sometimes, you know, I go into his stuff, then I go into Matrix, and then some people are there, some people are not, and it's like I just try to, like, I'm not quite sure who's where and who's not anymore, because like everybody's everywhere still for me, right? So, Creatrix, it's hot as hell over here. Creatrix Inc. It's Hasselhoff, Elvis, food in bed mode. Is Hasselhoff in bed like Elvis too? I am not aware. Boom, that's beautiful. Thank you so much, Annie D. I just grabbed the Bible. It opens to Psalms. I don't know if I never know how to say that word. Psalms 105. This sentence, you made the moon to mark the seasons. The sun knows when to set. And the word mark has come up 1, 2, 3 times in 3 different things. And then 4 now with your Bible verse. That's how in sync of flow what you just opened your Bible up to is with the stream. Thank you, Annie. You made the moon to mark the seasons. The sun knows when to set. I know that I feel beautiful. That's beautiful, Heidi. Yeah, I know you don't know, because I do feel the need. I know you don't know, because I do feel the need to tell. Don't feel the need to tell others what happened. He owes me an apology, and I did nothing wrong to him, and I stand firm in that comment. Beautiful. Armadillo, set the healthy boundaries. And I love that you mentioned that, because I'm hearing a neutral middle road and everybody kind of whatever, but I love that you say that, because within past timelines that have happened through just soul tribe things, yeah, there are some people, and I'm not this situation in general, because I'm right, but just in general, some people like, and that's part of what's holding up the whole train analogy. That's why the train can't leave the station, is because certain tribe vibe, you know what I mean? It can't be bypassed. It's a part of your tribe. It's not just for shits and giggles, and it wasn't just a YouTube thing. It was important, so the accountability to be had to get back on track of certain timelines. And again, I'm not saying this because you specifically, that, you know, what's meant to be will happen in its divine timing and blah, blah, blah. But just in general, I know that a lot of people, without mentioning any scenarios or names or nothing, you know, projected or dropped the fucking ball of a timeline. And it's like, you know, they're going to have to take some accountability, and they're going to have to show up, because it's a part of our collective tribe reality, right? We're all puzzle pieces that are there to open, trigger, pivot each other. And, you know, it's not simple. It's not always funny at all. But at some point, right? Yes, the healthy boundaries, Heidi. And also sun could be sun, S-O-N, and that could be Set, the Egyptian god, goddess. Moon and mark. I know there's no marks I can even think of. Me, it's more the expression hit the mark, and you know, just hit the mark. Because Artemis came up, hit the mark. I don't know where she is now. Where are you, baby? Right? Focus. Be focused and hit the mark. I know many marks. There are so many marks in the tribe line vibe that, you know what I mean? Some of them just don't say their names, and other people, like Show Me Sasquatch, his name is Mark, for example, right? And he shares that. There's a lot of marks. There's a lot. I swear, if it ain't Mark, Matthew, or David, or Anthony, you know what I mean? Like, that's the top names, like the 4 fastest top names I can mention of like how many people. We don't always know because their channel names are different, right? They don't use their name, but because the knowing in the background or the being in live streams where people talk and say that, you know, they're not hiding their names, they just don't use it as their channel. So yeah, there's so many. Creatrix, my father-in-law was a mark. Right on. Yeah, it was. Thanks for saying it, Heidi. I think I should go back and listen to it again. Where you say Yolanda's video was epic. Yeah. Sometimes that feeling of like when it's epic, to watch it, to listen to the tones, the cadence, the activation again, right? Yes. It was in the last 5 days, but I can't remember which day, Annie. The Yolanda video, it's in the community posts within the last 5 days, but I can't remember which day. You've listened twice already? Dog. Divine service. How can you serve yourself serve yourself better? And within serving yourself better is for the greater good of the all. Right? Dog. God. Dog. Earlier, someone was brushing their dog not far away in the neighborhood, and there was just this wind where there was white dog fur, clumps of white dog fur randomly everywhere, floating like feathers. My phone was on the charger. I almost came and got it and made a video because it was so beautiful, right? Random dog fur floating everywhere for, I don't know, at least a half an hour, and it looked like bird feathers, but it was just different cut sizes of clumps everywhere. Dog. How's Dexter doing? Speaking of dog energy, Heidi? Annie, I think I started listening and I squirreled as usual. Roar, good. That either means like it's not for now or the timing is, sometimes it's a little bit at a time, Annie. Right? Sometimes our squirreling is for such a good reason, like to listen to only 1 minute of something because it's not time, or just certain things like that. Sometimes it's just because it's not meant for you, right? Your father-in-law, he passed away on April Fool's Day, and he was always talking about living here in this world, like living in a prison. Yeah. Yes, Annie, you can make a whole new pet by brushing a pet. Indeed. Oh, cool. I have this feather right in front of me that has my attention. Every 2 seconds I glance at it, Heidi. Where you say I found a white feather today. That's right in front of me and I keep glancing at it. Assurance. Assurance. Yeah, assurance is beautiful. I love this card. If you look at the card and how many bodies are intertwined in this tree to make one tree, it's very important, right? We're all connected. We're all intertwined. 14. 1 and 4 is 5. Assurance. Remain steady and be assured. that you are doing exactly what you are supposed to do. You might be seeing small signs and things. Situations and desires are just beginning to fall into place. Your focus word, has come up 3 times, 3 different books, 3 different authors. Focus. Your focus and skills are intact. You will feel motivated to work in areas and therefore make good inroads on your usual work. New ways of dealing with things will occur to you. Fresh perspectives will appear. And as a result, your life will move towards harmony and balance. Trust yourself because you have everything you need. Boom. Every card flows together, right? You have everything you need. Abundance. The universe will provide. Beatrix, when we took his ashes on our boat and dropped them in the water at a place called Prisoner's Point. It's a place in the Delta, and it seemed appropriate. He was grumpy, but he had a sense of humor. Gruff but lovable. Yeah. Yeah, I resonate with grumpy people, grumpy men especially, that they're just a marshmallow inside. They just never had the softness, right? So they only learned to be gruff and grumpy, but they're not so much, right? Boom. Exactly. That falls into place as well. The certain backgrounds. Annie sounds like Bruno. He had an Eastern European, Polish, dark, dry sense of humor. Yep. Yep. How different people of different nationalities, of certain age ranges. Yeah, I get exactly what you're saying. Mark was American, your father-in-law? Aw, Annie, we had a whole comedy routine pretty much. That's beautiful. Which way? That way. Endless possibilities. I'm going to read this card, then take a break, and depending on if there's actually flow. Oh, not American, Armenian. Duh. You see how my eyes globalized all those letters together, and I saw the A, R, and the N, and it's American. Armenian. Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. Yeah. Yeah. Annie D, I'm so glad that I can laugh now instead of just cry now. Mark the calendar. Mark the calendar. It's the 10-7-6. 10-7-2-2-2 or 7-10-2-2-2, depending on how you put your numbers. I'm French, so we use the numbers differently in the month, but whatever. Yeah. Annie D, it's July 10th, almost 6 months since he left. Yeah. Love you. So proud of you, sweetie. $38. Endless possibilities. Unlimited potential. Moving beyond limiting beliefs and the filter of an unhealed past. Using your awareness to discern what is possible and having the courage to leap beyond even that. It's funny, I feel like this is the full circle for what I was saying earlier about, the baggage. We were talking about the baggage and the healing, and, you look at the world through a lens of your life experiences, personality, and conditioning. And then that filter determines whether you believe in an abundant universe of endless possibilities or various degrees of limitation in a finite range of options. When your expectations, unconscious or otherwise, are based in lack, it's difficult to even see what is truly available to you. He knows this much is true. Today, ask yourself, what do you believe? Are there limitless potential outcomes to align your energy with? Do you know intuitively that there's more to life than meets the eye? And are you willing to act on that knowledge? Yeah. The whole wanting to know stuff and prove stuff and knowing truth, guess what? None of that matters. It's about acting. Action. As you believe, so will it be there for you, as your energy will attract its match in the outer world. Conditions meet expectations. Either your world's going to remain the way it is in various forms, yet essentially unchanging, or you become more. Everything shifts as you open yourself up to a greater version of you and a more meaningful life, discovering opportunities that better reflect your true self. This is the nature of your dynamic relationship with the divine. Today, stand with arms open, knowing that you are stepping into beauty, into experiences that are potent and transformative. You're walking past line that you are walking past the line that you and others drew long ago, leaping over what was towards what will, oh my gosh, towards what will be. You are more than you ever were. Now, what is it that you want? Because the treasure is yours. You just need to believe in it. Aw, Annie, I'm a mother of dragons now. My little iguanas and bunnies. I know, me loves your iguana dude. He's so freaking cool. I'm gonna take a little break. If you guys choose to go, I get it. And yeah, we're still flowing a bit, and I still got a bit left inside of me, and we'll see what's meant to be when I come back. Got super dark and cloudy, so I just kind of want to go feel the energy outside. I can't hear or feel the wind right now either, so I'll be back.
There's a lot of wind.
What?
There's a lot of wind.
No, eh? I'm just gonna touch on something. Heidi and Trace, I don't know if you're still here, but two examples of feminine who either need apologies or who don't even understand why masculine aren't talking to them is things that I've seen in the last week throughout the, streams and tribe vibe. And it's like how would I say, just how, right, of I don't know where to go with this, but I just know that's 2 in 1 week. And that's a lot to me, right? So it feels like a lot to me. Love you guys. Yes, the full circle comes back to love. And he says, God and the Dark Lord have senses of humor, absolutely. Timing is everything, goes for jokes. Indeed. Yeah. Shannon, here in the desert, Texas desert, it's very hot. Yes, Annie, God can be hilarious, but very on point. Yeah, and but one of the things that's really important, and I wrote it down today in a community post, but the universe source does not recognize sarcasm. It doesn't. The universe does not recognize sarcasm. So that's, one of the reasons that it's very easy to still be in a collective shit show is that people are not accountable for their words and the jokes, the sarcasm. And sometimes the sarcasm is to get through the pain of, how fucked up this world is, but we're perpetuating things because of the things that we say out loud constantly as a joke or sarcasm, right? The universe does not recognize sarcasm. It doesn't. It doesn't matter what comedian you think you are or who you think you are. The universe does not recognize what sarcasm is, right? So sarcasm is a double-edged sword of, speaking a certain way or, being an embodiment of something at all times because you're the joker, you're so funny. But guess what? You know what I mean? It has a ripple effect for everyone. It does. Hey, let's have a drink and talk about it. You back? Annie D says it's about 110 today. I feel that it might be about just 15 degrees Celsius outside right now. There's a chill. Heidi, it's already dark here, but the sky and the sunset has many colors. Yeah. There's no colors right now. It's just clouds and different cloud formations. Creatrix, I spent many days not laughing, but getting back on that road again. Yeah. Annie, it's not it's a dry heat but it's a dry heat and it is, but it's not too bad with the AC running. Yeah, I'm so glad that's all done, sweetie. Good for you, eh? Beautiful, Trace. I'm so sleepy. I'm just lying here, kind of taking little naps on and off all afternoon. Good. That's self-care, honey. That's what self-care is. That's what listening to your body is. I'm so proud of you. Let's have a drink and talk about it. You need anything? You let me know. Shannon, lots of negative energy at the motel. And clearing it is not that easy. And they keep coming in small drizzles. Shannon, I get tired of the negativity, but I know I'm here for a higher purpose. So I'm trying to be happy. I still wake up every day and feel like this is a dream, and my 6-month anniversary is on the 17th of this month. It's a happy dream. Yeah. Catholics, my dad bought a French wine last night for dinner. It had an anchor on it and a heart on the wine label. Depois, something like that. It was so lovely. Wow, that's beautiful, and that's such a sync. There was a woman earlier at the coffee shop, and she had a mask on, but it was under her, which I found just so like, okay. No judgment, but just okay. And she had a white shirt with a blue anchor, and that's like the classic, the white and blue to me. And I looked at her and she was shocked. I was like, oh, I love your shirt. And she was so shocked. And she looked at me, she's like, why? Like, literally, she said, why? And I was like, well, because of the anchor. I'm an anchor girl too. It's my thing. Like, it's beautiful. You look amazing. She was so shocked, right? And that's where the like, she was so shocked that the conversation couldn't flow, right? But it was just, I've never had somebody really say, like, why? You right? Like, why do you like my shirt? And the anchor, like, took the whole shirt up. It was fucking awesome, right? But it was just so funny. I think a part of her was like, damn, this is what happens to me when I forget to put my mask on. Somebody talks to me. But I would have talked to her either way. So it was even so funny. Thank you. Annie, do you have sage smudge? I've been saging myself 3 times daily for months now. That's some awesome consistency, Annie. I have smudges. I have Palo Santo and I have a sage. And I have a mix of things. And I bought myself bay leaves because I think that's an amazing smudge. It's just raw. Bay leaves are awesome. But I don't tend to have the consistency to remember to actually burn even once a week, to be very honest. Shannon, I do smudge and burn incense. I have oils, and I've been working overtime on them all. Maybe I'm just clearing energy, but my stomach is all messed up again. My puppy dog's in the kitchen begging for more lemon cake. I made the mistake of giving him a little bite. Catherine's words trip me up. What do you mean by that? Annie, like my body sage several times a day, the space. Excuse me. The space gets done 2 or 3 times weekly. Yeah, Heidi, I know what you're saying. G, I'm speaking. Yeah, I'm going to leave it at that. But I just, like at some point, you know, yeah. Shannon 222, cleansing with incense does make me feel better. One of the things I want to say to you, Shannon, is that from my experience since 2022 started, a lot of people that had their birthday already, that was their worst day of the year. Okay, Shannon? Their birthday, no matter what day it was and where it happened to be, has been their worst day of the year. The day did not manifest itself to have beauty or to feel amazing at all. For real, like through my background knowing and through people even coming in the streams and saying it openly, like we're talking ego death, we're talking dark night of the soul, and we're talking a whole day of either fucking crying or hiding and not even showing self. And that's one of the reasons that, because of my experiences and others, that I made sure to pave the way when you started your day, and I fucking wanted you to live the day and feel like the queen that you are. So the fact that you're having the feeling of feeling depressed right now is in line with the timelines of the birthday, the stepping into, right? Yeah. And the tummy, listen to yourself. Is there something that you're ignoring because, globally you're happy, but is there something you're ignoring that is festering? Is that why? Or is it just, the energies passing through? As well, ask yourself what you're eating, because I keep seeing it and hearing it everywhere, that our taste buds and what feels good to us for food, can change like this. So could your body be craving different foods, and you just, because you have your habits and you have your tastes and what you have stocked as food, could you be needing something different, and then just it's not that your mind's not open to it. It's just the food that you have, the food that you usually cook, but could you be being guided to other things and, just not allowing for it, right? Just throwing that out there because digestive issues is a huge thing. Um, One thing that came up, and I forget the wording and who, but it was like with the fact of like our bellies and a lot of diarrhea, for not gonna sugarcoat it, a lot of diarrhea, and how it's like a cleansing, right? Like you don't have to do anything, you don't have to drink anything, you don't have to do a fast. Your body's going to decide when it needs to clear like toxicity, and when it's going to clear like so many bad, like just the bad yucky stuff, right? So I know for myself, Shannon, I've been weeks feeling like bloated and huge. I finally got my menses yesterday morning, and the bloating part is not, I wouldn't say it's gone, but it's like, whoa, like a part of me is deflated. Kelly creds for that word, deflated. A part of me is deflated in the last 24 hours because it was like I was, just retaining the water or whatever. I was so bloated. It was like, oh my God, right? Like you saw me. I don't know if you were here the other day when I even put my belly up. You know what I mean? It was like I'm jiggly. I'm so like expanded. And not judging it, allowing for it. My body, needs some padding right now. It's fine. If my body needs to be bloated, it's fine. But the feeling of the release with the less bloated right now today is like, oh my gosh, it's like a welcome relief. Beatrix, I am the universe. Sarcasm, orgasm. Mm-hmm. Annie, irony is fine. Sarcasm, not great. Heidi, I meant where the sun set, only that direction. Shannon, I'm trying to learn to be grateful because it puts you in a high vibration. Yeah. Yeah, Shannon, so, yeah, you've been taking a lot of naps lately too. Exactly, and it is coming through. Like I had somebody reach out and say like I've been sleeping for the last 2 days. Right? Slept for 2 days. So thank you. It's a thrift shop find, a little angel. Ooh, that's beautiful. Heidi says, yeah, 222. For every negative, I try to think of 3 positives. Roar. That's beautiful, Heidi. Annie says, gratitude is major for me now. Today I was singing and playing my piano, my cheerful song about gratitude while crying. How's that for persistence and trying to be happy? Yes, exactly. That's beautiful. Yeah, I love that anchor energy, eh? It's important to me. It's so important it's on my arm. For real. Yeah, Annie, I have so much to be grateful for. Yes, sweetie. Yes. So proud of you, Annie. Shannon, for the first time in my life, I'm actually grateful for my life. I'm happier than I've ever been and healthier than I've ever been, and I'm scared to death. Be fearless. Yeah. But being fearless doesn't mean we don't have fear. It means we fear less, right? We act even if we have fear, right? People think that it's okay to be scared or afraid or have fear, but do it anyways, right? That kind of thing. Annie, they were sad tears, and then I laughed at myself for that. I have no idea what that meant, but I'm gonna pretend I never read that. Beatrix Inc. I am grateful, but honestly, sometimes lately, mostly I feel like if something doesn't physically change soon, I'm gonna stop caring about what anyone has to say. Yeah. And for me, Beatrix Inc., what it feels like sometimes is like, okay, I am grateful. But if there's more, and if I'm not in my life, dogs, if I'm not exactly where I'm meant to be, where I want to be, and blah, 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 then I'm lying to the universe because, yes, I'm grateful for what I have, but it's not what I want, right? So I feel like a liar because the whole, like, if I'm grateful, am I ungrateful that, you know what I mean? Like, I want my true north. I want my true north. So, how many years am I going to always be grateful? Yes. But damn, I'm still like on some level, I feel like I'm living a lie because I'm on the sidelines of my life here. There's nothing keeping us here. I could be gone tomorrow and it would be like fine. So, where's the kick in? Where's the true north kick in? Right? If the cards keep saying that it's happening, it's time. If the cards keep saying it's around the corner, it's about to knock on the door, it's about to fall into my lap, let's go. Right? Like, why am I pulling these cards? Why can't I pull cards that don't say that shit? Right? Why can't I pull every card that's not saying it's going to appear by magic? It's right around the corner. It's coming. It's there. It's time. Right? That's the part that aches me. I will. Thanks for saying so. Creatrix. Ile Saint-Pierre. The poor Google the wine label. The ink is so amazing. I will. Ile Saint-Pierre. Shannon 222. They say bay leaves are psychoactive when burnt and they can raise the vibration of the room dramatically. I love bay leaves. Me too. And Anita has a trick where she writes things out on the bay leaves as well. So I thought that was pretty cool. I've been using bay leaves for, I think it'd be 10 years now. I've known about, or, just started doing it and then realized, yeah, it is good. I think I just started doing it naturally and then I, read stuff about the benefits and how it, it's just boom, instant, fast. And I love the bay leaf idea because, saging is beautiful, but you can't just buy sage at a regular store. Whereas you can go to any common grocery store and find bay leaves. You can even find them on special, right? Like they're there. Whereas finding sage is not the same, right? For me, I go to the reserve for my sage. I get my bundles like that are authentically made from someone in the reserve. That's important to me, right? I just don't buy just any sage anywhere. It's important to me. Yeah, Creatrix, and that feeling that honestly, if somebody tells me to breathe out or to relax, I'll blow. Yeah, I know what you mean by that, honey. The little sarcastic part, you know how I said earlier the universe doesn't recognize sarcasm? The little sarcastic part wants to say, like, are you breathing now? Right? You have to be breathing, otherwise you wouldn't be here. And then I'm like, shut up, Jen, stop it. Right? Stop it, Jen. I'm like, no, what? Yeah, stop. Heidi, I have sage and I still haven't lit it. Yeah, that way. Find 5 things you're grateful for every morning. It will raise your vibe. Yes. And when you like said that, was it 2 to 3 months ago? I forget. It was like, damn, how could I forget one of the simplest fucking tools? Open my eyes, find gratitude. Don't open my eyes and start thinking. Gratitude first. Gratitude first. Then, depending on what comes up, right? But gratitude first. Trace says, Shannon, yes. 3 at a time is what I burn, bay leaves. Annie, I wonder if we have bay. I never used. Maybe in spaghetti sauce eons ago. Yeah, I find that bay leaves for spaghetti sauce, like I didn't have any when I made mine the other day. And it's like one of the kickers for the exact flavor that I like. Baileys have been hard to find for us. I only go to one grocery store. I don't run around to like till I find what I need, right? 'Cause I don't have the car and just the way that it is right now. But Baileys have been very hard to find. They just are never there. Cat litter, which sounds weird, but cat litter is something that is just not always accessible, or like the really high end fucking small packaging high end is out, but not the brands and the stuff that I used to get. It's like it's harder to find. Right on, good for you. Let's have a drink and talk about it. My birthday was in April and it was not bad. I went in positive. Good. Shannon says, good. I'm on track. I need more water. Yeah. Mm. Good one that way. That way, burning bay leaves is good for anxiety. Catholics ink. It is especially good to burn with the writing on them. Cool. Whoa, really, Shannon? My taste buds are definitely changing, and just since last week. Wow. Thanks for saying it. I was wondering why I was guided to spit all that out, right? Trace, meat doesn't taste like meat to me. Yeah. Yep. I know what you mean. I have had that happen, and it's like it came back, right? And that's the whole like you think you're done and you're never going to eat it again, and then you need it again. But yeah, Annie, oh, why did I not know about bay leaves? Ah, because it was meant to be known today. Whee! Shannon, yeah, I've been cleansing all week. I've also been doing iodine drops. It might be helping to cleanse. Yeah, but sometimes just some like just yeah. Yeah, the cleanse is a lot, eh, Heidi? Ugh. Oh, okay, I took think. Yeah, my barbecue wasn't gross, but it tasted gross. Yeah, that thing, eh? Like I said, the habits, the things that we love, the things that there's new stuff, right? And the feeling, right, of having food, and then it's not that the food is actually bad, but it just doesn't taste good anymore to us. Annie, I burned way too much. I think it was a stress response. I don't think it could be too much. I think that if you started to burn and have been consistently burning for months, you have a discipline that you've brought into your life. That's huge, Annie, right? And how can it be too much? Like, I mean, if it's too much, you wouldn't want to do it. If it's too much, it would feel gross that it smells like that, right? It wouldn't resonate. You would stop. You wouldn't want the smell. You wouldn't want the feeling. So it can't be too much if you're doing it and have a discipline, because it might not feel like that, but that's what it is. If you're doing it consistently 3 times a day, that's discipline. That's good. That's what you need. Otherwise, you'd forget. Whee, right? Shannon, thanks to my many visits to the bathroom, I have deflated, and that's hilarious. That's funny, and yeah. Yes, Creatrix, I try to eat the best I can right now, but it is difficult to eat proper. It is, because, I know that, we don't have the same exact stuff, but the prices of food is ridiculous. So to be able to eat properly, without a certain amount of abundance is just not even possible, right? It's not. Sorry, everybody can say that everything just flows, and no, if we don't have a certain amount of ample abundance, then we're, to survive, but then to invest in food, good food, then it's super hard. Annie, some meats taste coppery to me, and I cannot eat that kind. Yeah, I never described it as coppery, but there's only one place that I actually go and get certain things, right? Like I wouldn't just go to any grocery store and grab meat. I just go to the one because I know I'm okay with it, right? I know I am. And when I'm not, then I won't. But organic, exactly the same symptoms here, G, and it's finally settling. Good. Let's have a drink and talk about it. You've lost 10 pounds in the last month. Cool. Thanks for that input. Yeah, our bodies change really drastically fast. Like we're accelerated and like yes, Annie. So many fountain drinks from fast food taste like mold and bleaches, and I just have to toss them. Same. Yeah, you can curry. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, I taste it all. It's just gross. It's just gross. Annie, I love you. I'm gonna read that. Does anyone else taste the bleach in those drinks, or am I just too sensual? You can't open any. Am I just too sensual? Oh, sensitive, I mean. Fucking spell check, eh? You know what spell check had me write yesterday? I was writing a comment and then it sounded like I was farting and I was like, oh my god, I'm not even farting, spell check. Why are you doing this to me? But then me and Code went on a whole like wee of like farting. I swear.
How does the text sound like it?
I don't know how the text changed the word to what I forget what the word I wanted to write was, but the farting came up.
The word would sound like I'm farting. Then.
The word was I'm farting, but the whole phrase, one word changed, and it was like the one important word, which I can't remember what it was, is gone, and now farting is there instead. So
I
it's
thought
like
you meant like the text sounded like it's farting
no,
or something.
no.
How can the thing sound?
Yes, Trace.
Look at his ear.
It's got to be brave. You do it anyways. And that's the thing is that, somebody, it's never going to be the time where, whoa, I don't feel scared today at all. Everything is going to be easy today. Today is the day I'm going to leap because today everything's perfect. It's not going to happen. In fact, the more the people are holding back and not like allowing for what they actually want to express or show up as, the divine intervention is going to be the biggest bitch slap. I'm sorry, right? That's it. When you know something and you feel it and you're not allowing for it to be expressed or to come out or whatever it is, divine intervention is not going to stop. If something is meant for you, if it's your higher self guiding you to do something, it's not going to stop. You can hide away, you can ignore everybody, you can pretend that it's not, you don't feel this, but it's not going to stop. Shannon says, it's funny because when you pull the Artemis card, I've always pictured myself as having a sword between my shoulder blades and a bow and arrow. Personally, I feel like I'm really lacking in my reality to not have my own bow and arrow. Like for real. The archer of me. Whew. I wish I had it in my reality to be able to have the feeling. Nothing. When I haven't done archery now for a couple, well, since 2019, because that's when I sold my personal bow and arrow. But when I chose in 2018, like I'm going to the archery range, and when I went and like the first and the release, the I can't even imitate, but the sound, it's primal. It goes and it grabs for me from every lifetime I've ever had. The archery it's so pure, it's so raw, it's so fucking that it's missing from me to not have a bow and arrow. And I go online sometimes and I check like the used stuff, like because I need like more of a junior bow, nothing like right. My strength, my power is not big right now. I haven't kayaked in 3 years, guys. So my body and like the strength, the upper core strength that I had is not there anymore because I don't like to work out and do certain things. For me, it was kayaking kayak all summer as much as I could. And then what I did naturally through the winter kept a certain tone, or a certain buff. I don't know the word. And then I would start again, and I'd reform, right? But yeah, the way the arrow goes, kathunk. But it's also the when it exits, right? When it leaves as it's going. And then when I had gone to the range, and first of all, I always hit the fucking target from the moment I started, right? I wasn't here or there, you know what I mean? Like I was always inside, and how, like I got in just how, right? Like, oh my God, the feeling of it is missing from me. The sound of the cutting through the air. Yes, Creatrix. Make sure those are still good, the package that was already open, please.
They better be, because I just already ate two.
Creatrix. Ink. What am I going to do tomorrow? But I don't have any fear. I'm just tired. So maybe my fear is I won't have energy to do what I need to do since I don't have any 3D help. Yeah. You love archery too, Heidi? Shannon, I have a Sagittarius moon, and they have the bow and arrow with the strong upper half and the horse bottom half. Yeah, that feeling of, yes, I'd be more grateful if I could blossom. Trace, still feeling the tiredness, eh? No, it's bullshit, Creatrix. And they can tell me I blossom all on my own, but I know that's not true. It's not my truth. And I'm all blossomed out on my own. Exactly. To me, I think that's really beautiful, but I mean, I'm going to be really straight up. I've never heard anyone say that who actually had the alone path that some of us have had, right? When you hear a feminine who has been married and in union, and that's how she got to, like she says, I could have never made it without my husband and my life partner, then don't try to tell other people that if they do all the inner work, they're going to get out of everything on their own. And you need the reflections, you need to experience certain things. That's it, that's all, right? The whole spiritual rah, 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 when, unless you had a timeline where you were isolated and alone for 2 years of your life or more, you have no fucking clue what you're talking about saying that if you go within, everything's going to just be fine. You have no fucking clue. None. Right? Zero. It's just, you don't. People think that they were alone, but you don't get it if you haven't been on a true alone path. Celibate, for real, not fucking, like celibate for real. Doing the inner work of dropping the matrix timelines that don't work. Some of us did it so fucking long ago that I wish I hadn't, right? I wish I hadn't done the fucking work so fucking good in 2016, 17, 18, because holy shit, at least I would have kept a semblance of certain something, right? But when you've been out of the fucking matrix loops, when you did the work, when you did the stuff, right? And when you don't have the reflections of yourself. There are people who tell other people, do the inner work and you'll be fine and blah, 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 but they have dinners, they have friends, they have eye contact with other spiritual people all the fucking time. Always. So it doesn't really matter to me if when you were a child or when you were 18 or 20 that you had a year where you lived whatever it was, because guess what? You don't realize, you don't know anymore what that is, especially with the COVID timeline. Especially with that. Nobody lived that before, right? Nobody lived that before, ever, in this whole of humanity. So nobody can say how we're going to get to a certain embodiment or a certain place. You didn't even fucking have that. We're here now living it. So we're the ones that know what we need inside, right? That's it. Ugh. I love you too, sweetie, and you're welcome. And I stand by what I say. There's many things I know. I could be fucking wrong. But this I know for sure. I know because I've done the work. And I know because I constantly am asking God, my higher self, creator, the universe, right? I know what I need to blossom, and it's my divine partner and it's my tribe with me. And if I can't manifest and have that, could I break certain boom, boom, boom and just be able to move on to certain things and have my true north? But my true north is all embedded with what's been planned since the beginning of time. Because this isn't just my avatar, this body that knows I'm a magnet for my divine other. It's since forever and a day. I've been here since before time existed, guys. My soul has been here since before time existed. That's how much of a blueprinter I am, how ancient. So,
Mom, I'm sorry. Can I take a shower?
of course you can. You just have to say, I am
Ow.
taking a shower. You don't have to, you know. You know what I mean? So, and it's not because, you know, I didn't do the stuff the way everybody else did. I didn't learn about twin flames because somebody in a fucking spiritual community told me about that. I was born knowing. I was shocked years ago when somebody finally wrote it out. And I was like, wow, other people know about this? Woo! Right? Fucking, I was born knowing. The word twin was already inside of me. When I learned what the word twin was at 2 or 3 years old, I knew then. It wasn't books. It wasn't the spiritual. It wasn't anybody who taught me that. I knew, right? So it's a whole other level. I wasn't, you know, I didn't have the you know, Disney growing up until I was a certain age. I didn't have the reflections of certain things. I knew inside of me, right? I knew. I was screaming to my mom, you're not my real mom. I have another family. You stole me, right? Where's my brother? Where's my twin? Where's my other family? Where's my real people? That's real. I didn't make that up, and it doesn't matter if nobody in my fucking family wants to remember it. I know. I know. I know. Right? I know what I've been questing and waiting for. I know that when I married my husband and looked him in the eye and said forever, but then weeks later after our marriage, I had like a full-on fucking Kundalini awakening and knew that I had that life to fucking live. I had to live that life to get to this one. Right? I had to live all that to get to this. And then meanwhile, there's even more in between that I had to live that to get to this. You know, like that's how big it is. It's not because I was programmed by, you know, gurus and books. It's because of the innate knowing. I don't know what that is. Creatrix Inc. I really loved burning mandrake root. Same, Creatrix. If something stops feeling good, I dump it like so fast. Same. I could have like stock full of stuff, and unless Lily wants it, I won't touch it. It's the same as like when I said earlier. Remember I had said earlier I'm so not craving chocolate, and it's been so long that at Christmas there was, you know, like how my sister had said, there's chocolate baited everywhere. Like you just turn around, you can grab chocolate and nobody's touching it. And it's like, it doesn't matter if it's everywhere, I don't want it. And she was shocked, like, how could you not want chocolate? And I put it everywhere so everybody would feel comfortable grabbing chocolate. And it was like, but I don't want it. It doesn't matter. You could like shove me anything full of chocolate in front of my face and I won't be able to eat it. I don't want it, right? I don't get tempted by stuff because it's there. I have to want it. You know that thing? Like, it doesn't matter if I have a tub of ice cream in the fridge. I'm not going to go eat it until I want it. I'm not going to go eat it because I'm bored. I'm going to eat it because I crave it and I want it. Annie D, does your family live mostly where you are? Just wondering if you might want to look around for somewhere to relocate, because I'm good at scouting out places, I guess. My family's about 3 hours away. I've already tried to scout and relocate. I already have, like in 2019, ran away and decided I'm going to find my fate, and I was redirected back. And source, my highest guidance is that at some point my true north is going to kick in and I'm going to know exactly where it is. And I've lived stuff like this before. So when I left my ex, I had no clue, right, what I was going to do. I didn't plan I was going to leave him. I just left when I knew it was time. And I didn't know nothing. And all I needed was a place to go, a place to be able to be safe and think. And when within 6 days, I was guided exactly where I was meant to be. So I'm already in the where I'm meant to be now, and I need for the, true north to kick in of where it is, because I don't. There's places I've tried going to the places that I want to be, right? Manitoulin Island, I've tried for 3 years to go there and manifest something, and every time I'm allowed to go on the island, enjoy it, and then I'm redirected, get out, right? Same with the East Coast, just all of it. So me not knows, right? And everything always says, even now as I'm speaking, everything says it's all going to be in divine timing. I don't know. I don't know where it is, right? And I've lived the thing of in 2008, like I knew when I closed the restaurant, the mountains were calling to me. British Columbia, the Rockies were calling me. And it didn't matter. Like, it was like, no, I can't go. The children are a little too young. I can't just leave them for a month, or I can't just leave them for 6 months. And it was like, it didn't matter if my children were a certain age. Every single reality, like, I chose so many realities, Annie, and every time, like, there's a time where I chose an apartment and I moved 2 fucking weeks later. Imagine. I had somebody help me to move, like, fucking furniture, all my personal belongings to one apartment, and then all of a sudden it was like, just get the fuck out of there. This isn't where you're supposed to be. This is where you're supposed to be instead. But the whole time I was also avoiding what my soul was calling me to BC. And no matter what, I tried, like, getting a job. The job just didn't even exist anymore a month later. Like, it was so fucked up. Like, you know what I mean? That eventually it was just like, okay, here I go, right? I gotta go because my soul's calling me. It doesn't matter if there's no logic. It doesn't matter if I should wait. It's now, 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 now. Go, 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 go. Mandrake root is supposed to scream when harvested under a full moon or something. You've heard that too? Chatrix, for me the cards are not necessary. They always feel pre-scripted instead of mystical. My cup. It's my camping cup. I'm so fancy. I don't have much, like, I ain't Martha Stewart, and I still use my camping equipment in the house. I do. Why buy extra cups when you can just take out your camping equipment, right? Chatrix saying, you know what's funny is I just wanted to be my best when my DM or mate shows up. And this doesn't always feel like that way because I don't feel at all fun and frisky. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I get what you mean. And if I'm supposed to be at my total best, then something needs to shift. Exactly. It's like, for me, I'm gonna be really honest, as soon as I feel like that goddessy energy, like, it just doesn't sustain itself, because I am my own inner goddess, but I'm fucking bored of my own inner goddess and outer goddess, right? Like, it's like, fuck. It's eye contact that I need. It's connection. It's not looking at myself in the mirror anymore. I've done that for so many fucking years. I've already, you know what I mean? I've been there, done that. Nice. Creatrix, my tea is Twinings English breakfast, and it says it's coppery red. I drink it no matter how hot hell it is over here. Cool. Thank you so much, Creatrix Inc. You say some of the readers are telling people to fast, and all those motherfuckers, I've already done that without by proxy, and then you're gonna go eat what I want. My body knows, and I already know how to digest it. And that's why I'm expressing the inner lazy ass eating food in bed all day long. No one is going to die from you sitting in bed eating food all day long. Exactly. That's important. It's called self-care. It's fine. That's one of the things that I have noticed over the years is, you know, there's nobody who really talks about fasting who's not in a place of position of having the actual, you know, abundance to get whatever the fuck they need, right? And most people who speak about fasting, again, come from a background of being obese or being so scared to be obese that that's why they're fasting. Am I saying there's not pure people who speak about certain things certain ways? No, not at all. But most people, it's because they were obese and they don't want to be again, or they're so scared to be to you know, to fasting. A lot of the fasting people that speak of fasting have no fucking clue what they're talking about, because exactly, some of us that are in a lack of abundance, dudes, if you were in a lack of abundance and you didn't have access to the foods that you needed or wanted, you wouldn't be talking about fasting the same way. And the whole like fast and you're gonna get to a certain elevation, I'm sorry, but when you're a mother, you're already in like trying to figure everything out on your own by being the mother, the father, and the fucking, you know, your own inner child and your own inner goddess and all that. It, again, only people who have not had an alone path would ever say certain things out loud and really like, believe in them the way that they do, because you wouldn't say such things, right? And that's why I won't talk a certain way. I will never assimilate myself to speak like others. You know what I mean? Because my path is different, and how I know I'm not the only one, right? I know I'm not. Nobody, you know, all of a sudden is going to, you know, come from being at this level and then all of a sudden, you know, $2 million is going to appear and you're going to do it yourself. It's people coming together. It's people helping you. It's you meeting a friend that you're going to feel trust with, Creatrix, and you're going to have maybe an apartment or a house with that person, right? It's the Nobody is going through this to all of a sudden like be independent. I'm just going to have my own apartment and then I'm going to create my own things all by myself like a little fucking island. Right? No. Fuck. I was walking home yesterday. The guy in front of me had a bow and a case of arrows. Boom! Sink! Awesome! Slung over his shoulder. Roar. That's so epic. What a cool thing, Creatrix. Thanks for sharing. Exactly, Heidi. Especially the single parent with a child to provide for. Exactly. So to watch, imagine how it feels for me to watch somebody, and I would love Asia Andromeda, I think her name was. I can't watch her anymore. You can't tell me to do things a certain way, but you've always been married and you've got like all this fucking land. She moved 3 or 4 fucking times in the last fucking 5 years to these fucking mansions in the mountains. And then she's telling other people like, here, come pay for my fucking services and we're all going to figure out, fuck you. Fuck you, baby. You don't know. You don't know what it's like to be single and trying to figure out fucking shit on your own while you're being shamed, judged, crucified by your own fucking family and fucking strangers at the same time. You never know, right? It's like my mama cannot conceive of understanding how hard certain things are for me. My dad never fucking left her. He never fucking left her alone. He left her to go to work sometimes on the drills or fucking somewhere else. And she always said, get your ass fucking home. I don't like it when you're gone for 2 or 3 weeks. Right? The girls are too much for me. She made him come home and have a different job. She don't know what it's fucking like to have 2 little girls on her fucking own. My daddy never left. Ever. If anything, you know what I mean? Ever. And the only times he left was to provide. To make sure, like, big salary, let's go, right? And then even then, it was like, it's better. It's more feasible. Stay home. Rather have little salary and we do this together, right? I watched my dad my whole life do the groceries, go do the laundry, do everything in a home, go get the fucking Tampax for the girls when they're squawking, oh my gosh, Dad, I got my period, right? My whole fucking life. I know what a masculine does. I know what a daddy does. I know. And then believe me, he was not treated the best by my mama. And he still fucking stayed. Right? Damn, now it's Heidi's comments that you're not seeing. So Annie, here's a cool fucking Bermuda Triangle. That way does not see Annie D's comment, and Annie D does not see Heidi's comments. That's so whoa. I don't know how to figure any of that out, guys, but that's why I always say your guys' names, eh? You know, you notice how, right? You know they're there and just bounce with the chat anyways. I'll figure it out, guys. Loves you. Love you guys. That's beautiful. Thank you, Creatrix Inc. I completely trust you, G. Thank you. Good. May I be one of the reflections of someone that you feel that in order to perpetuate more of that feeling for you, honey. Right? And I would wish you that the feminine that you see in me, that you trust, may a feminine come into your reality, that you can feel how you feel about me in your real life. And I wish her for you, right? If I could wish that tomorrow you're walking somewhere and you just feel the energy of somebody and allow, and maybe there could be a connection. It might not be like, you know, lifelong friends forever, but even if you could have like a 1 hour, 5 minute, or, you know, a whole afternoon of a conversation with a feminine that feels like me in order to feel that bloom feeling, right? Because you had the eye contact exchange of energy like in real life. Right? When I meet feminines that make me feel like elevated, like we hug, right? I don't care if we never see each other again, if we only saw each other for 5 minutes. It's like hug. Right? Get yourself a hug from somebody who feels good, right? That's it. Loves you, sweetie. Creatrix, the road is winding. Lots of puzzle pieces that we have come across. I love to not know anything. And I learn as I go. And it's a spiral, not a straight line. And everything is different when one's soul's awakened in various places. Yeah, Creatrix. And I thank you so much for being a part of my journey, because even in, you know, like 2.5 years ago, the comments that you would write to me would often like bring me back into my body of certain things, or help me to see a different perspective, right? Because you've been a part of my timeline since I think my first year, definitely my first year, right? If I remember correctly, Creatrix, like you were a part of my timelines when Big Nix was alive, and you were a part of Big Nix's timelines, unless I'm mixing you up with someone else. It's like I see his video and my comment and your comment, and I could be wrong, but right, that's how far back the energy that, you know, how you're able to just thank you. Creatrix, I adore all of you so much, and we are meant to be here now. Yes. Yeah, I feel it too. Yeah. I thank you guys so much, like, for participating, for showing up, for allowing, you know what I mean, the sharing, all the stuff. Yeah, Creatrix, your channel came to me and I felt you. Yeah. Okay, Shannon, have a super sleep, sweetie. Thank you so much for being here. You're very welcome for the cards. Thanks for asking. Anonymity. You don't always know where you stand until you know that you won't run away. I'm not sure what you mean by that. You don't always know where you stand until you know that you won't run away. Creatrix, I've never ran away from what's presented in front of me. Yeah. I tend to be, I take what the timelines that are for me and my greatest and highest good, and it doesn't really matter all the other tempting or whatever stuff. Not for me. Go away. And to be really honest, and this is what flows, is I've been offered side timelines for 3 years now, 4 years. And I'm the one that chooses, right? If I know I have a divine other and I'm 50 years old, why the fuck I want to play with a bunch of other fucking people, right? Sorry, but no. I don't think so, right? So the other timelines that I've been offered, I fast forwarded them and I did exactly what the soul contract asked of me. So I woke in that person or triggered that person with the exact stuff in a condensed, if I could have spent like 2 months or 3 months getting to know somebody and then whatever it was, I condensed. Yeah, so it was my choice. But I don't feel like it would have been beneficial to be entering all these different timelines to learn a new experience when I don't need to learn that way, right? If you know what I mean? Like, I'm really good with the whole just me, myself, and I. There's not a loneliness. There's not a loneliness inside of me. There's the absolute magnet craving, light beacon inside of me, searching as above, so below for soul tribe and my divine other. That's it, right? It's not about experiencing certain lessons or wanting certain things. Like, fuck it. You're welcome, Creatrix saying, thanks for understanding and believing in us, Genevieve. I do. And someone last night, or was it this morning, was texting me and said, like, can I ask you a question? I was like, yeah. And he's like, why do you believe in me? I was like, why do I need a reason? And then giving the reasons, because there are reasons. People don't understand sometimes that, my lifeline the first year was somebody actually commenting to me and saying something kind. I needed that day. You know what I mean? Like, if I hadn't had that comment, I would have chosen a different day that day, or I would have had a different timeline. Like, how we have all helped each other to grow, whether we've triggered each other or whether it's always been smooth. And we trigger each other all the time. Like, I arise jealousy in my feminine who love me the most, and they have in me. But there's the knowing of, like, okay, I feel this, and this is why, and the feeling, and then the working through it, right? But you know what I mean? Like, we have all learned and grown so much, and I can see through, like, people who have been on my journey since the beginning, who, we don't have contact. We're not like best friends in the background talking all the time. Some of us have not spoken for 2 years, but then boom, they show up in a stream and they check in, or in my email and stuff. Once we've seen the certain frequency beings that we are, it's never going to leave us. For real. I know, honey. Creatrix Inc. says, being a Lotus goddess, shacked up lonely at a Motel 6 with nowhere to go seems like quite the oxymoron. Yeah. Yeah. For me, it's like, I'm so fucking far away from everything I've ever wanted. I've never been so far. I'm living in the fucking butt-fuck middle of a fucking city that I never wanted to live in. Right? And it's like, but I'm not near the woods. I'm not in nature. And I've been here for 2.5 years of a divine detour. Like, what? Like, where's my fucking rooster? All I want, right? My biggest wish is to have my own fucking rooster. And that Lily have a dog. And it's the 2 things we can't have here. So I can't manifest my reality to make it as good as I can until I have exactly what I want in the shape and its form, because the little basics of, like, a dog and a rooster is not in my life. You know what I mean? So it's like the thing of, like, oh, just be your own divine feminine self and just make your way, and then your divine other will find you. And it's like, but I've been trying, and I want to, if I could manifest a whole fucking farm in Shaboodles, I would. But is it because the farm already exists? Is it because the off-grid place that already exists that I can't manifest my own? Right? Why can't I manifest my own if, right? That doesn't make sense. And again, the divine timing, it's coming, Genevieve. Like, I swear, it's all like, it's like, okay, Stop saying it and make it happen. Could you fucking make it knock at the door right now and just shock everybody that I've been babbling for a fucking hour saying something? There he is, right? Or there's something concrete, right? Like, could I find like that message in a book like this says, and then know tomorrow that, boom, guys, I know where my destination is. I have found my true north, right? I know where I'm going to go. I have no idea how I'm going to get there. I have no idea what it's going to be exactly, but I know where I'm going to go, right? Fuck. One creatrix says to the other creatrix, I can see the Motel 6 from my house. It's mega nasty. Meanwhile, the other creatrix is in another Motel 6 in another city. Alright, I love it. You can't even get more surreal than this, right, guys? Seriously. Yes, creatrix, it makes sense because most females are jelly. And when we come into a certain embodiment, I've never been that sort of female, but I've had that sort of female jealous at me like my whole life. Like it even started with my mother before I was even born, right? But the feeling of finding divine feminine who are, you know, we're all different ages, different sizes, but we love and elevate each other. When women come together, we move mountains. We do, right? That way, it says I tried to rent an apartment, but I don't have a birth certificate. Whoa, they don't ask for that around here. I've never had to show a birth certificate for an apartment. That's fucked up. Yeah, wow. Yeah, I don't have any documents. Yes, anonymity. Keep moving forward. Yeah, it's like saying, it's not my fault. If you had a beacon, you know I can't just squash the light. It's not possible. Yeah, exactly. Yes, Creatrix, this only gets better and better. Just be prepared for the booby traps. It's not really a trap, though. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I don't use the word booby trap. I use the word like red flag as my expression. But just be aware. The red flags are there for a reason. Keep going. Catrix, I just picked up a silverware organizer and I'm so much happier. It's the little things. That's so cute. Yeah. Creatrix, yes, honey, for sure. Jealousy has its purpose. Yes, jealousy is one of the most like yuckiest emotions if it's fed and nurtured. But when it's looked at and you really, you know, go to the heart of why do I feel this way? Whoa. It's like, right? Whoa. And one of the most common things, and I'm going to say it the way it comes out, that I've seen in the tribe vibe for years now, and it just keeps on reperpetuating itself, is a divine masculine who will look at other divine masculine. I use the word divine here for lack of, right? We're all divine, whether we're there or not, right? We're all divine. Looking at other divine masculine who play guitar or sing, but then, you know, won't encourage and sub that channel or share that channel or comment in the videos because they are not confident enough to share their own gifts because they don't consider it's a gift or they're too shy. And some do. They play even better than the one they're listening to. But instead of just being like, hey, high five, bro, like you're so good, and hey, I could jam with you, or hey, go watch my vid, I just uploaded one, right? That undercurrent of the sour grapes of people who are not sharing gifts or would want more attention and blah, 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 blah. Like there's certain masculine channels that I have shared for 3 fucking years and they ain't even at 100 or 150 subs. So how's that possible when I shout these guys out like, all the fucking time, and I have for years? And some of them have even disappeared since, right? Imagine if you're part of a tribe vibe and you still only got 30 subs after years of sharing your music for free, sharing, and you know that people are pressing on it, but they can't fucking elevate you. So yeah, I've got a couple of masculine who have completely disappeared. Their content is just all gone and they completely disappeared because guess what? Nobody grabbed their fucking hand of the masculine, because us feminine can only do so much, guys. The masculine need a reflection of masculine, right? And nobody grabbed their hand and said you're a part of us, right? Like, I love you, I think you're amazing, and blah 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 blah. Elevate, 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 right? I think of all like the elevators of That Way and Alex and you know John Binney and certain people, and it's like, holy shit, you guys toe the line for many of your fellow brethren of masculine by being so fucking kind and encouraging people, all of us, whether we're male or female, because holy shit, you've held the line for years of being an elevator, as other people in the background are like rah, 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 saying nasty shit, or just like ugh, crusty and like fucking mean, to be honest, right? I don't really understand jealousy, but it's a great motivator, says Creatrix Inc. Yeah, ultimately, I don't understand why people choose to hold on to it or, you know, get eaten alive by it, right? Like, why would you choose to let jealousy eat you alive? Why wouldn't you, you know, work on what it is that you need to work on, right? So I can understand that jealousy serves a purpose, because it once, if I feel jealous, then it's like, why? It's because I care, right? Or it's because I don't really get jealous of feminine and stuff, but I'll get jealous of the feeling of certain things. And it's like, why? And it's like, oh, okay, because, yeah, this, or because, yeah, that. Oh, whoa, it's because of this. Yeah, right? Oh, I get it. I get it now. Yeah, Tricks, it's tough when you're natural, because then I can level up, and it still feels normal. So waiting for the good part seems like a standoff. Yeah, and it's really hard for some people, Creatrix Inc., to believe. Like, and it's like, just manifest what you want. But it's like, but the divine timing aspect of it, that is so fucking real that I am not allowed to manifest a side timeline or more, right? What's the purpose of me moving from this place right here into somewhere else within the next, I don't know, week, month, because I, you know, whatever, when everything says, wait, there's what's coming is so fucking big, Genevieve, you can't even conceive about it. You can't conceive it. But if you side timeline, you're going to fuck everything up. Don't. Be happy where you are, Jen. Be okay. You know, allow yourself this, allow yourself that, and it's like, okay, okay. Right? Am I wrong? Maybe. Am I running my own fucking program of like, I don't know, like fuck. If this is the only guidance I got, if all the syncs flow, if every single fucking synchronicity flows like magic, right? Boom, Creatrix. Yes! Creatrix Inc. says, sometimes it feels like it's me that's slowing down the process because maybe I knew the future too early. Yeah. In 2009, I saw it all. And when I say I saw it all, I saw so many potential timelines. Not just one timeline. No. So many. And I burned everything I had ever written. I burned everything I wrote in 2009 to not drive myself batshit, because I knew in 2009 that I had a long way to go. And when I met an oracle came to me in 2011, and she said, You still have a long way to go. Your soul tribe is real. This is real. And I didn't tell her I got a soul tribe. She's the one telling me. Right? When a stranger comes to you, says I'm an oracle and I have messages for you, right? You listen. And
Any idea where an elastic is? Like, not a stretcher, an elastic.
no. Oh yeah.
Oh,
Boom.
wow, thank you. I mean, you won.
You know, and like she said, like, she's like, I know you think you've been through the worst parts of your life, but you haven't. And I was like, oh, okay. Good to know, you know. But yeah, it was good to know because it helped me survive through, right? But still, yeah. Yeah, that way. I thought that too. I stand still true. The waiting is the hardest part. That way, I don't expect anybody to do what I'm doing. It's about getting the word out. That way, I'm not doing anything, I'm being. Yikes, anonymity. Jealousy is essential for competition. Competition is essential for species advancement. Ego plus jealousy equals yikes. Yikes. Personally, anonymity, I don't believe in competition. Right? I don't. I have zero competitive bone in my body. You want to win? Go ahead. You want to be the one that's on the fucking pedestal? Go ahead. Right? You go ahead. You want, you want to compete for a man? Take him. You want to compete with me for a man? Take him. Like, what the fuck? There's no fucking competition. I either have a soul contract with this man or I don't. Take him. Right? Like, all of that. I don't believe that jealousy and competition is essential for our species. I think that that's what we're here to fucking basically destroy. Fuck your competition and your jealousy and your ego and your advancement. We're not bringing that into a fifth dimensional world and heaven on earth, right? You want to keep competing? You want to keep having ego? Stay behind, all right? Stay the fuck behind. No, Patrick, we cannot always imagine what is coming next. And I think that's what the hard part of being a seer and someone who has visions is that, just the load to bear of that. And like personally, it's like I've let go of any attachments of what any of the visions actually were, because if they're meant to come true, then holy shit. But if they're not, then whatever. But how a vision can help you sustain your whole life to stay alive on some level, when when these dreams from childhood and stuff like that, but that's not the end goal. Like, I'm prepared for anything to be like, whoa, out of the blue, this is definitely, got nothing to do with any vision or anything, because I'm not attached to any of them. Yeah, I'm still going live, Nova. I don't even know what's happening. I don't know how long I've been on.
A while.
But it's flow and it's guided, and there's always something, Nova. It's just like boom. 4 hours? Creatrix Inc. I'm super competitive, but I'm still not jealous. Yeah, I'm not competitive at all. I don't give a shit about winning. You know what I mean? When I was a chef and stuff, I would send out, you guys want the props? Could you please go out? When somebody wanted to say they want to meet the chef, you go. You're my sous chef, you go. You go take the fucking kudos, right? I don't need any of that shit. I don't need any of that shit. Yeah. Yeah, she's a trooper. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's the thing, eh? Whatever's meant to flow in the timeline, it's meant to flow. And, if I'm here and there's a reason, right? There's stuff coming out, there's people talking, there's people coming in and out, and whatever the things that people are supposed to get it, right? Get it while it's hot. Creatrix, we see what we need to see to move us through, and it might change drastically after we overcome what we just went through. Yes. Yes. So, how? Yeah. Yep. So, my battery is at 8%. I don't even feel like tired or anything. I do need more water. And depending on if you guys choose to stay or if you guys feel like, hey, I've been here long enough, I think we should shut this down, Jen. You know what I mean? Because I don't mean to keep anybody here either, just because I'm on, right? So we'll see when I come back what you guys think, if you guys are still here, if you want to continue, and or if it's just this time to be done. I don't know. I don't know. I don't plan any of it. And that's the thing, is that I'm very okay with living like completely zero organized, nothing organized, nothing routine, nothing planned, right, Creatrix? But I gotta say, like Amy said, like, are you still in awe of your last 3 days? And I was like, yeah, like having surprises, having somebody bring me a coffee, having food shared. It was wonderful. I want more. More, right? Lily needs more. It ain't just about me, right? When I sit here and I speak a certain way, it's because it's not okay for me to switch it from a certain perspective, right? But it's the truth. I quest for this, and it's not about me, myself, and I, and wanting even a divine partner per se. It's about the fucking life that's meant for us. Because whether it be divine partner, whether there's my divine partner could be my fucking roommate of a feminine that I live with for the rest of my life, and we never touch each other. That's how much like the whole touchy feely sex crap is just like a matrix part, and if it's meant to be a part of my reality, it will. But right, the partnership, the camaraderie, it takes a village to raise a tribe. Not just any village because they say they are your tribe, because you feel it, because because I know I can trust my daughter with people, right? When you leave your daughter with your own family and she's fucking crying and like shaking like this, you know that there's got to be better out there somewhere, right? There's got to be better out there somewhere. Nice timing. The neighbors were coming back with their dog, so Lily's out there petting the dog. That's the thing, eh? The divine timing. Like, right? I said I needed like a little break and I wasn't sure like what the flow and everything. But the divine timing of being there when they're coming back from their walk and I can say to them, like, isn't the moon beautiful? And we have a little conversation, right? Like, if I hadn't gone in the moment, I would have missed them, right? The listening to myself. Instinct said, go now, right? I'm just a soul whose intentions are good. Oh Lord, please don't let me be misunderstood. Definitely. It's one of my lifelong songs that way. I think I'm going to put my charger on just so the stream doesn't boom cut out because the battery is low. Just gonna redirect you guys for a second. Sorry about this, guys. Yeah, just so it doesn't all of a sudden cut out. Let me just check this one. This one's good. Anonymity. Nature has numerous babies to ensure species advancement. Nature is competitive, undeniable. I don't use the word, though, competition for nature because nature, that competition is a human word to me. Animals live in a circle of life, a cycle, right? Some animals don't even actually kill. They just eat what's there, like such as like, vultures. Vultures hardly ever actually kill their prey because it's all right there for them. It's a cycle, it's a circle. It's not competitive. Competitive is a human word. It's a human trait. Animals don't compete. In mating season, could that word be used? Compete? Maybe. When two bucks, right, go head to head and like antler to antler. But even then, is that the right word for it? Don't go shut off everything, eh? I need my lighting.
I'm just shutting off that one.
Know what I'm saying? Like, I think there might be a better word than compete because I see competition as a human thing. And I don't see the animals compete per se. They have a circle, a cycle. Animals will kill the weakest of a flock or a herd or birds. They'll kill the weakest. So in fact, they're doing a service to the weakest, right? By eliminating the weakest. They go for the weakest. You know what I mean? Like, they're not going to go for the head buck just because he's the biggest and got the biggest antlers. Humans do that, right? They go hunting. They want the big buck with the big antlers. They're competitive about it. But animals per se, they ain't looking for the fucking big buck. They're looking for the one that's the weakest because they're actually helping the herds and the flocks by eliminating the weakest of the herds, right? Like, if you think about it that way, whereas humans walk into a room and then, they sniff out with their ego certain things and then they compete. It's different. Netflix Inc. Yeah, I have a major attraction to my supposed DM, but I'm more attracted to him because I feel he went through so much and I want to help finish healing and I want to finish my healing. Yeah, and there's something to be said for the fact that, part of the reason that a divine masculine and a divine feminine need each other is because within the finding of each other and living the experience of what's, meant to be, that is what is going to solidify actual healing, right? It don't matter to me if other masculine want me. So what? I'm sorry. I don't mean to hurt your feelings that you you're not even a consideration inside of me, right? For me, I'm promised. And unless that feeling, the, even is opened a little bit, it's all right over my head, right? I'm not a young feminine in an awakening journey where I need to experience certain things or I want to be seen, right? Like, it's so been there, done that. It's not about that. Creatrix, yes. Yeah, honey. I love that you. Thank you. Creatrix Inc. says, if they did to him what's been done to me, then it is worse for the man. Yeah. But it's like, I can't help him unless, right? He knows. He knows exactly what you mean by that. Because our divines and our, you know what I mean? The reflection of what they've lived. If I know what I've lived, then exactly the reflection of what my divine masculine has lived has made it that, okay, yeah, the only thing driving me to stay alive sometimes, not because I've ever been suicidal, but because like just the, ugh, all right, I don't know if I can be here, was the knowing that my dude exists, was the visions, was the dreams, was the voice, was the all this, right? So it was my driving force. And, if he doesn't have that driving force awake inside, if he doesn't believe he's worthy, or if he doesn't believe he's ever going to have that, then that thing, right? That way, you're all healed, whole, and complete. Exactly. We already are whole and complete. And part of the spiritual hijack programming thing of people, the way that is said that we don't even need anything more because we're already there. But the human part of us, the monkey mind, wants things to be perfect, but they already are. Oh, it's so like, Creatrix, we heal each other from the inside. Yes. Yes. Yes, Creatrix Inc. says, I am healed, but there is more. Creatrix willing to face literally anything. Yeah. That way, I'm watching from the top of the rainbow. Creatrix, when you're at the bottom and can't see shit, there's nowhere to go but up. Is that what you're saying? But know where to go and what to do. That way says, you want to win. Go ahead. I love you, G. But I've already won. O-N-E. Right? Exactly, Creatrix. I don't think it's about winning. We're all the winners. That way, competition is dumb. That's pretty much what I feel about it as well. Nothing's yuckier than watching people invest themselves in something and then having sore losers or people angry because they didn't win or all of that. Like, it's yucky energy to me. Hi, Mr. Hugh. How's everything going, dude? I love you, Genevieve. I just finished a live. Yes, sweetie. I was told hours ago, Dean. And I was like, oh, I don't know. Maybe I'm meant to go and maybe I'm meant to flow. We'll see what happens. And that was like 2.5, or I don't know. Starting to feel like yesterday that I started the live stream. No, I'm joking. I feel like I just started, even if it's been hours. And I don't often stream late, and I don't often stream at this time. So it's like, it's just flowing. Creatrix, lots of lives tonight. Right on. I don't get pop-ups of anything, so I'll see them later. Did you have a good live stream, Dean? Was it good? Did you guys have fun? Anonymity, yeah. Maybe there's a better word, because I see forests of trees competing for sunlight, and maybe some of them sharing, but some seem ruthless. See, I don't use the word ruthless with nature either. That's a human term to me, anonymity. I don't mean to buck on everything you say, dude, like, you know what I mean? But ruthless to me is a human term. Animals aren't ruthless. They are doing what they need to do. So does nature. Nature actually helps itself way more than we're ever taught. The symbiotic nature of trees and how they're interlinked under us, first of all, and how trees will actually like lean on each other to survive. How trees will grow together, right? Like there's just there's things, I don't have the words, but how trees make room for sunlight. I don't have the words, but I just saw something about that a couple weeks ago. Thank you that way. They're not actually competing for sunlight. Those are their babies. The big trees are protecting the little trees. How would you like to be a little tree and thrown out into the middle of the sun? Thank you. I like that. Yeah, that's it. Like here, there's cedars here. There's a little cedar line, and I call it my cedar grove, right? But other things don't grow under there the same way, and it's, you know, like doesn't grow the same way. But it's not because, you know, the nature is blocking it by competing. It's because the shade is there to be beneficial for something else, right? If that makes sense. Good. It went awesome. He's glad, Dean. So good. I'm elevated even more. Super good vibes and energy. Good. That's what I was feeling. First of all, because some people left and never came back, right? So I'm assuming and hoping that Meep stayed and participated. You guys had fun. Trying to think of who else left and really didn't come pop back in, but whatever, it doesn't matter. But what I was thinking more, Dean, was like, whoa, like I'm like in the, you know, my feminine, divine feminine, and doing my stream, and you got your stream going on, UK divine masculine, and I was seeing too at one point how numbers were changing really fast. Right? So for like 5 or 10 minutes of me rambling, I'd have a certain amount of people, and then all of a sudden, so I was picturing and hoping that people are swimming between us, right? What they needed at the time. Because our flow is our flow.
Where's the pink stuff for Mr. Mix?
It's in the corner under or beside the cantaloupe. And in the little,
found it.
Yeah, and just under it, there's 2 little cotton things for you. It was just imagining that we're both kind of holding the line. At one point, I almost like thought to myself, I should go in and see, like, does he want me on, what? Ooh, nice. Does he want me on panel and we can like tag team together? But I was like, no, if he wanted me to be streaming with him, he would have came and got me, right? But, and just how, if people needed more of like your type of masculine, and I say masculine, it doesn't even make sense. Like your Dean energy and my Genevieve energy, right? Like I hate the separation of the words of, you know what I'm saying? Boom. Thank you. I like that word better. Mother Nature is not ruthless. She's a force. Yeah. And how? Like the reason that people use certain words is that we're programmed to think of certain things when we think of nature and animals. Again, the documentaries I was talking about the other day, if you watch animal documentaries, the music is so fucking dramatic. The words they use. Like I've even heard a woman use that, you know, animals are raping each other in front of me. There's a bird raping another bird. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? The bird is being raped. I don't even know. Should I go help the bird? And I was like, bird's not getting raped. That's the fucking mating. What the fuck? Why would you use that word for birds? Like, go look within. Like, you're being triggered by birds mating. It's not pretty when animals mate, guys. Right? It's not all sexy. It's not pretty. You ever seen dogs mate? They fucking scream. They get stuck together. It's fucking horrifying to watch huskies mate, dudes. It's like, holy shit. You ain't never heard anything so fucking like, oh my god, till you've heard a fucking husky that you love fucking like, like for fucking like so long, because the fucking like, fucking boy, the fucking dog penis is stuck in her. Like, that's what happens. It's not beautiful, right? Like, I've watched birds and pigeons and like mating and fucking doing shit in front of me all spring. It's not pretty. I've heard the cats. It's not pretty. And it's just the way that they conceive themselves. They're not there for pleasure. They're not humans. And they're not gonna like sit there and like be all pretty for you. You know what I mean? Ugh. Like listening to a weather, have you ever listen to a weather report? Like, I can't even anymore. Mother Nature is angry and she's like, "Whoa," and they make all these words, like all these words. It's so fear-based. That way, competition is an illusion. I see it as a human program. You could sit all day and play games or play sports and never be completely competitive about it, where the playing for pleasure, and yeah, somebody's gonna win, somebody's gonna lose, but like, okay, let's start a new game and see what's going on, right? That the competition and the wanting to be better. I'm sorry, I will never have that thing of wanting to be a better that way that's competitive, right? And but that's me, right? Maybe there's a difference between showing skills and then, and how it feels to, like, I don't know. I just take things so much for what they are that it's like, I don't even count if I'm playing certain games. Like, who cares if we don't count sometimes, right? We just play. And then other times it's like, okay, it's fun, but like, just like, ugh, I don't know. Yes, Creatrix, just be you, and that's your best. Exactly. And your best doesn't mean you're always going to be happy, and it's going to be like, you know what I mean? It's okay to be mad and be you. Yes, 1111 Dean, we are the ones. Yeah. Dean says, I made a little intro for my live stream, so I kind of just got excited. Then I went live to play it, basically, and it went on from there, eh? That's cool. I'll try to remember to go poke in on that later. Yes, creation is awesome. It really is. You did 3 hours? Cool. I don't know where I'm at right now. I'm winding down. And I'll be done sooner than later, but I still got a little bit in me. It's the thing too, eh? When the momentum and the feeling is there, and then I stop it, and then there's nothing. So it's like sometimes I'd rather just go a little longer and just keep that feeling, right? Because after it's like, boom, okay, okay, so now I'm gonna go make food, and then later I'm gonna go to bed. Like, whoa, okay, Yukiona, number 7, stillness. Within the stillness come the answers. Quiet the mind. Digital the detox. Detox the digitals. A little bit less digital in your life. Right? Boom, the 2 in a row. So Yuki Onna, the Japanese goddess of winter. And then the next one out, warrior of the heart. Right? Both pull on the blue and white. That winter energy. Polar bear is a grandmotherly totem symbol. I'm not sure what the right word would be. Where's the book? Sorry about the noise. There it is. Warrior of the heart. You have the radiant spirit of a warrior of the light. This card is important because I named the stream. We are the ones we've been waiting for. Okay? You have the radiant spirit of a warrior of the light. Be impeccable in all of your actions. No matter what others believe, the Creator always knows the truth. This isn't the time to be timid and pull back. Immense courage is filling you. Throw your shoulders back, step forward, and take a risk. Be willing to live life from your heart rather than your mind. Honor your truth and speak up for yourself. I'm going to pull another native spirit. I haven't been using these for a while. He's going to take a bath after. Ha! Ha ha ha! I don't know. This card cracks me up. Because I just said I'm going to go take a bath after. And when I take a bath, you can be sure it's hot. And I'm going to be coming out. And I'm going to be pretty freaking cooked. So this card cracks me up. Because it's basically what I'm going to go do, but in my own way. If I can find the... Dun, 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 dun. Sweat Lodge. Cleanse yourself, body, mind, and soul. Purify. Clutter clear. Let go of objects and relationships that no longer serve you. Purify. Go within. Meditate. Talk to Creator. Give thanks. Oh my gosh, that cracks me up. Because that's what's next for me. Food. And I'm going to do a triple pull of the Native Spirit cards. It's Native Spirit Oracle cards by Denise Linn. Denise Linn is also an author. I don't know if anybody's ever read any of her books, but she was very monumental for me, finding her in like 2005 of certain books. And I pretty much gifted them all away. I don't have any of them left. So I don't have any here. hardly have any books left. Boom. Thank you. I was wondering if there's going to be a sync because I don't hold the books up, the books and say the authors very often. My mom's name is Denise. Wow. And you know what? I got one aunt in California, or my dad's cousin, and her name is Denise too. San Jose area. Creatrix. My middle name is Denise. Nice. Love it. You guys are discovering Creatrix 1 and 2 are 40 miles away from each other. No way, that way. Eee, my first girlfriend in 9th grade was Denise. Whoop, whoop. Cool beans. Whoop. Well, I'm glad I held it up, right? Because I don't always, you know, shout out the books and stuff. If you want to know who it is, I'll let you know. But I have no personal affiliations with anybody. And it's just like, whatever. Spirit of Fire. And yeah, it's a beautiful night. It's kind of chilly. It'd be perfect for a fire, but this is the fire that I've chosen to keep going this evening. Creatrix San Jose is in the Bay Area where I grew up. Yeah, there's a part of me that wonders sometimes if, like, you know, it's such a small world and I only got 2 cousins in California, but it's like, damn. I won't say their full names here because just to be indiscreet, but just imagine if you went to high school or, you know, worked with one of my cousins type of thing, right? For no wonder, too, to be guided and that we feel each other so much. You know, you could have never known who they were, but just grabbed a coffee at the same time, too, right? Because that's how small the world is, whether we realize it or not. Spirit of Fire. Transformation. Take risks. Face your fear. Break out of old patterns and conventions. Just because you've always done something in the past, it doesn't mean you need to continue to do it in the future. Try something new. Change your routines and habits. Reach out in new directions. And boom, the Thunderbird is rising inside of you. Out of the ashes comes new growth and new beginnings. For me, Thunderbird is one of my hugest synchronicities. And it's like not often, like it's around, but not talked about or not everywhere, the same way as other birds and stuff. But the Thunderbird, Silver Thunderbird, Jody Messina is one of my favorite songs to sing. It's just beautiful to me. Creatrix Inc. I do. Never liked Denise for my middle name, but the Gematria Calculator Mobile says to just be happy with it. Oh, Annie D. Thank you, Genevieve. I love you. Hugs to all. Have a great, strong, not weak, roar. Week, W-E-E-K. Wow, that's beautiful. Yay. Creatrix, always looking to change things up. Good card. That way, your middle name starts with a D. Yeah. I don't know, eh? Innocence. Cher bien-aimé, en vérité, personne n'est coupable, car nul ne peut altérer le travail de la perfection exaucée par la main de Dieu. Remettez en nos... Remettez... Oh, I haven't spoken French in a long time and now I've been babbling in English for 4 hours. Remettez en nos mains ce qui vous pèse, afin que nous puissions alléger votre fardeau. Confiez-vous la culpabilité, la colère, le ressentiment qui obscurent le regard tendre que vous posez sur la vie. Ressentez de nouveau la paix dans votre cœur. Innocence. In truth, no one is actually guilty. Right? Everybody comes from God, from Source. Let go of the guilt, shame, anger, and resentment that's blocking your heart from your own life. Feel the peace within your heart. Yeah, I get that feeling, that puke from the colon, like just yeah. Annie D, I love French. Yeah, that was not the most fluid. Sometimes those words are like, whoa, and I haven't used the words, but I'm not going to read the book of this card because this card keeps coming up again. It's another keep coming up. Wish upon a star. 39 is the number on the card. I knew it was, yeah, I was going to start singing Daniel by Elton John. You know, wish upon the star, and I'm going to leave it at that because again, I've been pulling this card for weeks now. And part of me is like, kind of wants to say it's not even about wishing, it's about may the divine timing and what's meant for us come into fruition, right? How can you wish for what's already yours, guys? Think about it. How can you wish for what's already yours? It's already ours. It's our divine birthright. We don't have to sit here and wish for it. We can't even manifest it. It has to happen when it's meant to happen. It's our birthright. Flamingo, unity heart. You're being called to work on a collective healing. Again, card keeps coming up, right? Same ones all the time. Same messages all the time, just said different ways. Flamingo, unity heart. You're being called to work on collective healing. You can be the brightest, most vivacious person, but you still need the guidance of a comfort, of a flock, a group of others that help lift you. Right? Everything we've been kind of saying, Creatrix Inc. Right? You can be the brightest, the most vivacious person, but we still need guidance. We still need comfort. We still need a flock. We still need a group. We still need a reflection. We must learn to move together, to heal and support each other. The old structures of self-absorption are crumbling as we move toward a unified consciousness. The flamingo shows us that we can be beautiful, vibrant, bold, and still hold our voice within a group. We will still be seen and heard, and our voice and our sense of self will not disappear. It will just be lifted in new ways. You are surrounded in love and support from the heavens at this time. Unseen guides and messengers are waiting to connect. Call on them. Ask them for help. Yeah. All I see is the stag and stagnant. Yeah, me too. The stag energy, and remember I was saying the horns, the antlers locking. Yeah, the stag, the stag, the stag, the stag. Cat tricks. Embrace slow. It's easier. Yeah. Scarab beetle, another number 7, 5 and 2, 52, 5 and 2 is 7. Scarab beetle, magic works through you. Are you picklicious? No?
I'm caramelicious, though.
Oh. What are you putting it on?
But not.
No, honey. Once and that's it. I don't think that's funny. My books are everywhere. Is it under my butt? Is it on the floor? We don't know it anymore. $45. 45 is 9. Empowerment. The moment for respect for life and all living things. Attuning to nature and to the creatures of the earth is at hand. Tune into the deep well of compassion that spills over readily to anyone who needs your help. Something happened today that, I don't know, I feel like to just keep it to myself. It definitely not, but it was so, I can't even. I don't feel like sharing it. But the compassion and the anyone who needed my help happened today. Just, yeah. You're being directed to take action to remove difficulties and resolve problems. Be receptive to guidance wherever it happens to come. Don't be surprised to receive support from unusual avenues. Be alert to seemingly random input, which will give you clues and ideas that had not occurred to you earlier. Once you picked up on these signs, pursue them. Whoa, the word pursue that comes up. We talked about pursue in different ways, right, today? Whoa, guys. Once you've picked up these signs, pursue them diligently with determination, because the potential for them to pay off is immense. As soon as you know what action to take, take it. Remember I was saying that earlier, is that I just need for my boom, right? The knowing of the true north, the destination, or the this or the that, and then like, right? Boom. Oh, Come on, divine messengers, and come on, everything. Rawr, bring it on. It's funny too. It's like I can feel my higher self kind of giggling right now and saying and wanting me to say out loud, enjoy this last version of Genevieve while you got her, right? Because that flip of something else, every single thing of everything I've been like building towards, saying for 3 years is like boom, right? The whole like enjoy the flow of what I'm doing now this way, because this won't sustain itself. That's why I'm binging. I'm doing exactly like, if I'm guided to stay on, and if I, if it's meant to be, I'm hours and hours and hours. I'm not stopping and limiting and saying, oh, a little bit every day and, spread it out. No, I'm guided to come on, go hard, go long. Because this cannot sustain itself. What is coming for me and Lily will never be like this way that it's been for 3.5 years. And I would hope that there's nobody out there like fucking sending your fucking badass mojo to fucking block what's there for me and Lily, right? Me putting myself out here and like, just, if it's not for mine and Lily's greater good, like boom, right? Go away. Because that thing of like I've been saying, we're not meant to like just create and make videos and look at each other on screens for years and years and years, right? There's no way. This cannot sustain itself this way. There's the flip. That way, it says, I guess we need to see things as though they already happened. No, I don't know. I don't know. I'm so sick of hearing that way. If it hasn't happened, why do I have to fucking pretend it did? Like, that's so fucking stupid. It doesn't even make sense. Like that thing. You want to believe you're a millionaire, then you got to act as if. Act as if what? If I'm supposed to act like I'm a millionaire, there's supposed to be a fucking car in the fucking driveway. I'm not supposed to be counting my fucking change to go get a coffee if I'm a fucking millionaire. The fuck you want to act as if? Right? The fuck? That doesn't even make sense to me. Fuck. Like half the fucking spiritual bullshit of act as if and then the fuck you're telling people to lie to the fucking universe. How does that make sense? Like, fuck. Act as if. Act as if I got a house and a 17 fucking 20 acres and I got my chickens and everything. I ain't got no fucking chickens. Right? What the fuck? None of that fucking shit makes sense to me, I swear. If I'm at a certain frequency, I will attract people of the same frequency. I goddamn know where my frequency is, and I know that's not what I'm attracting, right? I fucking know. And the thing is like, is there just a bunch of us like on this like whole other fucking timeline where none of that fucking shit's ever gonna fucking make sense to us? Because like we're never gonna live it the same way, right? Ever. I don't know, but... Or is it just that it's like such a bullshit pack of fucking bullshit? I don't even know. I love you so much, honey. Creatrix Inc. It does not make sense. I concur. Don't goddesses get the chance to wear pretty clean things and eat organic figs and shit? Where the fuck is that? Yeah. Fuck. Exactly. Yes, Creatrix Inc. Creatrix says, coming soon, figs and all. Fig Newtons. I don't even eat fig Newtons, but I love figs. That's funny. Yeah, it is, and it is coming soon. I would call it like when you said earlier. I just didn't read it because I was whatever in the moment. But when you said like, I feel like I just didn't get my paycheck yet, and I always call it a bank account, like a spiritual bank account. Me knows. Oh my gosh, me knows. I worked my whole lifetime on my spiritual bank account, right? While other people were building their matrix fucking bank accounts and like competing to get ahead, doing things that were not necessarily for the greater good of the whole planet, but stocking that fucking, let's go, right? Don't matter what we're doing to the land, don't matter, right? And me doing the opposite of all of that, right? I know my spiritual bank account, he knows it. Creatrix, blood. Yes, my blood, my DNA is our currency. Love that. Yeah, Creatrix Inc. And one thing for sure is it's hard for me sometimes because it's like, here you are, this feminine who's like, like you said, like living in a fucking motel. And it's like, I know of other people, it's like they got like all this and a fucking bag of chips. They're not even fucking truly grateful for it. And they're definitely not even using what they got. Right? So, wow. How the fuck can some of us be in such a lack mode that we're like that? And then you got somebody else who's got all this, like I said, in a bag of fucking chips. Like, there's fucking money. There's fucking land. Everything fucking fine. Like, so where's the yin and the yang? Are we gonna, like, you know what I mean? Come together? Like, what the fuck? How does that make any sense? And I say this, but if I had land, and if I had a spot to bring community, I would have been screwed, chewed, and barbecued, like, surreally in the last 2 years, right? I had so much naivete. My heart was so open. Like, you'd be shocked at some of the stuff, right? Of like just how people are that supposedly are spiritual. And it's like, oh my gosh, they are not, right? Don't trust. You think just because somebody's a fucking sky watcher and looks at the sky that they're fucking trustworthy? I used to, right? I used to think that, yeah. So I would have, if I would have had the land and the money and all that, I probably would have had all fucking swindled or fucking like whatever in ways that it's like, oh my gosh, right? I had a lot to fucking learn about discernment, about reading energy, and like shit, I still get like fucking duped a lot more than I would care to admit, right? Fuck. Duped a lot. I still will focus energies even if there's like whatever, but for me, the ultimate of like embodiment and awakening is living just with my discernment, not up, not up so much, and just knowing that there's a certain, and that it's cool. It's not gonna just all of a sudden be stripped away. It's not all of a sudden just gonna blow up in my face or disappear, right? Consistency. Okay, it's fixing. I always goddess up, even with my 6 articles of clothing that I have. But it's not the same. I'm already living like a goddess, not working for the man. Because I was still poor when I made $75,000 as a single chick. So how's that God's plan? Yeah. I completely get it. Yeah. Yup. I don't have an answer to that, but yeah, I get it. Okay, I'm going to pull in 1 or 2, maybe more cards, and I thank you, everybody who's still here, and I understand, like, oh my gosh, like, there's people came and went, right, the whole time. I hope you guys got something out of this. I know, I know we're on the right track, no matter how it can feel, right? I know that the sinks are too much. They're just too elevated. There's too much flow, right? Okay, I think this is going to be the last card. No, you're not stupid. It's okay to feel that, but you're not. And the feeling of feeling it is to like let it go, right? No, you're not, honey. No, you're not stupid. 43. 43 is another 7. I don't know how many 7s there are altogether there, but Rhea, flow. Did you notice that when you're in alignment with the universe, everything in your life just seems to flow? The Greek goddess Rhea, whose very name means flow and ease, comes to let you know that you're entering such a time. I'm going to leave it at that because just I'm getting tired. And the words just, again, like they trigger me sometimes, because if this is just this was a brand new message, it would feel great, right? But it's not. It's the same messages all the time. And again, like I said the other day, I could change decks, have 100 different decks, the same messages would all still come out, because that's the timeline that I meant to bring up for whoever comes in, and for myself. And yesterday after my stream, at some point I looked on IG, and Anita had pulled some cards and shared them, because that's what she does on IG. She'll pull random cards sometimes and just share them for everyone to get what resonates for you. And it was like, whoa, this is like everything I'm pulling. This is like everything in the other, like, right? There's many of us doing certain things in different time, in different spaces, different time zones across the world, but we're all pulling the same messages. There's no, right? Are there other tribe lines and other soul groups pulling different cards? Fuck yeah, but I ain't never been guided to them because they're not my soul group, right? We are all one big giant family in this world, but we prefer Feast of Friends, the soul group. Right? We're all tribe, we're all soul, one big giant family, but the Feast of Friends. So we don't just get to all of a sudden, well, my tribe's not showing up, my tribe's not doing what I would want, so I'm just gonna go change fucking tribes and like go find my other soul tribe, right? And it's like, it don't work like that. It doesn't. I'm just gonna go find my other soul tribe because this one's not working out. Yeah, it's not the way that it is, guys, right? Oh. Loves you guys. Thanks for being here. I think it's about not even trying to change it anymore, Creatrix. Allow, surrender. I think that, you've only come in, within the, the my streams, our streams here, in a certain amount of time. But within that amount of time, you've participated so much. So I hope that helps you, like, feel safe, to feel more seen, to feel heard, to feel like you got that spot to come to that's not going to just go away and disappear, right? You know what I mean? That's why everybody's blue. It ain't just about me in the middle and Monkey in the middle. It's about finding the other channels, other live streams, and other videos that are gonna, whoosh, right? And I find that the more that I connect with people in any type of way, that the easier it is to just allow for the surrender of, like, I'm not the only one in a lone timeline, and I'm not the only one that has these certain visions, certain messages, and certain knowings. So the more that I find reflections of myself who, like, you get what I'm saying, how other people will be like, oh, Genevieve, and she goes and says that all the time, but it's like, this is what my timeline is. This is what I've lived. This is what my messages are. Like, I can't just change them. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I meant to bring through. Because me speaking about these things holy shit, like every year, every month, every week, new people come in that understand what I'm saying, because you guys are a reflection living it that way as well. Different, not always exactly copy the same, copy paste, but enough to realize you aren't the only one. And that is one of the reasons, like the whole divine timing. Like there's a part of me that these things, once I step into another embodiment, I will never be able to speak this way again. I will never be able to have the feeling of who can find me because I'm saying these things out loud in the now. So that's where my older videos, somebody will be guided to them, or my older live streams, or today's live stream, somebody in a month will be guided to it, because Genevieve's not going to be speaking from the same perspective, right? Once one little thing kicks in, nothing is ever going to be the same, right? And what I have no, do I have my wishes? Yeah, I do. I fucking do, right? Wish for a certain order or certain whatever, but whatever order that the next steps come in, I'm prepared to accept, what my highest timeline is. But once I even see, even without manifesting, I will never be able to speak the same way, right? So sometimes it's like that thing of like I know, like the other day when something happened, not going to mention, but I felt finally, after years of a certain soul contract that I had with somebody, click, boom, done, right? Little baby little baby, soul contract that it's done, boom, right? So I'm doing what I'm doing, flowing what I'm flowing, to bring in the reflections of those of us of certain things, but at the same time, like boom, certain soul contracts are just like done. I played the part, they played the part, and whatever we were meant to get, it's done. And just that is already huge. Like, holy shit, guys. I know, here I am, like, I should just end the stream, but hey, I'm a little itchy here. I love you, Creatrix, and other Creatrix, and that away. Don't you toss your phone out the door. Just hide it somewhere. And don't touch it if you don't need it. Loves you guys. Thank you so much for everything. As above, so below.